If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 226, Chapter 224, Hancock charms Makita, Makita anger. Riffin explained something to Makita, Robin, and the others before turning to Hancock of the 9 Snake Pirates, wearing a smile. He then employed his flower fruit ability to sprout arms on the deck where Smoothie lay flat. With Smoothie's body in tow, he moved towards the cabin of Smoothie pirate ship. However, Riffin had only taken a few steps with Smoothie on tow when Cinnamon and Citron, leading a group of Big Mom pirates, blocked his path. "Big Mom pirates, please don't impede me," Riffin implored. "If you wish for Miss Charlotte Smoothie to recover swiftly, kindly step aside and allow me to take her to the infirmary on your ship." Cinnamon and Garrett exchanged hesitant glances, their eyes finally resting on Smoothie, who was lying flat on Riffin's flower fruit-made arm for support. Once they saw Smoothie nod in agreement, they reluctantly moved aside. With someone leading the way, Riffin was guided to the medical room inside the cabin. On the Black Pearl, Jun frowned as she observed the scene. "Hina, I'll go take a look," Jun earnestly informed Hina, who was beside her. The Big Mom pirates had extended an invitation to Riffin to marry Smoothie, with Riffin and Smoothie as potential husbands. Jun couldn't help but worry about Riffin and Smoothie's interactions, especially since Smoothie possessed an extraordinary charm. Although Robin had been merciless when she had faced Smoothie before, Smoothie's remarkable beauty couldn't be denied. Jun was genuinely concerned that Smoothie might try to seduce Riffin. Hina, sharing the same concerns, didn't stop Jun from going. However, while Jun wanted to see for herself, the Big Mom pirates weren't keen on allowing her to board their ship. As soon as she leaped onto Smoothie's ship, the Big Mom pirates intercepted her. "Stand back! You are not permitted on board," Charlotte Citron declared sternly, brandishing her weapon. Citron had witnessed the previous exchange between Smoothie and Jun, leading her to believe that Jun might join Riffin in confronting Golden Lion. Since Smoothie was gravely injured, Citron had no intention of letting Jun board. Jun gave Citron a penetrating look, then glanced at Robin, Makita, and the others aboard the Black Pearl. She hoped they could convince Citron to let her see Riffin and Smoothie. However, both Robin and Makita had shifted their focus to the 9 Snake Pirates, showing no interest in helping her bypass Citron's blockade. In her frustration, Jun let out a soft sigh and returned to the Black Pearl. "Sister, perhaps we should depart," she suggested. "Riffin is quite an enigmatic figure. In addition to the darkness and lightning powers reported in the newspapers," she continued, "it seems he can use the same devil fruit ability as Robin. If we linger, our situation may become quite unfavorable." Sonia got close to Hancock and proposed the same idea. Earlier, they couldn't leave because they were being watched by other members of the Big Mom pirate group. However, with the Big Mom pirates' attention now focused on Smoothie's condition, the 9 Snake Pirates could potentially depart without interference. Hancock frowned, having observed the battle between Robin and Smoothie. She recognized Smoothie's strength but was equally astounded by Robin's clean victory. And Riffin's ability to utilize various devil fruits had raised Hancock's concerns. However, Hancock was not overly worried about Riffin because he was a man, and she believed no man could resist her charms. "What exactly does that man want to discuss with me?" Hancock wondered, looking towards the cabin where Riffin, Smoothie, and the others had disappeared. Meanwhile, as Sonia and Maragold made their proposal, Makita hovered above them. "Haven't you heard what my captain said earlier?" she questioned. "Captain Riffin expressed his desire to speak with you. If you depart now, are you defying my captain's wishes?" Makita frowned, her gaze locked onto the 3 Boa sisters. While Riffin had set his sights on Gecko Moria, Hancock was also a Shishibukai. This meant that defeating Hancock here would expedite Riffin's path to becoming a Shishibukai. Therefore, Makita had identified Hancock as a potential opponent and prey, making it impossible to allow the 9 Snake Pirates to depart so easily. "Woman, do you wish to challenge me?" Hancock heard Makita's voice and glanced up at her. After a moment, she furrowed her brow, raised a finger toward Makita, and questioned her in a condescending tone, "Impudent! Who gave you permission to look down upon this Empress? I command you to descend." Upon hearing this, Makita also frowned and retorted, "Hey! Who do you think you are to order me around?" The exchange between Hancock and Makita caught the attention of Jun, who had been contemplating how to reach Riffin. Are these two women about to engage in a fight? Jun wondered. Considering Empress Hancock's haughty nature and Makita's demeanor, she couldn't help but ponder this possibility. Behind Maragold and the other Amazon warriors, Lee furrowed her brow. She glanced at where Riffin was and then at Makita and Hancock who were locked in a standoff. She felt somewhat helpless. "Come out quickly, Riffin-sama. Something doesn't seem right," Lee thought urgently. Hancock, still fixated on Makita, frowned slightly. After a moment, her expression suddenly changed, and she put a hand to her lips with a look of extreme vulnerability. "Well, can I ask you to come down?" Hancock implored. "I truly dislike it when people look down on me." In this moment, Empress Hancock's allure as the most beautiful woman in the world radiated fully. Makita, who had been annoyed, couldn't help but freeze upon seeing Hancock's expression. Moreover, a desire to comply with Hancock's request welled up within her. "Wow! What a beautiful woman, like a goddess," Makita thought, momentarily captivated. No, my devotion belongs solely to Captain Riffin." Makita, who had descended slightly, abruptly halted. The next instant, she gazed at Hancock with a deep-seated vexation. "Damn woman, how dare you charm me!" Makita muttered under her breath. "The only one who can win my heart is Captain Riffin, no one else." She clenched her teeth secretly, infuriated that she had almost been drawn to someone other than Riffin, and it was a woman. This realization only fueled her anger. In response to her mounting embarrassment, a powerful aura emanated from Makita, who was now seething with anger. "This is Conqueror's Haki!" Lee exclaimed. "Apart from Robin, can this woman also wield it?" Sonia widened her eyes in disbelief. "Even if it's not as potent as my sister's, it's stronger than Robin's Conqueror's Haki. How can two members of the Black Pearl Pirates possess Conqueror's Haki?" Maragold, too, was astounded. "You bastard!" Hancock, feeling both surprised and challenged, glared at the 9 snake pirates who had fallen behind. Then she focused her gaze on Makita with a deeply unfriendly expression. The next moment, an equally formidable aura burst forth from Hancock's body, colliding with Makita's Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, a red and black electric shimmer crackled between Makita and Hancock. A clash of Conqueror's Haki. Are they really going to fight? Jun muttered anxiously as she supported Hina, who was a little unstable due to the scattered conquerors, and frowned. Though if Riffin had defeated Hancock now, allowing the Marines and the world government to recognize him as a Shishibukai, Jun preferred that Riffin didn't attain that status too soon. After all, if Riffin became a Shishibukai, Jun wouldn't be able to remain by his side and closely observe Riffin and the Black Pearl Pirates. "Want to challenge me in Conqueror's Haki?" Makita taunted with a raised corner of her mouth, revealing a slightly deranged smile. The next moment, an even more overwhelming Conqueror's Haki surged forth from Makita, pressing directly toward Hancock. Boom! The invisible Conqueror's Haki, though not visible, produced a resounding collision as if physical objects were clashing due to Makita's increased power. "Damn it! I can't believe that I am being overwhelmed. What's happening with this powerful Conqueror's Haki?" Hancock took 2 involuntary steps back, her wide, beautiful eyes fixed on Makita, who stood at the bow of the Black Pearl. Then, a sound like breaking glass resonated through the air. Hancock's Conqueror's Haki was suddenly overpowered, and Makita's Conqueror's Haki swept through the entire 9 snake pirates. Boom! Chapter 227, Chapter 225, Expired Petrochemical Ability. With Hancock's Conqueror's Haki no longer acting as a barrier, Makita's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki struck every member of the Kuja pirates. Members of the 9 snake pirates who had managed to hold on were now falling unconscious once more. Even Sonia and Maragold, Hancock's powerful younger sisters, found themselves half kneeling on the deck, using their weapons to steady themselves. As expected, even the Empress's Conqueror Haki can't withstand Makita's Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, that woman is more like an Empress who rules the world. Jun supported Hina, struggling to maintain their balance. Although Makita's Conqueror's Haki didn't affect the Black Pearl Pirates crew, Jun, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but be influenced. Additionally, she was still under the influence of potent anesthetics, rendering her unable to counter the Conqueror's Haki. Further behind Jun and Hina, Nami, Karina and the others observed the contest between Makita and Hancock with great interest. As comrades, they naturally hoped that Makita, the deputy captain, would gain the upper hand in the clash with Hancock. "My body can't move? How can her imposing presence render me helpless?" Maragold, who was half kneeling on the ground, looked up at Makita with difficulty and muttered to herself in shock. Is the ship shaking? How can this be? I've never heard that the Conqueror's Haki can shake a pirate ship. Sandersonia, equally bewildered, surveyed the scene around her. In a short time, additional decks on the Nine Snake Pirates ship had sustained cracks and damage, which continued to worsen. Even the two special Sea Kings that powered the ship had been cowed by Makita's Conqueror's Haki, refusing to move. Is this the extent of the so-called Empress's ability? It doesn't seem all that special, Makita remarked, gradually retracting her Conqueror's Haki, and grinned mockingly at Hancock and the others. Hancock gazed at her fallen comrades and the damage to the ship's hull, her expression darkening. But deep inside, she harbored a deep fear of Makita's Conqueror's Haki. It's her first time facing someone with a stronger Conqueror Haki than her. I've never heard of anyone wielding Conqueror's Haki to this extent, Hancock mulled over. Even the old man Rayleigh probably couldn't match this. How did she cultivate her Conqueror's Haki to such a degree? Hancock pursed her lips and stared intently at Makita, who was looking down at her. Observing the disdainful expression on Makita's face, Hancock couldn't help but feel several veins pop on her forehead. Accursed woman! Hancock burst out, her temper flaring. Don't think that you can look down on me just because you bested me in Conqueror's Haki. Hancock took a deep breath, calming herself slightly. She rearranged her expression and once again adopted a feeble posture toward Makita. Would you kindly refrain from underestimating this Empress like this? Hancock beseeched. Upon hearing this, Makita immediately frowned and, in her mind, summoned the image of Riffin. As memories of baking pastries with Riffin resurfaced, Makita subconsciously ignored Hancock before her. This time, Makita opted to intensify her love for Riffin to counter Hancock's charm. Marrow mellow. Hancock, noticing Makita's momentarily distant expression, believed her charm had succeeded and immediately launched an attack. Hancock extended her hands in a heart shape, releasing a pink light that quickly passed over Makita's body. Hey? Is this some kind of slow ray? Makita wondered aloud. No, my movements haven't slowed down. Makita quickly snapped back to reality and regarded Hancock with confusion. She was unharmed by the attack because she had previously demonstrated her ability to resist Franky's slow rays using her exceptional Haki. What's happening? Why didn't my sister's ability work? Maragold queried. Could it be that she resisted it somehow? Boa Sandersonia suggested. Jun, who was standing near Makita, was as perplexed as Maragold and Sandersonia. Why wasn't this woman petrified by Hancock? Jun wondered. She had witnessed Hancock's ray hitting Makita, yet Makita remained unaffected. Your ability didn't work. Makita raised an eyebrow and glanced at some stone sculptures on the Smoothie pirate ship. I remember Captain Riffin mentioned that you have the power to turn people into stone. It seems that as long as someone falls for your charm, they're petrified, right? Makita chuckled and patted her chest, which was slightly green from her earlier experiences. She looked at Hancock with pride. Let's be clear, it won't work on me. I'm immune. Hancock ground her teeth in frustration and unleashed marrow mellow on Makita once more. However, the result remained the same as before. Makita once again resisted Hancock's charms by reaffirming her love for Riffin. Hancock, her eyes filled with disbelief, stared at Makita, who remained unpetrified. How is this possible? Why aren't you being turned to stone? I won't allow someone like you to exist. Hancock's original plan had been to petrify Makita to blackmail Riffin and use her own charms to persuade Riffin to let them leave. The fact that Makita was unaffected by her charms was inconceivable to Hancock. Hehe, I'd really like to see how you plan to erase me, Makita responded, a sly grin forming on her lips. She decided to teach Hancock a lesson since Hancock had initiated the confrontation. She believed that as long as Hancock wasn't killed, Riffin wouldn't object. With a swift kick, Makita unleashed a tempest kick toward Hancock. Given Hancock's actions, Makita had no qualms about retaliating. As Makita kicked, a colossal arc-shaped wind blade, longer than the Nine Snake pirate ship itself, shot toward Hancock. Maragold, Sandersonia, and the other elite Kuja pirate crew members, as well as other members of the Nine Snake pirates that was still conscious, were rooted in place as they witnessed the massive wind blade. Though Hancock was also taken aback, she reacted swiftly. Before the wind blade reached her ship, she leaped from the deck and forcefully kicked the enormous wind blade. Boom! A deafening noise accompanied the wind blade's destruction. Hancock disappeared into a cloud of smoke and dust for a brief moment, Shortly afterward, Hancock's figure burst out of the smoke and dust, making a beeline for Makita. Aromatic leg. Utilizing both her fruit ability and her physical prowess, Hancock launched a powerful assault on Makita. She locked onto Makita with her seductive gaze, fully intending to petrify her. Unbeknownst to Hancock, Makita, who could predict the future with her observation Haki, had already foreseen Hancock's movements. With a slight grin, Makita enveloped her right leg in both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Just as Hancock's foot was about to make contact, Makita abruptly raised her right leg and counter-kicked Hancock with her high heels. Tempest kick. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as their kicks collided. A black-red electrical surge erupted at the point of impact. Hancock's kick, originally imbued with the power of her devil fruit ability, hung motionless in midair due to Makita's overwhelming strength. No contact? Jun exclaimed, astonished. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing. Well, this is very interesting, right, Miss Jun? Robin interjected, patting Jun on the shoulder before walking toward Nojo. Jun watched Robin's retreating figure and remained silent for a moment. She now has to think about how she should compensate Riffin for the valuable information provided by Makita and Robin. Or else she will be put to sleep. This is, no contact. Hancock exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she faced Makita. It's clear you're just a little Shishibukai. How could you possibly comprehend this power, a power that even some of the four emperors may not wield? Makita's lips curled upward, and she increased the concentration of Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki around her right leg. Although her physical abilities were not on par with Hancock's, her mastery of Haki surpassed that of Hancock. Even if Hancock employed the power of her devil fruit at this moment, it would be impossible to bypass Makita's Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki to petrify her. As Makita enhanced her Haki, Hancock suddenly experienced an agonizing sensation in her own leg. Makita's strength caused Hancock's leg to weaken, and a tempest kick wind blade, infused with black and red Haki energy, struck Hancock's body directly. A red gleam flared in Hancock's eyes as she used the tempest kick wind blade as a platform to leap higher. Despite the excruciating pain in her ankle due to the close-range tempest kick, Hancock pressed on. She knew that her only option was to defeat Makita and petrify her after this skirmish. With Makita's formidable power and the presence of Robin and the other Black Pearl Pirates members watching from the sidelines, Hancock believed that waiting for Riffin to emerge from Smoothie's ship was not an option. She might not be able to resist their combined efforts. Slave arrow. Hancock tapped her fingers to her lips, conjured a massive pink peach heart-shaped object, and pulled it taut like a bowstring. A multitude of pink arrows rained down toward Makita from the heart-shaped construct. Chapter 228, Chapter 226, Makita displays the power of the float fruit, leaving everyone in awe. ////. This is, no contact. Hancock exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she faced Makita. It's clear you're just a little Shishibukai. How could you possibly comprehend this power, a power that even some of the four emperors may not wield? Makita's lips curled upward, and she increased the concentration of Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki around her right leg. Although her physical abilities were not on par with Hancock's, her mastery of Haki surpassed that of Hancock. Even if Hancock employed the power of her devil fruit at this moment, it would be impossible to bypass Makita's Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki to petrify her. As Makita enhanced her Haki, Hancock suddenly experienced an agonizing sensation in her own leg. Makita's strength caused Hancock's leg to weaken, and a tempest kick wind blade, infused with black and red Haki energy, struck Hancock's body directly. A red gleam flared in Hancock's eyes as she used the tempest kick wind blade as a platform to leap higher. Despite the excruciating pain in her ankle due to the close-range tempest kick, Hancock pressed on. She knew that her only option was to defeat Makita and petrify her after this skirmish. With Makita's formidable power and the presence of Robin and the other Black Pearl Pirates members watching from the sidelines, Hancock believed that waiting for Riffin to emerge from Smoothie's ship was not an option. She might not be able to resist their combined efforts. Slave arrow. Hancock tapped her fingers to her lips, conjured a massive pink peach heart-shaped object, and pulled it taut like a bowstring. A multitude of pink arrows rained down toward Makita from the heart-shaped construct. Makita grinned, lightly stepped on the deck, and leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding Hancock's arrow. Makita possessed advanced observation Haki, granting her the ability to foresee the future. As long as Hancock's attack didn't exceed a certain speed, she could effortlessly dodge without the need for armament Haki. Yet, Makita chose to evade. Jun and Hina, who observed the battle from a short distance away, were unable to evade Hancock's arrows. The moment the pink projectiles pierced their chests, they transformed into stone statues. "Oh, this is really bad," Robin remarked. "In this state, we can't allow the 9 snake pirates to escape," Vivi added. Robin's gaze shifted from the petrified Jun and Hina to the parts of the deck transformed by Hancock's powers. She shook her head before turning his attention back to Makita in the sky. "Makita, let's shift the battlefield slightly," she advised. "If Jun and Hina's stone forms are accidentally damaged, it will complicate matters. Moreover, the Black Pearl is not immune to petrification." As Robin finished speaking, she motioned for Nami and Vivi to follow her as she hurried towards Jun and Hina. Upon hearing Robin's instructions, Makita looked down at the petrified Jun and Hina. Her brow furrowed in frustration. Damn it, is Jun really so powerless that she couldn't avoid that arrow? What Makita didn't realize was that Jun might have escaped Hancock's petrifying arrows if she had merely been anesthetized. However, Jun had been affected by her advanced Conqueror's Haki, and Hina had fallen unconscious, making their escape impossible. However, now that Jun and Hina, both Marines, have been petrified, it means I can use my other abilities. Makita turned her head, revealing a cruel smile to Hancock, who had landed on the 9 Snakes pirate ship with a stern expression. Ignoring the apprehensive gazes of Hancock and her crewmates, she descended swiftly onto the 9 Snake pirates ship, landing approximately 3 meters away from Hancock and the others. "All right, time to take flight, all you Kuja pirates. I believe this move is called Lion Majesty," Makita mused, raising her left hand to tap the deck of the 9 Snakes pirate ship. In the next instant, under the bewildered gazes of the Big Mom pirates, including Charlotte Citron, who stood nearby, and the horrified expressions of the 9 Snake pirates, the 9 Snake pirates' ships were lifted as if gravity had suddenly abandoned them, soaring rapidly into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight, ascending to a height that even Citron could no longer perceive. What in the world just happened? Could it be that the 9 Snake pirates' ships went berserk due to that woman's ability? But this ability, it's eerily similar to the Golden Lion's ability Mother spoke of. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. She does seem to float in the air with that parasol of hers, which is somewhat reminiscent of Golden Lion's powers. Could there be a devil fruit similar to the float fruit among the devil fruits? Charlotte Citron squinted her eyes, staring at the sky and muttering to herself. Meanwhile, Robin, who had originally been on the bow of the Black Pearl, had retreated to the rear and joined Nojo. "Nojo, what are your impressions of Empress Hancock?" Robin inquired. "She's undeniably stunning, although she does have a somewhat haughty air about her. Still, she might be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. In that case, why not seize an opportunity to gather data from her? If you could mimic Empress Hancock, Captain Riffin would be quite thrilled." "That's a good idea. I'll find a chance to get close to her face later. I have faith that you'll find your opportunity. But for now, I think you should head over to the Big Mom pirate ship." Captain Riffin seemed quite interested in Smoothie. "Oh, I nearly forgot about her. Robin, thanks for the reminder. I'll leave you in charge here. I'm heading over to Smoothie's ship." After Nojo finished speaking to Robin, she quickly ran to the pirate ship where Smoothie and Riffin were. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Nojo suddenly leaped off the Black Pearl. Citron had initially been drawn to the conflict between Makita and Hancock. However, when she was contemplating Makita's abilities, she was taken aback when she saw Nojo. "Don't worry, I'm Nojo, a nurse of the Black Pearl Pirates," Nojo reassured Citron. "Captain Riffin may need me to attend to Smoothie's injuries. If you've investigated the Black Pearl Pirates, you should know about me." Nojo placed her hands behind her back as she observed the tall Citron in front of her kindly. "This figure is unusually tall, this must be the long-legged tribe. It's a shame that she's a bit on the plump side. Captain Riffin probably wouldn't prefer to interact with someone of this type. Well, let's skip the idea of copying her body data," Nojo thought to herself. While Nojo was pondering, Charlotte Citron also looked at her thoughtfully, deep in contemplation. Among the Black Pearl Pirates, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 80 million berries, possesses the power to defeat Smoothie. This Nojo also has an 80 million berry bounty. Does she have abilities similar to Robin's? She wondered. "May I proceed?" Nojo asked politely. "If possible, I'd like to assist Captain Riffin as soon as possible. Citron squinted her eyes, contemplated for a moment, and finally nodded, stepping aside. She understood that if Riffin and his group truly intended to attack them, the members of the Big Mom pirate group would have no means of resistance. At this moment, she could only place her trust in Nojiko's words, believing that Nojiko wouldn't take actions that jeopardized the personal safety of the crew on board. What she didn't know was that while Nojiko wouldn't endanger their personal safety, she would engage in actions that would leave them feeling quite embarrassed. Nojiko made way for herself, transforming her expression into a big smile, and then walked towards the cabin of Smoothie's pirate ship. Meanwhile, on the other side, high above the sky. What kind of devil fruit ability user are you? Hancock pointed at Makita, her expression more serious than ever. Although Hancock had never encountered Golden Lion personally, she had gained some knowledge about Golden Lion's abilities since his reappearance at sea. The ability Makita was currently employing immediately reminded her of the powers of the float fruit used by Golden Lion. Hehe, you'll find out soon enough. Try to defeat me, Makita taunted. If you manage to defeat me, I'll tell you the answer. Makita's lips curled up, and under the influence of the float devil fruit, she leaped away from the nine-snake pirate's ship. She extended her right hand, and the thick clouds surrounding her seemed to respond to some mysterious force. After a moment, Hancock was astonished to witness the clouds transforming from cotton candy-like shapes into the menacing form of a colossal lion's head. Is this, truly the power of Golden Lion Shiki? But how is that possible? Maragold rubbed her eyes vigorously, as if trying to dispel the illusion. However, no matter how much she rubbed, the immense lion's head created from the surrounding clouds refused to dissipate. Captain Riffin might need a little more time, Makita said confidently. Since Captain Riffin wishes to meet you, woman, allow me, the deputy captain of the Black Pearl Pirates, to educate you on the importance of showing respect to Captain Riffin. Woman, there's no way for you to escape from this 10,000 meter height. And I, Makita, will never again fall victim to your abilities. Makita fixed her gaze and clenched her hands tightly. The lion's head formed by the surrounding clouds lunged towards Hancock and her elite Kuja pirates with relentless force. In response, Hancock, Maragold, Sonia, and the other elite members of the Kuja pirates tightened their grip on their weapons and scrambled to defend themselves. At the same time, Blue Star World. Riffin Live Broadcast Chat Room. Damn, after Robin defeated Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirate group, will Makita defeat Boa Hancock, one of the Shishibukai again? Goat audience, obviously, Makita has such strength, if she is willing, she may soon be able to end the battle with Empress Hancock by relying on the power of her Conqueror Haki. Kangaroo audience, it's amazing. If Riffin really has the strength of a marine admiral, maybe the Black Pearl Pirates can be considered the 4 Emperor's pirates. Green Pheasant audience, impossible, absolutely impossible, Riffin's pirate group will definitely not be so strong, and the reincarnated people in our country will definitely have a chance to catch up. Eagle audience, yes, I believe that powerful reincarnations such as Ethan, Tina, Sarah, etc., as long as they are given a chance, they can surpass Riffin in 10 steps. Camel audience, there are also Hilai, Yuza, and Nasser from our country. They just lack an opportunity now. Come on, whether it's Smoothie or Hancock, who among your reincarnators can compare to them? Having said that, Tina, Sarah Bryan, Yuza and others are even inferior to Lee, who followed behind Hancock. Wait. Lee. Damn, Goddess Makita, take it easy, don't affect our Lee. Chapter 229, Chapter 227, The Healing Power of Munch Munch Fruit. The Big Mom pirate group belonged to the pirate ship led by Smoothie. Cabin, infirmary. Minutes ago. Riffin, your power is truly powerful. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Please be my husband, I will treat you well. After getting married, I will satisfy you, whether it is ordinary life or night life. Trust me, my devil fruit ability will bring you ultimate joy. After Riffin used the power of the flower fruit to put Smoothie on the hospital bed, Smoothie couldn't help but speak to Riffin. While speaking, she also made a special gesture of using the squeezed fruit. This made Riffin realize that Smoothie was indeed the daughter of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Shyness didn't exist in Smoothie's dictionary at all. Robin beat her to the punch, much to Smoothie's displeasure. But she also had to admire Robin's strength. Similarly, it also made Smoothie realize the powerful potential of the Black Pearl Pirates. And Riffin once again demonstrated the power of the flower fruit, which made Smoothie look up to Riffin even more. Riffin's ability to use the powers of the darkness and lightning devil fruits surprised everyone in the Big Mom Pirates, including Smoothie. Charlotte Linlin also determined that Riffin was a special race for this reason and wanted to invite Riffin to join her pirate group. And now, the third ability displayed by Riffin had doubled the value contained within himself. Smoothie believed that if she were to tell her mother, Charlotte Linlin, about Riffin's information and Robin's situation, she would definitely want the Black Pearl Pirates more. After all, it didn't matter if it was Riffin who possessed extraordinary powers or Robin's rich archaeological knowledge and powerful strength. Everything about them will definitely attract her mother. I should have made it very clear that I have no intention of being Charlotte Linlin's son-in-law. It's you, Miss Smoothie, I'm very interested in you. If you're willing to be my wife, I don't mind marrying you from the Big Mom Pirates to the Black Pearl Pirates. While talking, Riffin took off the super long boots worn by Smoothie. Riffin, you understand that I am the 4th general of the Big Mom Pirate group. Mom won't let me leave the Big Mom Pirates. Even if I'm interested in a powerful man like you. Smoothie shook her head and said. Although she hadn't seen Riffin display much of his strength, since Riffin could control Robin, and considering some previous rumors about Riffin, in Smoothie's mind, Riffin's power level had been ranked very high. That's right, you are one of the 4 generals, so you have a special status. In that case, how about letting your sister Charlotte Cinnamon marry me? Or have Charlotte Garrett come aboard my ship? In this way, our 2 pirate groups can also be considered married. Riffin smiled and glanced at Garrett and Cinnamon, who were watching him worriedly and vigilantly. Smoothie, Cinnamon, Garrett, and other members of the Big Mom Pirates in the medical room were taken aback when they heard Riffin's words. It was like hearing something unbelievable. Smoothie was the first to react. She shook her head with a chuckle and said. Riffin, you really know how to joke. Riffin couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth when he heard this and said. I'm not joking. I'm a person who loves beauty, and a woman like Miss Garrett fits my taste perfectly. As for Miss Cinnamon, such a tall figure is rare among normal humans. I also want to try falling in love with this type of woman. Miss Smoothie is the same, such a tall figure is really amazing. It's just that since you are one of the 4 generals, there's nothing I can do. Riffin shook his head and said. Hearing this, Smoothie opened her mouth involuntarily and looked at Cinnamon and Garrett dumbfoundedly. It had never occurred to her that her fiancé would openly admit to having a crush on her 2 younger sisters. At this moment, Smoothie couldn't help but understand why there were so many outstanding women around Riffin. It seems that you have a preference for beautiful women, Riffin. Smoothie smiled and sighed. Smoothie wasn't surprised by Riffin's taste. After all, when she was in Tato Land, she had already encountered many people with unique preferences for beauty. Many of these powerful pirates shared the same interests as Riffin. Smoothie opened her mouth, ready to say something to Riffin. Riffin frowned suddenly, a red light flashing in his eyes as he looked towards the direction outside the cabin. Smoothie raised her brows and looked out of the boat at the same time. Soon, Hancock and Makita clashed, and the image of them using Conqueror's Haki against each other was etched in her mind. That Makita, who has a bounty of 300 million berries, also possesses Conqueror's Haki. Wait, Hancock got pinned by her Conqueror's Haki. Hey! Makita's Conqueror's Haki shook the Kuja Pirates' pirate ship. Smoothie's eyes widened in shock at the same time sparkling with intrigue. Her heart rate suddenly increased due to the sheer surprise of it all. Stop using observation Haki for now, Miss Smoothie. That arrogant Empress seems to have had some conflicts with my vice-captain. I need to attend to your injury promptly and then deal with Hancock's situation. Miss Smoothie, I want to use my special ability to heal you as a favor to Ada so you can recover quickly. I will swallow you into my stomach later to further address your fracture, I hope you won't resist. Riffin patted Smoothie's thigh and said solemnly. Swallowed. Smoothie looked at Riffin dumbfounded. She had never heard of curing diseases and wounds by swallowing a person. Could it be that this guy can use the power of other devil fruits? Thinking of Riffin's ability to use the power of controlling black mist, thunder, and lightning, and Robin's flower fruit, Smoothie couldn't help but wonder. This kind of thought even surprised Smoothie herself. Riffin's ability to use 3 devil fruit abilities was already a fantasy, something that ordinary people wouldn't dare to even consider. If Riffin could use a 4th type or even more. Thinking of this, Smoothie couldn't imagine how powerful Riffin might be. But at this moment, Smoothie's evaluation of Riffin's devil fruit abilities gradually aligned with the Marine's speculation about Riffin's abilities. I see, you took off my shoes earlier because you wanted to swallow me, right? Please go ahead, Riffin. I trust you won't actually digest me. Speaking of which, do I need to take off my coat as well? Smoothie smiled and said to Riffin. Smoothie understood that if Riffin truly intended to harm her, neither she nor the other members of the Big Mom pirates she brought with her could resist. Under these circumstances, the likelihood of Riffin harming her was low. Therefore, it was better to use this opportunity to learn more about Riffin's hidden abilities. Generally speaking, you don't need to take off your coat. But later, I will use special techniques to apply ointment to your injured and fractured areas. This will help your body absorb the ointment more effectively and speed up your healing. Of course, after I swallow you, I won't be able to completely heal you. But when I spit you out again, your condition will be much improved. If you don't mind not getting the maximum treatment effect, you can ask your sisters to apply the ointment for you. After all, I'm only here to help because of Ada's request, and if I can save some effort, I'm not averse to it. Riffin shrugged and said indifferently. Is that so? I thought a man like you would want to see me without my coat on. Smoothie said with a smile, thinking of Riffin openly admitting his love for beauties and showing interest in her sister Garrett and Cinnamon. Riffin, please do your best to provide me with the best treatment. You are the doctor now, and I am the patient. So, as a patient, I shouldn't be shy about your identity as a man. And the first half of the Grand Line is not close to Toto Land. Now, the Marines on your ship know of our existence once again. Just to be safe, I think it's better for me to get back to full condition as soon as possible. Smoothie looked at Riffin with bright eyes and said. Then she signaled her sisters Cinnamon, Garrett and the others not to intervene and opened her arms, as if she were willing to be controlled by Riffin. The more abilities Riffin revealed, the more curious Smoothie became about him, the fiancé chosen by her mother. Smoothie wasn't thrilled about being defeated by Robin, but it didn't diminish her interest in Riffin. As there was no way to forcefully take Riffin away, Smoothie wanted to see if she could impress him with her charm, laying the foundation for Riffin to marry her in the future. Even now, Smoothie hadn't given up on having Riffin join the Big Mom Pirates and become her husband. This wasn't only for the Big Mom Pirates but also for Smoothie herself. In this sea, people always respected powerful individuals. Riffin's strength made Smoothie feel respected, and his appearance matched Smoothie's aesthetic preferences. Observing the many sons-in-law of the Big Mom Pirate group, Smoothie thought Riffin was the most attractive among them, not to mention the strongest. Given these circumstances, Smoothie still wanted to vie for him, and if she didn't succeed, she would at least make Riffin her fiancé. Through their previous conversation, Smoothie was almost certain that Riffin had a fondness for beauties. This reinforced Smoothie's idea of attracting Riffin with her charm. As you wish. Riffin didn't inquire further into Smoothie's intentions. With her permission, he used the power of the flower fruit to create arms around Smoothie and released the restraints of her coat without worsening her injuries. In an instant, viewers who had been following Riffin's live broadcast saw only a pitch-black screen. Riffin didn't release all of Smoothie's restraints, leaving her with basic inner clothing to preserve her modesty. Under the astonished gaze of Smoothie, Cinnamon, Garrett and others, Riffin swallowed Smoothie, causing his own body to involuntarily grow several notches taller due to her height. What kind of ability is this? Garrett, have you ever heard of it? Cinnamon nervously looked at Riffin, who appeared to be chewing something, and asked Garrett anxiously. I don't know, but Sister Smoothie, you should be fine. Garrett was also concerned, knowing that if something happened to Smoothie, it would be challenging for them to rely on their own strength to return to their territory. Even if they did return to Toto Land, they might have their lifespans drained by their mother. This made Garrett prioritize her personal safety out of fear. Fortunately, after Riffin had Smoothie in his stomach for a while, he safely regurgitated her. At this point, aside from being covered in Riffin's saliva, Smoothie's bones had further mended. Sister, are you okay? Cinnamon and Garrett each picked up a towel and approached Smoothie, carefully helping her clean up. Don't worry, I'm fine. I want to thank Riffin, the pain in my body has indeed eased considerably after this experience. Riffin, could you please explain your ability? After Smoothie clenched her fists, she opened her arms for Cinnamon and Garrett to clean herself as she asked Riffin curiously. Chapter 230, Chapter 228, The Influence of Makita's Second Devil Fruit. You know it's a secret, Smoothie. Instead of asking me this, you'd better lie down and let me apply the ointment for you. Nojo, you should come and help too. Riffin took out the ointment from the medical bag on his body, glanced at Nojo who entered from the consulting room's door, and said, "Yes, Captain Riffin." Nojo nodded slightly, followed Riffin to Smoothie, and began applying the ointment using Kenpo technique. Riffin, in addition to applying it himself, also used the power of the flower fruit to expedite Smoothie's healing process. Riffin and Chopper had previously experimented with using the munch fruit to heal wounds. Although munch fruit couldn't directly alleviate pain like Kuma's paw devil fruit, they could utilize its unique properties to facilitate healing. Based on Riffin and Chopper's research, munch fruit's ability was especially effective for treating injuries like fractures. This might be due to the inherent ability of the munch fruit to rearrange things. While it couldn't completely heal a fractured body part, when combined with the ointment developed by Riffin and Chopper, it could significantly accelerate recovery. However, since the unawakened munch fruit has a healing effect, Riffin thought to himself, after awakening, munch fruit's ability to heal injuries should be even more amplified. I wonder if Chopper can separate the pain of the wounded from the wounded himself, similar to what Kuma did to Luffy's pain. While applying ointment to Smoothie, Riffin considered this possibility. Munch fruit was a paramecia-type devil fruit, and Riffin believed that his speculation wasn't out of the question. With this in mind, he felt a strong desire for Chopper to awaken his munch fruit. "Hiss, not there, Riffin," Smoothie chuckled, looking at Riffin with a smile on her face. "Stop making strange noises, Smoothie. I'm just applying the ointment, your treatment is over. I believe it won't be long before you can return to your original state. These unused ointments are for you to use on your journey." Riffin tossed a medicine bottle to Smoothie. Smoothie didn't mind Riffin applying the ointment, and even let him take advantage of her. Under normal circumstances, Riffin wouldn't show any mercy, but the situation was different now. Cinnamon and the others watched Riffin intently, as if worried he might do something improper. However, Riffin's observation Haki had sensed Makita flying towards the sky with Hancock and others. To prevent any accidents with Hancock and Lee, Riffin wanted to meet them promptly. "It's really cold, Riffin. Now I have some doubts about your earlier statement regarding your interest in beauties. Or am I not a beauty in your eyes?" Smoothie inquired. "You are a beauty, but I'm very busy right now. I don't have time to admire your beauty. Let's chat when we have the chance, preferably when your mother allows you to join my Black Pearl Pirates." Riffin glanced at Nojo, who had her hand on Smoothie's face while applying the ointment, and said with meaning. Unaware of Nojo's devil fruit ability, Smoothie didn't have any reservations about her actions. Instead, she smiled warmly at Nojo, who responded with an equally friendly smile. Nojo then approached Cinnamon and Garrett with 2 bottles of ointment. "This is the leftover ointment. Since you are Miss Smoothie's sisters, I'll rely on you to help her with the treatment." Cinnamon and Garrett both nodded, seeing Smoothie's improved condition. They believed Riffin's intentions were genuine and recognized the effectiveness of Nojo's ointment. Consequently, they didn't hesitate to accept. As Cinnamon and Garrett received the ointment, Nojo took the opportunity to touch their cheeks with her right hand. And Cinnamon and Garrett didn't think much of it. Smoothie, however, was somewhat puzzled. Nojo applying ointment made sense, but Cinnamon and Garrett weren't injured, so Nojo's actions seemed abrupt. "Let's go, Nojo. We should head back," Riffin said after achieving his goal, then looked at Smoothie and Ada standing nearby. "Ada, this should settle my debt to you. By the way, are you sure you won't stay with my Black Pearl?" Ada shook her head and replied, "Thank you for the offer, Riffin. But I decline. A man like you is quite appealing, but if I were always by your side, I might fall for you. Besides, you have plenty of women, and I don't want to share a man with others. You can't give up other women for me, can you?" Ada's response marked another act in the performance. "Too bad. Well, since you've decided to join Big Mom Pirates, I won't object. I wish you a happy life there. However, I've heard that Charlotte Linlin has a short temper and tends to shorten others' lifespans with her abilities, so be careful." Riffin sighed, appearing regretful. Then, he looked at Smoothie and added, "Smoothie, remember to take good care of Ada. Your recovery is thanks to her efforts." After speaking, Riffin turned and walked out of the cabin with Nojo. The Big Mom Pirates crew didn't dare to stop them. "So, this is why you didn't stay with Riffin. But what do you mean? Does Riffin already have a woman?" Smoothie asked, intrigued. That's right. In my opinion, both Robin and Nojo beside him have a close relationship to Riffin, Ada replied, looking up at the tall Smoothie and smiling. Okay, it seems that if I want Riffin to marry me, I'll have to defeat Robin and Nojo, Smoothie mused, licking her lips and glancing meaningfully in the direction Riffin had left. After a moment, she turned to Ada and asked, Ada, Riffin said he likes women, and some of his actions support that. But I deliberately allowed him to take advantage of me, and he didn't react. Since you know him well, can you tell me if he was affected by what happened with Hancock? Is that why he's paying less attention to me? Or perhaps he doesn't find me attractive? After spending time with Riffin, Smoothie had moved on from her initial infatuation and now cared more about Riffin's feelings. She was also unaware that many ordinary humans found long-legged tribe women unattractive. Even though Riffin had previously expressed his interest in her and her sister Cinnamon from the long-legged family, Smoothie was still somewhat worried. Please rest assured, Ada reassured her. Riffin is definitely interested in you, Miss Smoothie. Not only you, also to Miss Cinnamon, and Miss Garrett. Ada knew Nojo's devil fruit ability. And since Nojo had deliberately gathered data of Smoothie, Cinnamon, and Garrett with her devil fruit, this indicated that Smoothie and Cinnamon were within Riffin's aesthetic range. Is that so? Then I'm relieved, Smoothie replied with a nod. She glanced once more in the direction Riffin had left and sighed softly. It's a shame that such a powerful and charming man can't be brought back. Marrying a man like him would be a wonderful thing. At that moment, Citron burst into the room, looking at Smoothie with concern. Smoothie, are you all right? Have you recovered? Citron had seen Riffin and Nojo return to the Black Pearl a moment ago and had become worried about Smoothie. I'm mostly cured, don't worry, Sister Citron, Smoothie reassured her. By the way, your complexion seems a bit off. Did something happen outside? Did Riffin's partner defeat Empress Hancock? Smoothie inquired with interest. Earlier, she had sensed the conflict between Makita and Hancock using observation Haki. However, she had stopped using it when she received treatment from Riffin. Still, the matter had left her curious, and after Riffin left, she resumed using observation Haki. But to her surprise, she couldn't detect the presence of Makita and Hancock anymore. To the sky. Smoothie remarked. No wonder I couldn't sense their presence. However, the ability to elevate a ship into the air does sound somewhat familiar. Ada, do you have any knowledge of Makita's abilities? Smoothie asked Ada with a hint of suspicion. Sorry, Miss Smoothie, Ada replied. I'm not Riffin's partner after all. Although I did assist Riffin and others in the battle against Crocodile, my knowledge of Makita is limited. I know she's skilled with the Marine 6 styles and possesses formidable armament Haki and observation Haki. I wasn't even aware she could use Conqueror's Haki. As for her devil fruit ability, I have very little information. Smoothie sighed hearing it. Well, that's unfortunate. Smoothie, I think I've figured out Makita's devil fruit ability, Citron said with a determined expression, taking a deep breath. Tell me your theory, sister, Smoothie responded, her smile fading as she anticipated the answer. But when Strong uttered her answer, Smoothie's smile froze, and her expression grew serious. Smoothie, I believe Makita's devil fruit ability is likely the devil fruit of Golden Lion Shiki. Citron's serious expression sent a chill down Smoothie's spine. Her gentle smile vanished completely as she absorbed the shocking revelation. Chapter 231, Chapter 229, The Slave Mark is Exposed. Sister Citron, this joke isn't funny, Smoothie remarked after a while. Eventually, Smoothie regained her composure. She gazed at Charlotte Citron with a serious expression and continued, Golden Lion died not long ago, so how could his devil fruit ability have appeared on Makita's body? Cinnamon walked up to Citron, shaking her head and also said, Golden Lion was killed by Jun and Riffin. After the Golden Lion dies, the devil fruit will reappear somewhere in the ocean. But no matter how you look at it, it's impossible for it to appear next to Riffin and be consumed by Makita. Citron frowned, also looking puzzled. Smoothie, everyone, I know this is astonishing. I didn't believe that Makita's ability was the power of Golden Lion's lion fruit at first. But just now, when I saw the clouds in the sky turn into giant lion heads, I knew I'm not wrong. That woman, Makita, really possesses the devil fruit ability of the Golden Lion. In addition to the power of Golden Lion Shiki float devil fruit, I can't think of any other devil fruit that can make a ship fly and manipulate the clouds freely, Citron stated earnestly. She quickly narrated everything she had witnessed during the fight between Makita and Hancock. In the consultation room, Smoothie and the others stared wide-eyed after listening to Citron's account. It was difficult to believe, but they knew that Citron would not joke about such matters. After a while, Smoothie leaped off the hospital bed and hastily put her coat back on. Then, she headed towards the exit of the consultation room. "Sister, where are you going? Didn't Riffin bid us farewell and allow us to leave?" Charlotte Garrett asked, following Smoothie's footsteps with concern. "I'm going to verify the situation outside. I want to witness Makita's ability with my own eyes," Smoothie replied, her expression more serious than ever. She was awed by what Robin had demonstrated, but the revelation that Makita possessed the float devil fruit ability left her even more astonished. It was a level of surprise that rivaled what Riffin had previously brought. Although Robin's ability was powerful, it could still be considered within the realm of normal and reasonable strength. But the fact that Makita could wield the power of Golden Lion Devil Fruit was incredibly abnormal. Just as Garrett had mentioned, the Devil Fruit had appeared in Riffin's partner's hands shortly after Golden Lion's demise, which was exceedingly unusual. When Garrett heard Smoothie's decision, her expression grew even more somber. For her, Makita's ability piqued her curiosity, but she prioritized her safety. Staying there without gaining a sense of security would jeopardize her life. However, seeing Smoothie's determined posture, Garrett realized she couldn't dissuade her and chose to follow along with Cinnamon, Citron, and the others. 10,000 meters above the sky, the battle between Makita and the Kuja pirates raged on. The elite fighters of the 9 snake pirates voiced their frustrations. "Damn it, this woman is as agile as a snake. You coward, come down and face us if you have the guts. Accursed woman, return our weapons." Makita had seized the weapons of the 9 snake pirates using her float devil fruit ability. Among them was even Maragold's weapon. Hancock frowned, watching Makita in the air with a serious expression. The high-altitude environment at 10,000 meters was limiting for Hancock, not to mention the other members of the Kuja pirates. Makita, on the other hand, possessed superior Haki compared to everyone else. Combining the Kilo fruit and float fruit gave her exceptional agility, along with her observation Haki that allowed her to foresee the future. So Hancock and the other 9 snake pirates struggled to land a hit on Makita. While Hancock attempted to use her charm to exploit any weaknesses Makita might have, Makita never gave her an opportunity. "Damn Black Pearl pirates! Why do we have to deal with such a troublesome woman, besides Riffin and Robin?" Hancock muttered through gritted teeth, keeping her eyes locked on Makita. "Hehe, I thank you for helping me master the power of my devil fruit. Since you desire this weapon, please take it," Makita announced with a sweeping gesture of her hand, conjuring a thick cloud that formed a massive lion's head, lunging toward the 9 snake pirates' ship. Simultaneously, the weapons swords, guns, spears, and halberds behind her were enveloped in armament Haki. These weapons were then propelled toward the distracted 9 snake pirates. Despite the elite fighters of the 9 snake pirates possessing strong observation Haki, Makita's weapon projectiles were exceptionally fast, bolstered by her powerful armament Haki and the Cloud Lion's head. They struggled to cope with the onslaught of these weapons. Soon, an accident occurred. "Watch out!" Maragold, who had transformed into a snake woman, rushed forward and pushed away a 9 snake pirates gunner named Rindo. In the next moment, a weapon originally belonging to Maragold was embedded into the deck where Rindo had stood moments before. Maragold attempted to retrieve her weapon to continue defending against Makita's attacks. However, another sharp blade whizzed by her side, cutting through her clothing but not injuring her skin. As the straps of her clothes were damaged, her entire dress began slipping off her body. At the same time, Hancock's vision around her became extremely hazy after seeing the white cloud lion head enveloping the ships of the 9 snake pirates. Therefore, she directly jumped up, stretched her right foot forward and kept turning her body, kicking out strong whines one after another. Under the influence of the wind and waves, the white clouds began to recede gradually, and the sights of the 9 snake pirates began to recover. At this time, Hancock, who was concentrating on clearing the surrounding clouds, did not notice that the clothes on Maragold's body were torn and fell off. And the 3 sisters absolutely don't want the tattoo on their back to be shown in front of the eyes of other people in Daughter's Island, which symbolizes the celestial dragon slaves. The hoof of the soaring dragon will be exposed to everyone because of the dispersal of the clouds. Maragold's eyes widened, and she tried to pick up her clothes in a panic. However, the clothes she was wearing were thin, and after being hit by the weapon carrying Makita armament Haki, the thin clothes could not help her cover the hoof of the sky dragon. Looking at the thinner clouds around him, Maragold became more and more flustered. At that moment, a powerful force pressed down on her shoulders, and she felt herself forcibly pushed onto the deck. Just as Maragold was about to struggle, a somewhat familiar male voice whispered beside her ear. "Don't move if you don't want what's behind you to be seen by others." Maragold couldn't help but shiver upon hearing this. She slowly twisted her limp neck to look behind her. By this time, all the clouds had dispersed, and the surroundings were clearly visible. In Maragold's eyes, Riffin had already removed the coat he had been wearing and draped it over Maragold, who lay on the deck of the pirate ship. Riffin himself sat directly on top of the coat and on Maragold's back. "It's you, Riffin!" Maragold exclaimed in disbelief. Riffin nodded slightly, his gaze briefly flicking across the astonished faces of Hancock, Sandersonia, and other elite fighters of the 9 snake pirates who were still conscious. Finally, he turned his attention to Makita, who had fallen from the sky and approached him. "Riffin is here. Damn, do we still have to face off against Riffin? A woman with a bounty of 300 million berries is trouble enough. Isn't this Riffin, with a bounty of 1 billion berries, 3 times stronger than Makita? Wait. Look quickly, Maragold-sama's back is exposed. What, are we all going to be petrified by the cursed eyes? Sandersonia-sama, Snakeheim, what should we do?" The elite pirates of the 9 snake pirates, upon witnessing Maragold's predicament, wanted to come to her rescue. However, upon seeing the state of Maragold's torn clothing and the bewildered expressions on Hancock and Sandersonia faces, they hesitated. What are these guys up to? What curse are they talking about? Makita frowned, her lovely brow furrowing in puzzlement. "They have their own situation here," Riffin stated. "Makita, let me handle this. Go back to the Black Pearl. After I finish my conversation with Hancock, I'll be back." As Riffin spoke, he raised his hand and used the power of the float devil fruit to override Makita's control of the pirate ship. "I understand, Captain Riffin," Makita replied with a smile. She then glared at Hancock and the others before jumping off the pirate ship and landing in the direction of the Black Pearl. "Riffin, did you see her back?" Hancock's enchanting voice suddenly sounded from the side. Riffin turned his head to look and saw Hancock with one hand on her lips, gazing at him with big, watery eyes, an expression of extreme distress on her face. "Yes, I saw it," Riffin responded with a sly grin as he continued to use the power of the float devil fruit to gather the sail that had fallen onto the deck due to Makita's attack and wrapped it around Maragold below him. As the large sail enveloped Maragold tightly, the screen in the live broadcast room, which had been blacked out, also lit up. He saw it. Hancock furrowed her brows as she watched Riffin's actions, feeling an unexplained sense of anxiety and panic. This heightened state of unease only deepened her aggrieved expression, making her allure even more irresistible. In the next moment, just after Riffin retrieved a candy-shaped pill from the medical kit and popped it into his mouth, Hancock extended her hands forward and formed a heart-shaped gesture toward Riffin. "Mellow mellow mellow." With those words, a pink heart-shaped beam shot out from Hancock's hand and rapidly approached Riffin's body. Chapter 232, Chapter 230, Black Pearls Are All Monsters. Riffin live broadcast chat room. "Damn it, what's the situation?" Just as the screen turned brighter, I saw Brother Riffin being hit by Hancock's devil fruit. Eagle audience, great, that bastard Riffin is going to be turned into stone. Green pheasant audience, ha ha ha, this is really the best news I have seen this year. Cole Lima audience, could it be that Riffin is about to perish in this place? How is it possible? Open your eyes wide and take a good look, our brother Fan is perfectly fine. Take a good look, you idiots. Although Brother Riffin was hit by the light, there's no sign of him being petrified at all. Eagle audience, how is it possible? I clearly saw that Riffin was hit. Could it be that he escaped? There is a possibility that our brother Riffin is strong-willed and not charmed by Hancock. Green pheasant audience, how is it possible? Hancock's charm is overflowing across the screen. How can that man Riffin not be charmed? That man obviously likes beautiful women. Hehe, so what if he likes beauties? Which man doesn't love beauties? It's normal for Brother Riffin to like beauties, but it doesn't mean he'll be easily charmed. One Piece Dungeon World. Is this Marrow Mellow? It looks pretty, Riffin stroked his chin and said with great interest. He wasn't affected by Hancock's charm. Because before he came here, he had already ingested a pill containing the secret medicine, fish word hell. When Hancock's power struck, Riffin bit the pill into pieces, and the extremely bitter medicine inside diverted Riffin's attention. Naturally, Hancock's ability had no effect on Riffin. How is it possible? Why is my ability ineffective? Hancock widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Riffin in shock. Makita was a woman, and Hancock was only amazed that her charms didn't affect her. But Riffin as a man also avoided being petrified by her devil fruit ability. This, of course, shocked Hancock to the extreme. Who knows, maybe my endurance is quite strong. Speaking of which, I'm helping you guys. After all, what's behind your sister isn't convenient for other people to see. Under such circumstances, you're still attacking me. Isn't that a bit too much? Riffin patted the back of Maragold, who was wrapped in a ball by the sail, and said to Hancock with a smile on his face. As soon as Riffin finished speaking, the elite pirates of the 9 snake pirates were immediately shocked. And the faces of the 3 sisters flashed with complex emotions mixed with gloom and fear. The Hydra pirates' elite pirates were surprised that Riffin might have seen the curse behind Maragold but was not petrified. The 3 Hancock sisters were worried that Riffin might have actually seen the hoof of the celestial dragon, which represented the slave status of the celestial dragons, and that he might spread the matter. Damn it, you really saw it. Moments later, Hancock was overwhelmed with worry and fear. Regardless of whether Riffin would be charmed by her charm, she once again used her Marrow Mellow ability. However, it was the same as last time. When Marrow Mellow attacked Riffin again, Riffin once again used his secret medicine to resist it. Although the secret medicine was extremely bitter, Riffin, who often tried new medicines, could keep his composure after taking it. Hey, why bother? Your ability has no effect on me. You should understand this. Compared to this, shouldn't we have a good talk? Maybe our relationship doesn't need to be so tense. Riffin shook his head and glanced at Lee on the deck, who had fallen asleep due to the Conqueror's Haki contest. Lee was one of the top 100 reincarnations, but she hadn't received the same rewards as Ada from Riffin. Facing the double impact of Makita and Hancock's Conqueror's Haki, she couldn't regain consciousness. Hateful man, I have nothing to talk to you about. Hancock scolded angrily. She kicked her feet hard on the ground and sent a perfume femur flying towards Riffin at high speed. The fear brought about by the exposure of the mark made her forget about the potential difference in strength between her and Riffin, the 9 snake pirates, and the Black Pearl pirates. Now, she just wanted to petrify Riffin completely to prevent the secrets of the 3 sisters from being exposed. Faced with Hancock's powerful attack, Riffin shook his head and blocked Hancock's kick with his right fist. With a muffled sound, the black-red light exploded instantly, and the powerful oppressive force scattered around Riffin as the center. I haven't even touched it yet, what kind of Haki is this? Hancock frowned, looking solemnly at the few centimeters between Riffin's fist and her ankle. Dark water. Just as Hancock was distracted by Riffin's Conqueror's Haki, Riffin raised his hand, with darkness in his arm, he seized Hancock's neck. Due to Makita's drain on Hancock's stamina and the distraction of the mark incident, Hancock had no time to react. She was held by Riffin's hand around her neck, losing control of her devil fruit power. Although the battle with you isn't my intention, if showing my strength can make you more honest, then I can only use a little bit of violence against you, Riffin said as he lifted Hancock by her neck. He clenched his right fist, using both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, and struck Hancock's neck with precision. Riffin's precise control of power and the impact of Conqueror's Haki on Hancock's spirit made her fall unconscious. Riffin, congratulations on defeating the Shishibukai Empress Boa Hancock. Special reward Paramecia Devil Fruit Awakening Scroll. Remarks, every time you defeat a Shishibukai, you can get corresponding rewards. Remarks, if you defeat the 7 Shishibukai, you will receive rich rewards. Riffin Live Broadcast Chat Room. As expected of Brother Riffin, he easily did what we couldn't. Eagle Audience, this guy, is he really not affected by Hancock's charm? Did he attack Hancock so simply? Camel Audience, I think this guy just wants to knock the Empress unconscious, and then turn the Empress into his own slave. The 9 snake pirates still have so many beautiful women, damn it, this guy is a lucky bastard. Why did I hear voices of envy, jealousy, and hatred? Don't pay attention to that pickle man, he has no control over what Brother Riffin wants to do. What I care about now is whether there will be any rewards after Brother Riffin defeats Hancock. There should be, defeating a Shishibukai should be like finding the historical text stele, and it should allow Brother Riffin to get excellent rewards. Unfortunately, apart from the announcements made by the entire server, we have no way to see the specific rewards that Brother Riffin received. Riffin naturally didn't know what the Blue Star viewer was talking about. After seeing Ayane, Ada Wong, Lee, and others, Riffin understood that the planet he passed through was different from his previous world. He also understood that these people hidden in the inner world must have some powerful individuals. But before returning from the dungeon world, Riffin didn't have time to pay attention to them. Now his attention is on the 9 snake pirates and the reward he just received. It's the same as the reward for defeating Crocodile last time. In this way, Chopper's Munch Munch fruit can also be awakened. I hope that after awakening, Chopper can gain strong fighting abilities. And with Crocodile and Hancock, in this way, I have defeated 2 Shishibukai. Excellent rewards for defeating 7 Shishibukai. I hope that the copy space will provide enough generous rewards by then. But Riffin suddenly couldn't help thinking seriously when he thought of Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman in Shishibukai who could fight against 4 emperors' red-haired shanks. Among Shishibukai, Riffin is confident that he can defeat the other 6 and receive rewards. But Riffin isn't sure about Hawkeye, who can crush the meteorite summoned by Fujitora with a flat A/. Because defeating Shishibukai can be rewarded. When Riffin met Hancock, he was actually ready to fight and defeat her. In Riffin's mind, he was the one who first looked for an opportunity to talk to Hancock. After that, defeat Hancock in the name of a competition to get a reward, instead of defeating her in the current situation that seems to be a life and death struggle. But now that the situation has reached this level, he doesn't mind knocking out Hancock directly. Of course, his behavior also made the other pirates of the 9 snake pirates very angry. Damn man, return Snakeheim to us. Sister. What did you bastard do to our sister? Everyone, attack him, snatch Snakeheim from his grasp. A group of fighters of the 9 snake pirates rushed towards Riffin angrily. However, at the next moment, a vigorous aura exploded from Riffin's side, directly overwhelming the 9 snake pirates, making them unable to move. This is Conqueror's Haki. It is even stronger than that woman, Makita. Are all the Black Pearl Pirates monsters? Sandersonia knelt on the ground with both legs, and raised her head with difficulty to look at Riffin who was exuding a terrifying aura. Then, she forced herself to look at the rest of the 9 snake pirates, and found that they, like herself, were also unable to act under the influence of Riffin's Conqueror's Haki. Such a scene made Sandersonia desperate. Fortunately, Riffin did not continue to exert Conqueror's Haki for too long. Seeing that everyone had stopped, Riffin also put away his Haki. Don't worry, your captain is fine. I just saw that she was too excited, so I let her fall asleep temporarily. I don't have any malice in keeping her, I just want to talk to her. Over there, you are Hancock's sister Sandersonia, right? Come and take Hancock and Maragold to your cabin. As Riffin said, he took the initiative to walk to Sandersonia's side and handed Hancock into her hands. Although Sandersonia was puzzled by Riffin's actions, she, who cared about Hancock, couldn't wait to confirm Hancock's situation. Sister, are you okay? Sister, wake up quickly. Where is the doctor? Come here quickly. Sandersonia shook Hancock in her arms, and at the same time shouted loudly to the people of the Kuja pirates behind her. That, Sandersonia-sama. The doctor has also passed out. What? Passed out? Sandersonia's brow furrowed even further. Just when she was thinking about what to do, a coughing sound suddenly came from her arms. Sister, are you awake? Sandersonia turned her head in surprise, and looked at Hancock who slowly opened her eyes in her arms. Chapter 233, Chapter 231, Curse? I happen to have a way to heal it out. She woke up so quickly. This woman is truly remarkable. It's no wonder that this woman in the original book could elicit comments from Sengoku like that. If this woman develops further, perhaps she will indeed become the Empress of the Sea. Sure enough, it's necessary to include this woman in the team, Riffin mused, raising his eyebrows as he looked at Hancock in surprise. He didn't push Hancock too hard, but he hadn't expected her to wake up so quickly. Hancock's performance made Riffin realize her potential, sparking a desire to recruit her as a member of the captain's subordinate pirate group. Here is. Hancock frowned beautifully. As she saw Sandersonia's worried expression, memories of her previous battle with Riffin flooded back. She quickly rolled over from Sandersonia's arms and fixed her eyes on Riffin with a serious gaze. Riffin. Hancock gritted her teeth and assumed a fighting stance once again. Don't get too excited, Hancock, unless you want to end up on the ground like you were a moment ago, Riffin warned. Also, maybe you should consider protecting what's behind her now. Riffin smiled, raised his hand, and threw Maragold's body, wrapped in a sail, towards Hancock and Sandersonia. Upon seeing this, the two sisters quickly caught their younger sibling, ensuring the sails remained wrapped around Maragold, concealing the mark from the view of the 9 Snake Pirates elite fighters. Maragold-sama, are you all right? Excellent, the curse behind Maragold-sama didn't activate. We're all safe. That Riffin, did he see Maragold-sama's curse and wrap her in a sail? But if he saw the curse behind Maragold-sama, why wasn't he petrified? He wasn't petrified by Snakeheim before, perhaps this formidable man has a special ability to resist curses. The fighters of the 9 Snake Pirates exchanged their thoughts with each other, bringing relief to Hancock, Maragold, and Sandersonia. They had not glimpsed the mark behind Maragold. This man, he saw that thing, Hancock thought, her brow furrowing elegantly as she examined Riffin closely. Maragold and Sandersonia wore similarly complex expressions. How about it, three of you? Can we have a civilized conversation now? Riffin asked with a gentle smile, addressing Hancock and her sisters. Now that he entertained the idea of assimilating the 9 Snake Pirates into a pirate group under the Black Pearl Pirates, Riffin sought to resolve previous conflicts with Hancock and establish a positive relationship. After all, the sea was vast, and they might not encounter each other again so easily. A conversation. Hancock pursed her lips and regarded Riffin suspiciously. Sandersonia leaned down to explain to Hancock what had transpired during the moments she had been unconscious. Upon hearing that Riffin possessed Conqueror's Haki, potentially as powerful as Makita or even stronger, and could subdue the entire 9 Snake Pirates in an instant, Hancock's pupils visibly contracted. Besides their brief contest with Riffin, Hancock was acutely aware of the unfavorable situation she faced. After all, Riffin was a man who could resist her allure. Do you wish to talk? Well, in that case, you and I can retire to this Empress room for our discussion. To those who are still awake, clean up the battlefield. And if you don't want to be turned to stone by the curse, don't approach this Empress room. Furthermore, don't impede that man over there. After leaving these instructions, Hancock turned and headed towards the cabin. Sandersonia lifted Maragold and followed Hancock's lead, while Riffin, still smiling, addressed the 9 Snake Pirate fighters who were keeping a watchful eye on him. He then followed Hancock. Riffin live broadcast chat room. Eagle audience, this guy Riffin, is he trying to develop the 9 Snake Pirates into his subordinate pirates? Green pheasant audience, subordinate pirates? Wait, this guy Riffin has indeed obtained the authority to develop other pirate captains into subordinate pirate captains. Camel audience, no way, the Empress is Shishibukai after all, and she is still the emperor of a country, how could she be willing to become Riffin's subordinate captain? How is that impossible? She is willing to become the 7 warlords of the sea of the world government, which shows that she is not so proud that she has no boundaries. If Brother Riffin gives enough, it is not impossible for her to become part of the Black Pearl Pirates. Goat audience, if the Empress becomes Riffin's partner, she will also be strengthened by Riffin's resources. To be honest, there are indeed many things that Riffin can give her. Kolima audience, if a Shishibukai, the emperor of a country becomes the power of the Black Pearl Pirates, this man Riffin will be completely ahead of other reincarnators. Hehe, Brother Riffin is already ahead of other reincarnators, okay. Green pheasant audience, I'm so envious. Behind the Empress is the country of women. Is this guy Riffin going to have a country's beauties? Eagle audience, as expected of you upstairs, we are all thinking about the power that Riffin can get, but you are thinking about the beauty that Riffin can have. Kangaroo audience, I'm curious about what the curses were mentioned by the pirates of the 9 Snake Pirates. Do Hancock and the others have any special curses? Eagle audience, it's better to have, and it's the kind of strong curse that can curse Riffin alone. You're dreaming too much, haven't you seen Brother Riffin's calm face? Even if there is a curse, with many devil fruit abilities he has, I'm sure it can help him resist the curse. Goat audience, indeed. But I'm quite curious about the curse, and I don't know if I can learn more about it later. Goat audience, wait, why is the screen black? Maybe it's because that Maragold is showing the curse, that thing seems to be behind her, if she wants to show it, she may take off the sails on her body, which will also trigger the black screen mechanism in the live broadcast room. Eagle audience, is there a possibility that Riffin has been cursed that kill him? Green pheasant audience, there is indeed such a possibility. In the follow-up, the three sisters of Empress Hancock felt that Riffin could not be defeated by conventional power, so they used this powerful curse that might kill Riffin. Continue to fantasize and leave a message in the live broadcast room, the people upstairs, if you don't mind being slapped in the face later. One Piece Dungeon World. 9 Snake Pirates Ship. Boa Hancock's room. I'm in. Riffin, who was a few steps behind the three Hancock sisters, arrived at the door through the silent passage. Due to Hancock's orders, the other Kuja pirate fighters chose to stay far away from Hancock's room. On the one hand, they were afraid of being affected by the curse behind the three sisters. But Riffin didn't have such worries, he knew that behind the three boa was the celestial dragon hoof. The so-called curse was nothing more than a lie they made up because they didn't want the Amazon lilies to know the fact that they were caught as slaves. I said, do you have to be so bare-chested, Maragold? If you were a little thinner, I might appreciate your current posture a little more. But now forget it. Riffin glanced at the room where the sails had been taken off, and looked at Maragold, Sandersonia, and Hancock with a serious face, then raised his hand and closed the door tightly. Riffin, did you really see what's behind me? Maragold ignored Riffin's teasing words but asked Riffin solemnly. Well, I did see it, is that a problem? Riffin knew that the live broadcast room had been blacked out because of Maragold's situation. Therefore, he didn't have the slightest scruples about talking about the mark. Why did you help me earlier? How do you know that I don't want the rest of the Kuja pirates to see what's behind me? Maragold continued asking. I helped you because I have no intention of being an enemy of the 9 snake pirates. As for how I know they don't want to see what's behind you. After all, you three sisters are the rulers of a country and the Empress sister. I don't think a country would want someone with that kind of mark behind them to be ruler. Riffin said, turning his head to look at Hancock and Sandersonia. When the two heard Riffin's words, their bodies visibly trembled. How did he know? Both Hancock and Sandersonia were full of doubts at the moment. Riffin, what are you talking about? This mark, only I have it. My sisters don't have such a thing. After Maragold was surprised, she wanted to cover up for both Hancock and Sandersonia. Well, it seems that I misunderstood. Riffin saw the flustered expressions of the three of them but didn't contradict Maragold's words. Instead, he continued, Maragold, I'm curious. Since you are so unwilling to let others know what is behind you, why don't you think of a way to deal with it? A fighter like you shouldn't be afraid of pain, so why didn't you dig out the flesh and blood from your back? Riffin found a stool and sat down, curiously asking Maragold about his doubts. This was also the doubt he had in his heart when he read and watched the original work of One Piece. You must know that the Golden Emperor Tizalo was also a slave of the Celestial Dragons, and he also had an ugly tattoo like the Celestial Dragon's hoof on his back. However, in order to cover up the tattoo behind him, he left a huge pentagram-like scar on his back. Riffin thinks that Hancock and others can do the same. It is impossible to have good skin on the back just because of beauty. It's useless, Riffin. You don't understand this stuff. It's a real curse. Even if I dig out some of the flesh and blood on my back, although it can subside temporarily, when that part of the flesh and blood injury recovers, its shape will appear on the scar again. No matter how much flesh and blood is dug out of the back, it will appear again and again. Maragold pursed her lips and said tremblingly. It seemed that the way Riffin suggested had been tried before, but she chose to give up because of repeated failures. A real curse? There is such a thing. This thing, shouldn't it be a phenomenon caused by some kind of devil fruit ability? Riffin raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. Riffin understood that the One Piece world had many cursed devil fruits, like Bonnie's age fruit, Anne's regression fruit, or the child's fun of sugar and so on. Therefore, Riffin could still understand if it was said that the Celestial Dragon's hoof was a curse caused by some kind of devil fruit. Well, your answer solved one of my doubts. No wonder so many people from the former Sun Pirates dared to get another tattoo on themselves. They wouldn't want to go through similar pain to dig out that part of their body. Riffin nodded slightly and spoke. You know about the Sun Pirates? Maragold widened her eyes and looked at Riffin in disbelief. Why can't I know? Riffin smiled and raised his head with interest. No. It's just, there should be very few people who know about it. Riffin, you were rescued by Fisher Tiger in the Red Line riot 13 years ago, right? How could it be? I was never caught by human traffickers and sold to celestial dragons. If I really had that thing on me, I'm not going to ask why you didn't get rid of it. By the way, Maragold, why don't you get a new tattoo on your back like the Sun Pirates did? This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Riffin looked at Maragold seriously and asked. Humph, that's just trying to cover up. Even if it was replaced with other tattoos, it's still there, it never goes away. Hancock clenched her fists, almost gritting her teeth as she spoke these words. Hearing this, Riffin looked at Hancock meaningfully. Although Hancock did not admit that she also had the mark, she was clearly feeling the weight of the situation. Like Hancock, Maragold and Sandersonia also clenched their fists, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Riffin couldn't help shaking his head regretfully. The slave mark really had a great impact on the three sisters. Speaking of which, if this thing can be eliminated, it should be able to play a big role in promoting the Kuja Pirates to become the affiliated pirates of the Black Pearl Pirates. Thinking of this, a light flashed in Riffin's eyes, and he suddenly said to Maragold, Maragold, I have some special ability. I don't know if you are interested in letting me try to remove the curse behind you. Chapter 234, Chapter 232, The Method. Chapter 232, The Method of Eliminating the Curse. Chapter 232, The Method of Eliminating the Curse. What? You can remove the curse? Hearing Riffin's words, Maragold couldn't help but widen her eyes. Even her tone suddenly elevated. Naturally, Riffin nodded slightly. Although the curse is quite mysterious, my power might be effective against it. If it's just a simple scar, Riffin thought, I believe that some skincare products developed by Chopper and me can eliminate it. However, if it's indeed a curse, I suspect special methods will be needed to eradicate it. Among the various devil fruit abilities Riffin had mastered, there happened to be one that was quite unique, perhaps possessing the ability to eliminate the curse. Riffin, are you serious? Hancock stood up and looked at him with seriousness. The matter of eliminating the mark was of utmost importance to her. I have no intention of joking about this, Riffin assured her. Then he continued. A few days ago, Golden Lion's crew caused a commotion in the ocean. One of the scientists working for him created a highly dangerous virus that affected many, including members of the Marines. They offered me certain conveniences in exchange for my help in treating their afflicted soldiers. In the process, I relied on a specific ability. Riffin possessed the Munch fruit, which allowed him to isolate the zombie virus from a patient's body. He believed that this fruit, particularly its awakened version, might also be able to remove the curse afflicting the three sisters. Riffin didn't doubt the possibility. With the Munch fruit at its current stage, it could rapidly heal injuries. However, after awakening, Riffin believed it could potentially separate the conceptual curse from the sisters' bodies. Additionally, the Paramecia Devil Fruit Awakening Scroll he acquired when defeating Hancock would provide both him and Chopper with the power of the awakened Munch fruit. After listening to Riffin's explanation, the three sisters fell into deep thought and gathered to discuss. Consider it carefully, Riffin advised. I need to make some preparations back on the Black Pearl. I hope to hear your answers when I return. Riffin stood up from his chair, waved his hand, opened the door, and left. Sister, do you think what the man said is true? Sandersonia asked Hancock with a furrowed brow. I don't know, but he has a unique ability, Hancock replied. It's quite distinct from others. Perhaps he truly has a way to remove our curse. Maragold added, in that case, let me give it a try. If he can remove the curse from me, then surely he can do the same for you, sister. Although slightly worried, Hancock and Sandersonia couldn't find any reason to dissuade Maragold. However, why did he ask us to stay? He's talked about curses, but I'm not sure of his true intentions, Maragold pondered aloud. Could it be that he's interested in one of us? Meanwhile, aboard the Black Pearl, on the deck. You haven't left yet, Miss Smoothie. Riffin said as he landed on the Black Pearl's deck, his curiosity piqued by Smoothie's presence on the pirate ship bearing the flag of the Big Mom Pirates. Well, since you have no intention of attacking us, Riffin, there should be no danger in us staying here, Smoothie replied with a smile. Under these circumstances, why not take the opportunity to get to know you better? She added playfully. Riffin chuckled, saying, I suppose you want to learn more about the strength of the Black Pearl Pirates. Indeed, Smoothie admitted with a grin. After all, Riffin, you and I are destined to be together. I want to use this time to get to know you better. Riffin smiled back, Miss Smoothie, the odds of us becoming a couple are incredibly low. Unless, of course, you're willing to marry me to join the Black Pearl Pirates. I have matters to attend to, and I can't spare much time for you right now. If you want to stay, feel free. With those words, Riffin walked towards Franky's workshop aboard the Black Pearl. Captain Riffin. In Franky's workshop, Chopper and Franky heard approaching footsteps and turned their heads. Yo, Chopper, Franky, Riffin greeted them with a smile. Are you two working on synthetic weapons again? Chopper grinned and raised his hand. Hee, you know, I find machinery fascinating, even though Franky here stuffs me with all sorts of weapons when we're working on them. Chopper's ability is truly remarkable, Franky remarked. It's as if he was born to be a master at remodeling. Franky struck his signature pose and boasted, with Chopper's help, I'm determined to provide the best support for the Black Pearl. Hearing their praise, Riffin couldn't help but feel proud. Originally, he had hoped Chopper would pursue the path of martial arts, considering Chopper's unique kung fu abilities in the original book. However, it appeared that Chopper was now heading down the path of mechanical transformation under Franky's guidance. In fact, Riffin had witnessed Chopper summon various cannons from his body on several occasions, making him look more like a remodifier than Franky from a distance. Hee, I guess I'll have to rely on both of you, then, Riffin said with a grin. As long as you both enjoy this ability, we can take it to the next level, Riffin suggested. Perhaps in the future, the two of you can create an even more powerful weapon. Without further ado, Riffin activated the awakening props he had acquired and touched the pirate tattoo on Chopper's body. Riffin, you're using the Paramecia Devil Fruit Awakening Scroll on your Ship Doctor. Ship Doctor Tony Chopper's personal attributes have been updated, please review them. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Tony Chopper. Age, 15 years old. Crew number, 08. Position, Ship Doctor, Expert. Physical, 36,833. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Zoan Human Fruit Human Form, Munch Fruit Awakening, 2. Other skills, Germa 66 Exoskeleton. Special ability, Primary Armament Haki. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Bounty, 100 million berry. Riffin, your personal talent Strengthen Partners, Equal Return has been activated. With each reminder in his mind, Riffin felt a significant change in the capabilities of the Munch fruit within him. He had a strong intuition that he could do much more with this fruit, including using its Devil Fruit ability while consuming the powers of other Devil Fruits. He also believed he could separate and merge abilities effortlessly. Riffin even considered that he might be able to directly separate wounds in the human body, similar to the Tyrant Bear's ability. Is this what awakening feels like for the Munch fruit? Riffin mused. Interesting. With this ability, I might be able to remove the curse from the 3 Hancock sisters. He was about to instruct Chopper to practice his newfound ability when another reminder appeared in his mind. Riffin, your crew membership Dr. Tony Chopper has reached the master level. Special reward, Tony Chopper receives 30,000 physical points, and you, as the captain, receive the Advanced Observation Haki Awakening Scroll. To use this scroll, the user's observation Haki needs to reach the intermediate level first. When the crew rank reaches the master level, they will be able to randomly share an ability from the reincarnated captain, who is you, the captain. Commence random sharing. The random type has been determined, and Tony Chopper has acquired the special ability, Advanced Armament Haki. Remarks: when any crew member's position level reaches the master level, the crew and captain will receive corresponding rewards. Tony Chopper's personal attributes have been updated, please review them. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Tony Chopper. Age, 15 years old. Crew number, 08. Position, Ship Doctor, Master. Physical, 66,833. Physical level, S level. Devil Fruit, Zoan Human Fruit Human Form, Munch Fruit Awakening, 2. Other skills, Germa 66 Exoskeleton. Special ability, Advanced Armament Haki. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Bounty, 100 million berry. Chapter 235, Chapter 233, Swallow the Air and Launch an Air Cannon? Riffin's eyes widened slightly, he was obviously surprised by the sudden revelation in his mind. Chopper's medical memory has reached the level of Master. Interesting, he thought, it seems that even the copy space has recognized the healing power brought by the awakening of the munch fruit. I just didn't expect that Chopper and the doctor on Moria's side have not been allowed to exchange medical skills. His medical skills have already reached the level of a master. In this way, it may not take long for Chopper to create a panacea and realize his dream. There is also the Advanced Observation Haki Awakening Scroll, which can be used to give to Nojo, who has already reached the intermediate level of Observation Haki. With high-level Armament Haki and high-level Observation Haki at the same time, her strength can also rise to a higher level. While Riffin was pondering these thoughts, he took the initiative to wrap his right hand with Armament Haki and punched his left arm. He wanted to verify his conjecture, to see if the munch fruit could directly extract damage from the human body like Kuma. Captain Riffin, what are you doing? Franky was taken aback by Riffin's sudden self-inflicted attack. In the same way, it also awakened Chopper, who was feeling the new power in his body. Because of the awakening of the munch fruit, the improvement of Armament Haki, and the substantial increase in physical prowess, it would take more time for Chopper to adapt to his newfound strength. It's nothing, I just want to conduct a test, Riffin reassured. By the way, Chopper, how does the munch fruit feel after its awakening? Are there other forces in your body? Can you adapt to it well? Riffin was also quite surprised that Chopper had obtained high-level Armament Haki. He had thought Chopper was going to follow Franky in weaponizing himself forever. However, Chopper's awakening of advanced Armament Haki made Riffin feel that Chopper could bring up the skills that had been left behind while following Franky in researching weapons. After Riffin finished speaking, he used the munch fruit to bite the arm he had hit earlier. Captain Riffin, I feel like I've become so strong, Chopper exclaimed. Not only the awakening of the devil fruit but also the Armament Haki. And my stamina, it's almost doubled. Captain Riffin, what's happening to me? Will it affect you? Chopper transformed into his human form, rubbing his strong arms and wrapping the powerful Armament Haki around them. He looked at Riffin with suspicion. Riffin grinned and released a bubble wrapped in a red mysterious substance that resembled a piranha. Then, he answered Chopper with a smile on his face. Don't worry, Chopper. You deserve these powers. I have nothing to lose here. Besides, if you gain power, it means the Black Pearl Pirates become stronger. It's a good thing for our group, isn't it? Riffin turned to Chopper while playing with the red bubble in his hand. Yes. Captain Riffin, I will use the strength you've given me to help everyone. By the way, Captain Riffin, what is the bubble you have in your hand? Chopper blinked and looked at Riffin curiously. Because he could also use the ability of the munch fruit, Chopper felt an inexplicable familiarity with the bubble in Riffin's hand. This is the result of the test I just conducted, Riffin explained. After I intentionally injured myself and then used the power of the munch fruit to separate the damage on my body. Riffin pushed the bubble toward the curious Chopper with a smile on his face. This is... Captain Riffin, the injury you received just now. Franky's eyes widened, looking at the piranha bubble in disbelief. That's right, Franky, Riffin confirmed. Now I've helped Chopper awaken the power of the munch fruit. He can do things like me too. This ability can also be used for healing. If you ask me, the current Chopper is a famous doctor at the level of a celestial being. We can rely more on Chopper in the future. By the way, it should be easier to use the munch fruit to synthesize drugs in the future. After Riffin finished speaking, he crushed the bubble in his hand. Can the munch fruit do such a thing after awakening? Franky wondered aloud. Wait, if it's more convenient to synthesize drugs, it must be more convenient to synthesize weapons. Chopper, let's continue the experiment. I suddenly felt a new inspiration. Franky looked at Chopper in surprise. Sorry, Franky, I suddenly had some pharmaceutical inspiration. And Captain Riffin helped me awaken the munch fruit. I still need to get familiar with it. The ability to directly separate a person's pain just now, I want to master it as soon as possible, Chopper explained. That's fine, we have plenty of time, Franky reassured. Just continue studying weapons in the future. Franky is right, Chopper, you can get familiar with it with peace of mind, Riffin added. After I finish my work here, I can also study with you. Chopper nodded appreciatively at Riffin and Franky, then rushed out of Franky's workshop and ran towards his research room. His speed was so fast that it raised a cloud of dust and smoke in the aisle of the cabin. I'm really looking forward to it. After I get familiar with it, maybe I can use new alloy to create a powerful robot, Franky said with longing. Franky, since you want a powerful weapon, how about letting Chopper swallow you? Riffin suggested. In this way, the two of you will be considered as one. At that time, Chopper will not only be able to use the weapons on your body, as well as your fruit abilities. You know, the Munch Munch fruit can swallow the devil fruit user and use the ability of that person. Now that the Munch Munch fruit has awakened, it may even swallow multiple devil fruit users at the same time and use their abilities. Riffin patted Franky on the shoulder and then walked toward a steel plate Franky had made to test the strength of punches. Swallow multiple devil fruit users. Franky raised an eyebrow. Then isn't Chopper going to be like Captain Riffin? I have a feeling that Chopper will become an exceptionally powerful monster once he's familiar with this power. Wait, Captain Riffin, what are you going to do? Franky saw Riffin opening his mouth and inhaling continuously, so he walked over curiously. Fire! Riffin exclaimed. At that moment, the airflow he had been inhaling transformed into a transparent air cannonball resembling a cannibal flower. It shot out of Riffin's mouth and struck the steel plate with tremendous force, shattering even Franky's new alloy plate and scattering tools around the workshop. This is the wind cannon! Franky exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, the solid new alloy actually shattered. I told you, Captain Riffin, don't suddenly use such a powerful force and wreck my workshop like this. Franky shook his head and looked at Riffin, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the destruction. Haha, sorry, Franky, Riffin apologized with a sheepish grin. It's the first time I've used this ability, and I didn't control the strength properly. Franky was still processing what he had witnessed. Using this ability for the first time? Wait, the shape of the air cannonball was similar to the bubble formed when you separated your injury earlier. Could it be the power of the Munch Munch fruit? That's right. I use the Munch Munch fruit to swallow the air around me and then release it in one gulp, Riffin explained. It seems to work pretty well. Riffin was quite satisfied with the results of the air cannonballs. Since the Munch Munch fruit could separate injuries like the Paw Paw Devil fruit, he wanted to test if it could also gather and utilize the surrounding air, much like the Kuma's ability. Clearly, it works. Franky, I have some other business to attend to, so I'll take my leave now, Riffin said. After witnessing this trick of mine, you can discuss it with Chopper. I believe he'll be very interested in techniques like launching air cannons. Riffin left Franky's workshop, his confidence in solving the curse on Hancock and others strengthened by the awakened power of the Munch Munch fruit. He was eager to test it out with Maragold. Meanwhile, in the real world, Riffin live broadcast chat room. The power of the Munch Munch fruit is truly incredible. As a doctor, I'm envious. It can separate a person's injury with just one bite. What an extraordinary ability. Eagle audience, can this ability also separate cancer cells from a person? Kolima audience, it should be possible. Even before the Munch Munch fruit awakened, it could separate viruses, so cancer cells should be within its capabilities. Goat audience, in the future, the survival rate of pirates with Riffin will be much higher. Speaking of which, Riffin mentioned earlier that Chopper is a master doctor. I must have heard that wrong. You heard correctly. I noticed that too. Initially, I was a bit confused, but after seeing Riffin separate his pain, I think it's very likely that Chopper could become a master ship doctor. That's right, Chopper was already an expert-level ship doctor, and now, with the Black Pearl, there's one more master. No, with Brother Riffin, there are two more. Camel audience, impossible. It's just a Munch Munch fruit. How could it elevate a crew member's skill level to such a degree, even to the level of a master? How is it impossible? Devil fruit abilities can evolve, so it's normal for them to improve. And Chopper mentioned earlier that his armament Haki and physical fitness have greatly improved, a clear reward for achieving the level of a master. Camel audience, I don't believe it. If Chopper is truly the ship's doctor and his level has genuinely reached that of a master, shouldn't the copy space provide corresponding prompts? Just as the camel audience was about to continue denying Chopper's ship doctor status and mastery level, a pinned message appeared at the top of the live broadcast room. Notice! Panda Riffin's crew member Dr. Tony Chopper's job level has reached the master level. Captain Riffin and ship Dr. Chopper have both received corresponding rewards. Remarks: as the Reincarnator captain, when the crew's position level is cultivated to the master level or when a crew member reaches the master level and has joined another reincarnated captain's pirate group, the captain and corresponding crew members will receive generous rewards. Remarks: whenever a Reincarnator captain acquires a crew member with the master position level, the dungeon space will make corresponding announcements. Remarks. A Reincarnator captain can also receive generous rewards by recruiting master-level crew members from other Reincarnator captains. However, when a master-level crew member has already received rewards from other Reincarnator captains, they will not receive additional rewards upon joining another captain's pirate group. Chapter 236, Chapter 234, Obtaining Brooke's Sword Skills. Haha, the top barrage is coming, how about it, jealous bastards, keep clamoring like a clown. Camel audience, our experts said that Riffin's ancestors were from the camel country. I think this is true, and I strongly urge Panda to hand over Riffin. Damn it, what a change of subject. Upstairs, didn't you still deny Riffin before, and now you say he belongs to your country? This is really true, let's show some face. No, you don't have a face in the first place. Green Pheasant audience, although I don't like people from Panda, to be honest, everything that camel people do is their own behavior. Even I can't stand it anymore. Kolima audience, indeed, it's somewhat shameless. Goat audience, this is the pattern of camel people, because their size is too short. Camel audience, bastard, who are you calling short? Hehe, I remembered, camel people seems to be very sensitive to their size, and he doesn't like others to say that he is short. Pirate World. Sure enough, even if there is no first-time achievement reward, there will be a corresponding notice. That guy Odashi should have learned that the two crew members I took away from the Straw Hat Pirates have both raised their ranks to the level of masters. I don't know what kind of expression he has now. Riffin had just returned to the deck of the Black Pearl, and immediately heard the prompt in his mind. And this reminder also made Ada on the Smoothie ship flash a bright light in her eyes, looking toward Riffin in the sky with surprise and envy. Another master-level crew member. This man, how did he make Chopper become like this? Sure enough, my choice is not wrong. The corner of Ada Wong's mouth rose slightly, and she was extremely happy and proud that she chose Riffin for herself. Reincarnated People Chat Room. Eagle Ethan, this Riffin, has another crew member reached the master level? How did he do it? Panda Pigeon, congratulations, Sir Riffin. According to the rules of the copy space, even if there is no reward for the first achievement, you must have received a very generous reward. Kangaroo Marie Rose, this hateful man. We are still being chased by a nasty guy here, and he got resources again. Green Pheasant Anoka, I remember, this Chopper is the Destiny crew member of the pirate group that Odashi belongs to. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, he's really a poor guy. Now I have some doubts that all the crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates have the possibility of becoming master-level crew members. Green Pheasant Odashi, Riffin. You bastard, give me back Chopper. Panda Ray, even if Sir Riffin returns Chopper and Robin to you, you probably don't have the ability and resources to train them into master-level crew members. Green Pheasant Odashi, shut up. Why do you think I can't do it? Riffin can do it, so I can do it, he's just lucky. Camel Nasser, that's right, that bastard Riffin was just lucky. Because of luck, he met a good enough partner at the beginning, so he developed to this level. Camel Hilai, shut up, that man Riffin is not as simple as you idiot imagined. Camel Nasser, you woman, how dare you tell me to shut up? And you're taking Riffin as your opponent, why do you want to refute my words? Camel Hilai, you are a bastard person who can't even make it into the top 100 list of reincarnators. Of course, I am qualified to shut you up. If you don't accept it, report your address, and I will go find you. In addition, although I take Riffin as my opponent, I also recognize that man. When everyone uses the initial points to buy resurrection coins, he can choose to use the initial points to strengthen himself. It is destined that he is different from others, and it is also destined that he will become a strong man. Only such a strong man is worthy of my challenge and pursuit. Only such a person, after defeating him and stepping him on the solace of my feet, will I feel enough excitement. Panda Riffin, Hilai, what you said is really good, should I thank you for thinking so highly of me? Camel Hilai, hehe, if you want to thank me, when we meet, let's have a good fight with me, Riffin. Panda Riffin, yes, we can, but please be prepared to be stepped on by me, Hilai. Camel Audience Hilai, an interesting man. Green Pheasant Odashi, Riffin, you bastard, give me back Robin and Chopper, you are not entitled to have them. And Franky, Nami, they are mine too, they are all mine. When Odashi saw that Robin and Chopper successively became master level, his face became particularly ferocious. As discussed by the rest of the Reincarnators, he also began to feel that the other Destiny crew members that Riffin took from the Straw Hat Pirates had the potential to become master level. Thinking of the huge benefits that the crew could bring after becoming master level, Otoshi was filled with jealousy and hatred for Riffin. Panda Riffin, it's really noisy, Otoshi. Do you know how much painstaking effort and resources I spent on Robin and Chopper to raise them to the master level? Why do you think you can raise them to the master level when you can't even make it to the list? Save your energy, after all, I may still take away your Destiny crew. After all, I seem to have a considerable fate with your Destiny crew. In addition, maybe we will have a chance to meet soon. After we meet, I hope you can still shout like this in front of me. Although there are many differences between the current situation and the original work. But Riffin thinks that if the Summit War breaks out, Luffy is likely to appear on the battlefield. At that time, Otoshi, as Luffy's crew member, also has a certain possibility to appear. Therefore, he feels that he will meet Otoshi soon. However, Riffin hopes that Otoshi can complete the capture of Luffy faster. P.S. If you forgot, Otoshi's talent is to seize someone's body as his own. In this way, he can obtain that Nika fruit more conveniently. Eagle Tina, what? Riffin and Otoshi are going to meet? Could it be that Riffin has any inside information? Eagle Sarah Brian, Riffin has been in contact with the Marines many times, so maybe he will indeed get some news that we don't know. Green Pheasant Otoshi, Riffin, you should pray that we don't meet. If we do meet, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Panda Riffin, the ambition is very lofty, but I think you don't have that chance. Riffin, what are you thinking? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded beside Riffin. It's Nojo, just right, I have been planning to find you. Riffin smiled, seeing that the surrounding members of the Black Pearl Pirates did not notice him. Then he raised his hand through Nojo's t-shirt and came to her lower abdomen where the tattoo of the pirates was hidden. Nojo felt Riffin's warm palm on her lower abdomen and was slightly taken aback, but she quickly realized that she needed to be prepared. Sure enough, the next moment, she felt a familiar burning sensation coming from the tattoo. Panda Riffin, you've used the Advanced Observation Haki Awakening Scroll on your nurse Nojo. Nojo's personal attributes have been refreshed, please check for yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Nojo. Age, 20 years old. Crew number, 04. Position, Nurse, Expert. Physical, 41,833. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Clone Fruit Awakening. Martial Arts Skills, Kenpo, Hero's Spear, Disabled. Other Skills, Heikoku, Germa 66 Exoskeleton. Special Abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Advanced Observation Haki, New. Props, Shiger. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Bounty, 80 million berry. Riffin, your personal talent Strengthen the Crew, Equal Return has been activated, start strengthening. It has been detected that you already have Advanced Observation Haki, this enhancement has been converted into a kendo skill music sword style. Your personal attribute has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Riffin. Age, 25 years old. Position, Captain. Talent. Strengthen the Crew, Equal Return to the Factory. Points, 0 points. Physical, 113,601 points. Physical level, SS level. Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. Martial Arts Skills, Marine 6 Styles, 6 King's Gun, Kenpo, New Human Boxing, Fishman Jiu-Jitsu Karate, Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, 8 Impact Fist, Dragon Claw Fist, Gungnir. Kendo Skills, Divine Departure, Fox Fire Style, Odin 2 Swords Style, Music Sword Style. Music Sword Style. This feeling, is Brooks Sword Style. Riffin couldn't help but sigh after feeling the extra skill memory in his mind. Interesting, Brooks' sword skills have already been transferred to me before he was invited. That's fine too. If Brook becomes a musician on the Black Pearl, even if he gets the template for the future. All I got should be his musical talent, not his sword skills. Now that I have this sword skill, I will be able to perfectly display the skill that combines music and swordsmanship if I acquire his music talent later. Speaking of which, Brook's power that can bring the coldness of the underworld, does it require me to obtain the power of the underworld fruit and die once before I can use it? Riffin touched his chin, lost in thought. Captain Riffin, it's time to get off your hands on my lower body. Otherwise, Nami and Makita should have found out. If you want to have a good touch, I will let you have a good touch after the things here are over. It just so happened that I obtained the body data of Smoothie, Garrett, Cinnamon, and others. It should be able to make you experience a different kind of happiness. After Nojiko waited until the burning sensation on the tattoos subsided, she immediately used the brand new observation Haki. It was also this use that made her feel that Makita and Nami were looking in this direction, so she quickly reminded Riffin. Haha, sorry, I accidentally forgot. Riffin withdrew his hand from the tattoo on Nojiko's lower body and smiled apologetically. However, the body data of Smoothie, Garrett, and Cinnamon. Nojiko, it seems that there will be another big battle between you and me. Riffin thought of what Smoothie said before about using the power of squeeze fruit to make himself happy, and said to Nojiko meaningfully. Even though he had previously shown that he didn't care about Smoothie, Riffin was actually very curious about the squeezed fruit of Smoothie. Moreover, Riffin was quite looking forward to the sensations that Garrett Butterfruit could bring in matters of men and women. Indeed, but I still have to copy the physical data of the Empress and the others. Captain Riffin, rather than Smoothie, you probably want to feel the Empress, right? After all, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Nojiko put her head close to Riffin's ear and whispered. She came to Riffin's side at this time to be able to follow Riffin and board the 9 snake pirates in the sky, so she could copy the body data of Hancock and others. Yes, I am really looking forward to it. Riffin nodded slightly. Of course, his expectations were not limited to Nojiko copying her body data. He also hoped that Hancock would dedicate herself to him. Let's go, Nojiko, let's go up now. Riffin hugged Nojiko in his arms, and the next moment, his whole body seemed to lose gravity and float toward the sky. Not far away, when Smoothie saw this scene, a gleam flashed in those big, bright eyes. The ability to float means that Riffin uses the same ability as Makita. Smoothie murmured, whispering. Chapter 237, Chapter 235, Reasons for being friendly to 9 snakes. In other words, can Riffin also use Golden Lion's Devil Fruit ability? Sure enough, is this man using his ability to levitate the Empress ship? What an amazing man! Besides being able to use Nami and Robin's abilities, can he also use Makita's abilities? What is the principle behind this? Why is he able to do such a thing? What is this man's real devil fruit ability? Smoothie pursed her lips and kept muttering and thinking. However, no matter what she thinks, she still can't understand Riffin's specific ability. The only thing that is certain is that Riffin has a variety of abilities that ordinary people can't match, and they are powerful abilities. His strength, therefore, appears more formidable. Smoothie took a deep breath, and her eyes looking at Riffin's back became increasingly intense. Riffin, no matter what, I will make you mine. Smoothie muttered to herself, her tone extremely firm. What she didn't know was that Rifan intentionally let her see that he could use the float fruit. The purpose was to make Charlotte Linlin reconsider whether she could catch Riffin when she wanted to attack the Black Pearl Pirates. For a pirate group like Smoothie's, Riffin didn't have much intention of concealing his ability. After all, they weren't like the Marines. Even knowing Riffin's multiple abilities, there weren't many who could do anything to Riffin and the Black Pearl Pirates. In fact, Riffin's attitude towards the Marines was gradually changing, and he was becoming less inclined to conceal his abilities. He intended to demonstrate his strength openly after the Summit War to prevent the Marines and the world government from casually targeting him. After all, he would likely get the recognition he deserved after the Summit War, and there would be no need to hide his abilities to divert attention from the Whitebeard Pirates to his Black Pearl Pirates. After standing on the pirate ship and contemplating for a moment, Smoothie turned around and waved to Ada, who was not far away. Seeing this, Ada naturally walked over with a smile. "What's the matter, Miss Smoothie?" "Ada, can you tell me more about Riffin?" "I've told you all I know about Riffin's abilities." "I'm not talking about his abilities, I want to know about Riffin's life, personality, and so on. Know his life and character." "That's right. I want to know how to capture that man's heart." The corners of Ada's mouth curled up, and after thinking for a while, she said to Smoothie. "Miss Smoothie, if you want to capture Riffin's heart and make him yours, it won't be easy. At least, I couldn't do it, and that's why I left the Black Pearl Pirates. As you can see, there are many exceptional women around Riffin, some of whom love him deeply. However, if you want to occupy a special place in Riffin's heart, it's quite simple. Miss Smoothie, with your appearance and figure, if you're sincere and proactive, he might develop feelings for you. If you want him to think highly of you, you may need to align with his preferences. Hearing this, Smoothie nodded understandingly and inquired, Ada, what do you mean by aligning with his preferences? The corners of Ada's mouth curled up slightly as she replied, dressing, grooming, and behavior. If you can be appealing in these aspects, he will be delighted. Moreover, if you're open enough, introducing beautiful women to him might also earn his favor. But I must admit, this can be challenging for women. At least, I couldn't do it. Ada didn't object to helping Riffin find more high-quality women, just as she was assisting Riffin in winning over Smoothie. This seems like a rather difficult approach, Smoothie remarked, shaking her head. Let's start by discussing clothing, grooming, and behavior in detail, Ada. Before I leave, I want to leave a lasting impression on Riffin. When Ada heard this, she naturally didn't refuse. After all, this was an opportunity for her to get closer to Smoothie and establish her position within the Big Mom Pirates. Miss Smoothie, to be specific, you need to. Ada spoke eloquently, and Smoothie nodded while asking questions from time to time, maintaining a serious expression. 10,000 meters high below the Black Pearl ship. You're finally back, Riffin. I thought you would throw us above the 10,000 meter altitude after we left. Riffin and Nojo had just landed on the deck of the Nine Snakes, and the sharp-eyed Rindo immediately noticed them. How could it be? I still have a deal to discuss with your captain. And I'm not a devil, how could I throw you all above the 10,000 meter altitude? Riffin smiled at Rindo, who had revealed herself, and then directed his attention to Lee, who leaned against the wall of the pirate ship not far away. After a moment of contemplation, he bypassed Rindo and approached Lee. Hey, what are you planning to do, man? Rindo noticed Riffin's movement and followed closely. Rest assured, ma'am, Captain Riffin means no harm. Nojo walked to Rindo's side, raised her hand to gently caress Rindo's face, and offered a warm smile. As one of the two women who knew Riffin best, alongside Robin, Nojo could accurately gauge Riffin's preferences. She believed that Rindo in front of her was Riffin's type. Regarding Lee, who was lying on the ground, Nojo only considered her as one of Riffin's interests, unaware of her being a reincarnator same as Riffin. Nojo is right. The battle between our Black Pearl Pirates and your Nine Snake Pirates is over. As for this lady, how should I put it, she seems oddly familiar and close to me. Seeing her lying on the deck like this, I can't help but feel sympathy. So, I plan to wake her up. While speaking, Riffin retrieved a soothing ointment from the medical bag he carried with him. Riffin live broadcast chat room. Brother Riffin finally remembered Lee. I thought Lee's live broadcast room would definitely go black for a while. Speaking of which, Brother Riffin helped Ada before, will he also help Lee this time, so that Lee's ranking in the reincarnation will rise rapidly? This is not necessarily true, after all, Ada has drawn up a contract with Rifan. Having said that, I still hope that Riffin can take care of Lee. I think we can't force Brother Riffin like this. There are so many reincarnations in Panda, and it's impossible for him to take care of every one of them. Indeed. However, Riffin has the G-Virus strengthening potion. Lee's system must be able to withstand this thing, maybe she can rely on the G-Virus strengthening potion to become stronger. Yes. And even though Lee didn't make a contract with Riffin, we can't force her to make a contract with Riffin. However, Riffin is now planning to develop the Nine Snake Pirates into a subordinate pirate group. Once successful, Lee will be equivalent to Riffin's crew and subordinates. At that time, the two may be able to get closer. Green Pheasant audience, humph. You Panda people think too well, the Empress is the most beautiful woman in the world, and she has a proud personality, how could she be willing to be Riffin's subordinate? Goat audience, Riffin has created miracles many times, so I think Riffin has a way to get Hancock into his bag. Kangaroo audience, indeed. Although I am very unwilling, but I also feel the same way. Isn't there a curse on that Maragold? Maybe Riffin can gain the favor of Kuja pirates by helping him remove the curse. Eagle audience, can Riffin remove the curse? How is this possible? Wait, the munch fruit. Did you just think about it, haha. Although I can't see the specific situation in Hancock's room, Brother Riffin returned to the Black Pearl to help Chopper awaken his devil fruit, perhaps because he needed to use the awakened munch fruit to remove Maragold's curse. Kolima audience, what an enviable man. Damn, what is going on in Hancock's room, why can't we follow Riffin's perspective to watch it? Green Pheasant audience, if he wants to get rid of the curse, Maragold should take off her clothes. The black screen is also natural. Wait, Hancock and Sandersonia also have curses on them. Could it be that Riffin has a chance to see it? To Hancock's body. Camel audience, damn. I'm envious. One Piece Dungeon World. Familiar. Rindo waved to the other pirates of the 9 snake pirates who were about to come this way, signaling to hand over this place to her, and then walked to Riffin. Seeing how Riffin applied the ointment to Lee's temples, and helped her rub and massage her temples and the acupuncture points near the temples with both hands, she asked. Riffin, you and Lee know each other. Why do you ask this, lady? The members of the 9 snake pirates should all be locals from Amazon Lily. Just call me Rindo. Although it is true that most of the fighters of the 9 snake pirates are from the Amazon Lily, we met Lee during our attack, and she became our partner afterwards. So that's what happened. Riffin raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. He originally thought that Lee had descended directly in Amazon Lily as a native of Amazon Lily. After all, even if it is a woman, it is difficult for outsiders to become a member of the 9 snake pirates. Now it seems that Lee is not a simple character. Even as an outsider, she used her method to successfully join the Kuja pirates. That's why I asked you if you knew her. As Rindo was talking, her gaze suddenly turned to Lee. Lee slowly opened her eyes under Riffin's massage. After seeing Riffin in front of her, Lee could not help but flash a light in her eyes. Yo, you're awake. Seeing that Nojiko was about to touch Lee's face with her right hand, Riffin patted her on the shoulder and shook her head, preventing her from copying Lee's body data. Afterwards, he said to Lee with a smile on his face. Lee, hearing it, got up, grabbed Riffin's hand enthusiastically, and said with a smile on her face. Riffin, we finally met. I didn't expect that we would go to sea at about the same time, and you would grow up strong so fast. Chapter 238, Chapter 236, Beginning to Eliminate the Curse of Celestial Dragons. Do you two really know each other? Rindo raised her eyebrows, appearing somewhat surprised. That's correct, Rindo, Lee replied. Although we aren't very close, we hail from the same place. I've even indirectly received help from him. Speaking of which, what's the situation now? Has the conflict ended? Have the Big Mom pirates departed? Lee addressed Riffin with familiarity, then surveyed her surroundings. Her face held a hint of surprise when she realized she was in the sky. So, you do know each other, Rindo observed. Even though you are not well acquainted, your relationship seems amicable. Rindo glanced at Lee and Riffin, and when she heard Lee's words, she let out a faint sigh. Sometimes you only truly get to know someone through a good old fight. Didn't I recognize Lee from the very beginning? Riffin chimed in with a smile on his face. Since Lee had revealed that they knew each other, Riffin was naturally unconcerned and maintained a friendly demeanor with Lee. Having already assisted Ada in securing her position on Smoothie's side, Riffin saw no problem in helping Lee attain a higher status within Hancock's side ranks. You're actually the second person I met at sea, Riffin said. I'd love to have a good chat with you once I've wrapped up things here. By the way, it's a rare encounter, and I have a gift I hope you'll accept. A gift? Lee tilted her head, her expression curious. That's right, Riffin affirmed. Unfortunately, I don't have any on hand, but I'll have Nojiko escort you to my ship's doctor, Chopper. He'll provide you with my gift. Don't worry, it'll be beneficial to you. As Riffin spoke, he referred to the G-Virus strengthening agent. With a supply of 420 available, Riffin was more than willing to share it with fellow friendly reincarnators. I understand. I'll be waiting for you, Riffin, Lee replied with a smile, nodding to Nojiko, who stood beside Riffin. Well, I've got some matters to discuss with Hancock. We'll catch up later. After exchanging words with Lee, Riffin led Nojiko toward the 9 Snakes cabin, eventually disappearing from Rindo and Lee's view. Lee, since you know Riffin, you must have some insights into his character, Rindo inquired. What kind of person do you think he is, and what do you think he'll discuss with Snakeheim? Observing the direction Riffin and Nojiko had gone, Rindo turned to Lee for her perspective. Well, Lee rested her right index finger on her chin, deep in thought. After a brief pause, she began, Riffin is very strong. He's also the kind of person who looks out for fellow villagers when they're away. From what I've gathered, he's helped many of his fellow countrymen who ventured out to sea. Lee's description held true. Though she didn't know Riffin intimately, his willingness to repeatedly sell devil fruits to reincarnations at a low price indicated that he wasn't a malicious individual. At least, that's how people from the same country typically treated each other. This was why she had hoped for Riffin's swift arrival when she encountered Smoothie from the Big Mom Pirates. Of course, it also meant that she wished to meet Riffin, who had sold her the spring fruit and was the top Reincarnator. Rindo nodded in agreement. I see. In that case, you should definitely have a good chat with him later. The Black Pearl Pirates are a formidable group, and Riffin is a standout among them. If possible, I hope you can ensure that Riffin doesn't become an adversary of Snakeheim. Despite Riffin's current casual demeanor toward the Kuja pirates, Rindo couldn't help but feel a hint of concern, especially when she didn't know the nature of Riffin's discussion with their captain and the others. Don't worry, Rindo, Lee reassured. Riffin won't take action against the Kuja pirates. I believe she and Snakeheim have some very important matters to discuss. This situation may not necessarily be harmful to us, Lee added confidently as she spoke to Rindo. Although it wasn't clear what Riffin intended to discuss with Hancock, Lee couldn't help but connect Riffin's conversation with Hancock to the matter of the subordinate pirates, considering the contract rewards Riffin had received. However, if Hancock does become Riffin's sub-captain, I'll essentially be a member of the Black Pearl Pirates, Lee thought aloud. She rubbed her chin, contemplating her situation. It doesn't sound too bad to stand alongside a formidable fighter like Riffin. With these thoughts in mind, Lee once again directed her gaze in the direction where Riffin and Nojiko had disappeared. Wait! Is Nojiko going to face Snakeheim curse alongside Riffin? Rindo's voice suddenly broke Lee's reverie, expressing concern. Rindo, don't worry. Since Riffin took Nojiko with him, I believe they must have a plan to resist the curse, Lee comforted Rindo with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. In the cabin aisle of the Nine Snakes ship. Captain Riffin, why didn't you let me record Lee's body data? Nojiko asked with a hint of confusion, considering Lee's clean and attractive appearance. Riffin shrugged and replied, well, it's because she's from my hometown. Hometown? Nojiko blinked, still puzzled. Seeing Riffin's expression, she decided not to press the matter any further. What Nojiko didn't understand was that in Riffin's heart, fellow reincarnators like Lee from Panda were considered friendly. While Riffin didn't mind Nojiko copying the data of reincarnators from other countries like Tina from the Eagle Country, Helena from the Kangaroo Country, or Hilai from the Camel Country, he hesitated when it came to those from Panda. Riffin didn't want to create awkward situations if the other party discovered the data duplication in the future, unless, like Ada, they didn't mind. We're here, Nojiko, Riffin said as he stopped and knocked on the door of the room in front of him. Maragold, Sander Sonia, Hancock, I'm back. Have you discussed it? After a moment, Sander Sonia cautiously opened the door, her expression tense upon seeing the smiling Nojiko beside Riffin. She had concerns about Nojiko revealing sensitive information. Don't worry about Nojiko, Sander Sonia, Riffin assured her. She's one of my most trusted and closest partners. If you trust me, please trust her too. Understanding Sander Sonia's worry, Riffin wanted to put her at ease. Sander Sonia took a deep breath and regarded Nojiko carefully. Then, she looked back at Hancock and Maragold inside the room. After a brief moment, both Hancock and Maragold nodded in agreement. Seeing their approval, Sander Sonia reluctantly opened the door to let Riffin and Nojiko inside. While Riffin was away, the Boa sisters had discussed Riffin's plan to remove the Celestial Dragon's curse. Although Hancock and Sander Sonia were hesitant, Maragold was eager to give it a try. After all, Riffin had seen the mark on her back. She was willing to let Riffin attempt to remove the curse if it meant her two sisters could also be free of their curse. Although this would reveal their past as former slaves of celestial dragons, Maragold believed that if Riffin could truly remove the curse, it would be worth it. They would no longer have to worry about their shameful past being exposed. Let's proceed, Riffin said, casting a glance at the three sisters in the room, and his gaze settled on Maragold. Chapter 239, Chapter 237, Using Munch Fruit to Eliminate the Petrification Effect. At this moment, Hancock suddenly halted Riffin. Are you still hesitating, Hancock? No. I simply want to inquire about your plan to help Maragold rid herself of the curse, she said. So that's the case, so you'd like to see the diagnosis and treatment method first. indeed. I assume you don't mind, Hancock replied. It's only natural. Patients often want to understand the treatment method beforehand. If that's the case, I'll demonstrate my abilities first. Riffin smiled and turned to Nojiko, who was standing beside him. Nojiko, our patient seems a bit concerned about my diagnosis and treatment methods. Would you mind cooperating with me a bit? Upon hearing this, Nojiko naturally smiled and nodded. I'm your nurse, Captain Riffin. Convincing patients is part of my job. What do you need me to do? Miss Maragold's affliction is a curse, so I need to place the curse on you first before I can begin treatment. I see, I understand. But, Captain Riffin, I believe I've already been cursed by you. Already under my curse. That's correct, and it's a curse that not even you can cure. That's intriguing, Nojiko. What do you mean? Love, Nojiko said, placing her index finger on her lips and revealing a captivating smile. Captain Riffin, there may be no stronger curse than love in this world. Upon hearing these words, Riffin's face remained impassive, but his heartbeat suddenly quickened. Nojiko, you certainly have a way with words. My heart was unintentionally swayed. Riffin placed his hand over his chest and sighed. At this moment, Riffin was once again delighted to have Nojiko as a crew member. However, Hancock had veins bulging on her forehead. That's enough, I don't want to witness your flirting here. Riffin, if you intend to demonstrate the treatment method, do it promptly. If you can't, let this Empress ship return to the sea and release us. Hancock clenched her fists, and her voice raised to a menacing pitch as she berated Riffin and Nojiko. The room's utensils even trembled from the intensity. It was no wonder, Hancock was quite displeased to encounter Smoothie and Riffin. Now, she had to confront the exposure of Maragold's mark. Hancock even had a vague feeling that Riffin might know about her and Sonia also having it. After all, when they were on the deck, the elite pirates of the 9 Snake Pirates had mentioned that their 3 sisters were cursed. If Riffin was not oblivious, he should have deduced something from this information. What Hancock didn't know was that, even without considering what the elite members of the Kuja pirates were saying, Riffin had his own knowledge about Hancock and Sonia. I apologize, it seems I inadvertently fell in love. But before demonstrating my ability, I need to place a curse on Nojiko. Hancock, to ensure your trust in my power, please use your devil fruit ability to petrify Nojiko first. Petrifying a part of her body will suffice. Once I eliminate the petrification effect on that part, you will surely trust my abilities. Riffin turned to Hancock and proposed, you want me to petrify this woman? Riffin, are you serious? Hancock frowned, her eyes locked onto Riffin's. At this point, Hancock didn't mind petrifying Nojiko. She was only concerned that Riffin might become agitated afterward, using it as an excuse. Petrifying Nojiko's body is a minor matter, Hancock. If you wish to expedite this matter, Riffin suggested, let's proceed straightforwardly. Riffin waved his hand confidently. With Nojiko's Haki now at a higher level, even with her lower physical prowess compared to Hancock's, Riffin believed that as long as Nojiko remained conscious and her entire body wasn't petrified, she could remove Hancock's petrification curse using her own Haki. It was similar to how Law in the original story was able to remove the Devil Fruit curse with Haki's influence and recover on his own after being transformed into a woman. And Riffin is also confident in the power of the Munch Munch fruit after awakening. Having witnessed the fruit's ability to separate the damage of concepts, Riffin had immense confidence in its power. Very well, this is your choice, Riffin. After contemplating for a moment, Hancock finally nodded and approached Nojiko on her long, slender legs. Raising her right leg, she gently lifted her calf beyond her high skirt with her toes and performed a subtle perfume femur. As her petrification ability took effect, a small area of Nojiko's ankle became petrified. It's your turn, Riffin, Hancock said, leaving space for Riffin. Riffin wasted no time. After Nojiko extended her calf, he used the Munch Munch fruit to open his mouth and directed it at Nojiko. After a few seconds, when Riffin released Nojiko, Hancock immediately inspected Nojiko's calf. The petrification is gone. Maragold rubbed her eyes, as if unable to believe her eyes. However, upon finishing, she looked at Nojiko again and realized that what she had seen was indeed true. The petrification curse on Nojiko had been completely removed. How is this possible? My petrification ability should only be able to be dispelled by myself. Hancock exclaimed. Riffin, what method did you use? She asked, still in shock. Although the petrification effect caused by perfume femur wasn't as thorough as that of Marrow Mellow, it typically didn't disappear within a short period of time. Hancock's surprise was justified. Riffin's lips curled up slightly, and he expelled a piranha-shaped bubble with concealed pink energy from his mouth. Nojo, thank you. Riffin first thanked Nojo and then turned his attention back to Hancock. Hancock, as the possessor of the sweet fruit ability, you should be able to sense the ability inside this bubble. Indeed, it's the curse you cast on her that I separated from Nojo's body. The three sisters gathered around after these words. Even the curious Sandersonia reached out and grabbed the piranha bubble Riffin had expelled. She then crushed it violently. In an instant, the sweet fruit's ability within the piranha bubble burst, and Sandersonia's palm immediately turned to stone. This is my sister's petrification. Marigold's mouth opened wide in astonishment, her large eyes fixed on Sandersonia's petrified palm. Hancock also frowned and reached out to touch Sandersonia's palm. On the side, Riffin observed this scene with great interest. The Munch fruit absorbs the devil fruit abilities of others and can use them in reverse, Riffin contemplated. This is intriguing, it opens up more ways to combat enemies in the future. No wonder it's rated as a 2-level fruit by the copy space. It can't teleport like the pawpaw fruit, but it can absorb other abilities and utilize their powers. While Riffin contemplated the pros and cons of the Munch fruit and the pawpaw fruit, Hancock finally grasped what had happened. The petrified energy within Sandersonia had indeed come from her. Without this ability, it would have been impossible to relieve Sandersonia's petrification. After disabling Sandersonia's petrification effect, Hancock took a step back, signifying her agreement with Riffin's treatment for Maragold. Riffin wasted no time and stepped in front of Maragold. Maragold, I don't know the exact details of the curse on you. Is it confined to a specific area lurking behind your back, or does it affect your entire body? So I will swallow you whole, but don't be alarmed. I can still spit you out. As Riffin spoke, he pointed to his own mouth, reassuring Maragold. Don't worry, I'm ready. You can do it anytime, Maragold said and deliberately curled up her body, making it easier for Riffin to swallow her. Riffin nodded and opened his mouth wide, swallowing Marigold's large body. Hancock and Sandersonia watched nervously as Maragold disappeared into Riffin's mouth. Although they knew Riffin was removing the curse, they were still anxious, fearing that Maragold might be harmed. Fortunately, Riffin didn't keep Maragold in his stomach for too long. He used the power of the Munch fruit to locate the curse on her body and quickly separated it. Riffin had held Maragold in his stomach for a few extra seconds to remove excess fat from her body. After this process, Riffin opened his mouth again, first spitting out a huge piranha bubble, followed by a young woman with a delicate face, a slender figure, visible abdominal muscles, and other toned features. Sandersonia and Hancock stared at the woman in disbelief, their hearts trembling with a hint of confusion. Chapter 240, Chapter 238, Recording the Data of the Empress. I came out. Maragold uttered in astonishment. Sister Hancock, Sister Sandersonia. Quickly, check if there is no curse behind me. Then she got up quickly and turned her back in front of Hancock and Sandersonia. Wait, you call us sister? Are you? Maragold. Sandersonia's eyes widened. Looking at the beautiful, delicate, tall woman in front of her in disbelief, who was completely different from the obese and rough image, she uttered in disbelief. What's the matter, Sister Sandersonia? Why such a surprised expression? I have a device on my body. Wait, is this my body? Maragold looked at her body, her eyes widened instantly. And at this moment, she also felt an abnormality in her body. The originally plump body seemed to have become particularly flexible at this moment. Even her strength was much stronger. Riffin had used the Munch fruit to separate the excess fat from Marigold's body. He had even helped Maragold refine her muscles. So, Maragold didn't lose strength despite the loss of size. The only price, probably, was that her defense was much weaker due to the lack of fat. Riffin, what did you do to me? Aren't you going to help me remove the curse? Why did the fat I accumulated from eating a lot of sumonabe disappear so easily? Maragold came close to Riffin, raised her hands restlessly, and pressed Riffin's shoulder while shaking him. Don't get excited, it's just that the fat has disappeared, it doesn't matter. Although your defense is weakened, you have gained stronger strength and speed, haven't you? And you have regained your beautiful body, what's wrong with that? If it's a normal person, I wouldn't use my abilities to help them lose weight and keep fit. And shouldn't the most important thing be the disappearance of the curse? You'd better let Hancock and Sandersonia take a good look behind your back. Riffin glanced at Marigold's chest, which was shaking with excitement. He patted her on the arm and turned to Sandersonia and Hancock behind her. At the same time, Nojo also stepped forward to comfort Maragold. And while she wasn't paying attention, she raised her hand to stroke Marigold's cheek. At this moment, Sandersonia and Hancock were staring at Marigold's back with wide eyes. Although the change in Marigold's appearance initially made the two of them not recognize her, after a while, they connected Marigold's current appearance with her previous appearance when she was eating sumo nabe. They also recognized that the beautiful woman in front of them was their sister. After realizing this, Hancock and Sandersonia didn't notice the celestial dragon's hooves behind Maragold. Therefore, the two were naturally extremely excited. Maragold, the curse behind you really disappeared. Sandersonia saw Maragold look back at herself and Hancock, finally regaining her calm. She stepped forward excitedly and hugged her in her arms. Really? It disappeared. Marigold's whole body began to tremble with excitement. She had even forgotten for a moment that Riffin had removed a lot of her fat. See for yourself, Maragold, what's behind you is indeed gone. The skin is as smooth as before, very beautiful. Hancock said with a slight smile, pushing a floor mirror in front of Maragold. Maragold turned around excitedly, and sure enough, she didn't see the extremely ugly celestial dragon's hoof behind her. Well, I didn't lie, did I? You don't have to worry about it appearing again. I have thoroughly checked your body. You no longer have the so-called curse left in your body. Now, I put the pig and your excess fat in that bubble. By the way, if you want to gain weight again, you can choose to pop that bubble. But correspondingly, the curse will return to your body. My suggestion is, if you insist on gaining weight, eat your sumo nabe after returning to your country. But let me tell you, it's a pity that a beauty like you becomes fat again. Since becoming this skinny can increase strength and speed, why not sacrifice a little bit of defense? Riffin folded his hands and looked at the excited Maragold with a smile on his face. As soon as his words fell, Maragold quickly came to Riffin and hugged him tightly. In an instant, there was a scent of fragrance. Thank you, Riffin. Although you did unnecessary things to my fat. But I still have to thank you very much. The hooves of the celestial dragon, which had caused Maragold to have nightmares for many years, disappeared. It made Maragold's whole body tremble with excitement. Gradually, 2 tears flowed from Maragold's bright eyes, wetting Riffin's clothes. Sandersonia and Hancock, seeing Maragold's appearance, also had tears in their eyes. Similarly, the eyes they looked at Riffin with were full of anticipation and hesitation. Anticipation because they wanted Riffin to remove the curse from them. Hesitation because they didn't want others to know the secret behind themselves. After a while, Maragold's mood finally stabilized. She put Riffin, whose clothes were almost completely wet with her tears, on the ground and wanted to say something. However, when the words came to her mouth, Maragold looked at Hancock and Sandersonia with some hesitation. Although she hoped that Riffin could help her sister Hancock and Sandersonia with the things behind them, for a while, she didn't know how to mention this to Riffin without hurting her sister's self-esteem as much as possible. Fortunately, Riffin did not let the 3 Hancock sisters hesitate for long. After he evaporated the water stains on his body with the flame of foxfire and straightened his clothes, he turned to look at Hancock and Sandersonia. Since you two have seen my power, now you two should believe me. So, do you want to keep hiding what's behind you? And then proceed to cover it up with curses? Or, let me remove them now? The 3 sisters looked at Riffin in surprise when they heard what he said. Riffin, you know. Hancock frowned gracefully, her eyes fixed on Riffin's cheek. Of course, I know. After all, your partners outside have said that the 3 of you are cursed. Also, I want to get to know you better, Riffin said meaningfully. Hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but give Riffin a deep look. Riffin met Hancock's gaze without backing down. After a minute or so, Hancock was finally persuaded by Riffin's persistence in her hope to get rid of the curse. She turned around silently and slowly removed the red cheongsam from her body, revealing the beautiful back of her neck. In an instant, the red hooves of the celestial dragon appeared in front of Riffin's eyes. Riffin, can you help me? At this moment, Hancock lost her previous strength, and her tone became softer and more pleading. Hancock's words brought Riffin back from his amazement at Hancock's beauty after removing her clothes. Even though he was prepared, seeing Hancock's exaggerated charm still amazed him. After all, he was just a layman and couldn't help but admire beautiful things. Of course, with his current willpower and strength, he wouldn't be as uncontrollable as ordinary pirates and marines when faced with Hancock's allure. Of course, I'd like to help you, Hancock. Riffin nodded and walked behind Hancock, who folded her hands in front of her. He opened his mouth and swallowed her in one gulp. This time, there was no need to separate excess fat from Hancock, so it only took Riffin a moment to regurgitate her. Nojo, who was already prepared, immediately reached out to catch Hancock but accidentally touched her face with her right hand. After completing this, Nojo smiled at Riffin as if to say, "I did it." Riffin naturally responded with a smile. At the same time, after regaining her footing, Hancock didn't bother to wipe off the saliva that belonged to Riffin on her body. She quickly walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror and pointed her back at the mirror. Because she cared too much about the celestial dragon's hoof behind her, she even forgot to defend herself in front of Riffin. Seeing this, Riffin raised his eyebrows, and his eyes immediately went into scanning mode. As expected, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. It's a good thing this woman doesn't know how to fight in a swimsuit or anything. Otherwise, many powerful men wouldn't be able to resist. No wonder that Blackbeard guy in the original book wanted to snatch Hancock's devil fruit. However, apart from Hancock, there shouldn't be many people who can fully utilize this devil fruit's abilities. While thinking, Riffin raised his hand and popped a pill containing extremely bitter medicine powder into his mouth. He felt that he needed to calm down a bit, otherwise, he might not be able to take his eyes off Hancock. "Okay, it's your turn, Sandersonia. If you don't mind getting wet with my saliva, you don't need to take off your clothes. Just take off your shoes," Riffin suggested. Sandersonia nodded eagerly and quickly removed her shoes, assuming a gesture that indicated Riffin could proceed. A few seconds later, Sandersonia was swallowed by Riffin and then expelled just like Hancock, with Nojo there to assist. Although Sandersonia wasn't Riffin's preferred type, she possessed a devil fruit power, and Riffin believed it was necessary for Nojo to copy the data of her abilities. "Thank you, Riffin. Thank you for helping us get rid of the curse," Hancock said with a smile on her face and a relaxed expression, coming closer to Riffin. Though she still held some reservations about Riffin, the removal of the curse had significantly improved her opinion of him. Hancock had believed that Riffin was unaffected by her charms, especially since he hadn't been petrified by Mellow earlier. So, coupled with the relief of the curse's disappearance, Hancock momentarily forgot to put on her clothes and stood in front of Riffin confidently. Chapter 241, Chapter 239, Lee's belonging issue. Riffin rubbed his nose while trying to maintain a calm expression. He nodded to Hancock with a smile on his face. "It doesn't matter, our Black Pearl Pirates and your Kuja Pirates share a certain fate. That girl Lee from your Kuja Pirates and I are fellow villagers. Since you are her captain, I have one more reason to help and support you." Riffin smiled and began to lay a positive foundation for Lee's future life in the Kuja Pirates. He shared some of the communication between himself and Lee. Sure enough, the three sisters couldn't help but be a little surprised when they heard that Lee still had such a relationship with Riffin. Immediately, a look of understanding appeared on their faces. "So that's it. Is this why you let us stay and you wanted to talk to us? Riffin, do you want us to hand Lee over to your Black Pearl Pirates?" Maragold knelt down in front of Riffin, trying her best to make herself and Riffin look at the same height. She was now a little familiar with her new body. Although it was regrettable that the fat she accumulated disappeared, she was still happy to be beautiful. After all, as a woman of the 9 snakes, Maragold still valued her appearance. "No, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to take Lee away. The matter of Lee is just one of the things I want to discuss with you. She has the right to make decisions about her own future. Since she has chosen your Kuja Pirates, I will naturally not force her to leave with me. But at the same time, I hope the three of you can treat that girl well. After all, although many people from my hometown came with me, very few have caught my eye. Lee is one of the exceptional ones," Riffin said with a smile. "By the way, Nojo, your treatment here is over. You should go back to the Black Pearl first. Take Lee with you and give her the gift I mentioned earlier." Riffin turned to Nojo and said. Hearing this, Nojo nodded with a smile. After saying goodbye to the three sisters, she left the room and headed toward Lee on the deck. Although the perfume Yuta was at an altitude of 10,000 meters and Nojiko had not mastered the moonwalk of Marine 6 styles. But Riffin wasn't worried about whether Nojiko could return to the Black Pearl. You see, she could use the abilities of many other people through her clone fruit. As long as she transformed into Makita, she could use the powers of the Kilo fruit or float fruit to bring Lee back to the Black Pearl. 3 of you, I hope you don't mind letting Lee go to my ship to receive the gift. After Nojiko left, Riffin turned around and smiled at the 3 Hancocks. Although Lee's newfound strength, courtesy of the G-Virus strengthening potion, might attract the attention of the Kuja pirates, Riffin wasn't worried. In fact, if Lee could use her transformation before and after using the G-Virus strengthening potion to persuade Hancock to become the captain of a subordinate pirate group under the Black Pearl Pirates, Riffin thought it would be great. Of course not, Hancock smiled and nodded. But soon, the memories of Jun and Hina, who had been petrified by her on the Black Pearl, came to mind again. So, she asked Riffin worriedly. Riffin, my slave arrow accidentally hit the 2 women on your ship earlier. Do you need me to remove their petrified state now? Hearing this, Riffin shook his head and said. Since they have been petrified, it's better not to depetrify them for the time being. The 2 of them are Marines and are Marines hostages kept by my side. I think it's better not to let the 2 of them see our conversation. The 3 sisters exchanged glances when they heard Riffin's words. Riffin, I'm very puzzled. Why are Marines being held as hostages on your ship? What exactly was the deal between you and the Marines? Also, what was the reason the tall Marine woman mentioned earlier about you wanting to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea? After Sonia imitated Maragold's appearance and sat cross-legged in front of Riffin, she asked curiously while maintaining eye contact. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you, Riffin smiled and continued. You should know that Blackbeard Teach became a Shishibukai. The sister trio nodded slightly, though they hadn't attended the Shishibukai meeting themselves. However, they had received information from the World Government Liaison Officer and had seen the news confirming Blackbeard Teach's appointment. Actually, the Marines had 2 options to fill the vacancy left by Crocodile as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. One option was Blackbeard Teach, and the other was me. Initially, the Marines had chosen me as the candidate for the new Shishibukai. It's a pity that Blackbeard Teach captured Fire Fist Ace, the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, and used him as leverage to apply for the position of Shishibukai with the Marines and the world government. Ace's identity is too special, and the Marines wanted to use his public execution to lure the Whitebeard Pirates into a trap. The plan was to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates and Ace, who had unique backgrounds, in one go, as a means to deter other pirates in the sea. Under these circumstances, the Marines and the world government ultimately chose Blackbeard Teach to become the new Shishibukai. However, I managed to secure the possibility of succeeding as a Shishibukai through some means, even after Blackbeard Teach's appointment. Riffin looked at the 3 sisters, whose expressions were growing increasingly surprised, and said, Is this true, Riffin? Is the Marine really planning to confront the entire Whitebeard Pirates? Marigold's eyes widened as she looked at Riffin in disbelief. She had never imagined she would hear such explosive insider information from a pirate like Riffin. It's true, there's no need for me to lie about it. Moreover, even if I didn't tell you, you would soon receive this news through other channels, Riffin said meaningfully. Related news. Sonia frowned, and suddenly a gleam flashed in her eyes. Wait, do you mean that the Marines and the world government intend to forcibly summon the Shishibukai to participate in the war against the Whitebeard Pirates? As for you, Riffin, because of your immense power, you were favored by the Marines and the world government. They want you to replace the current Shishibukai and join the war against the Whitebeard Pirates. Riffin raised his eyebrows and looked at Sonia in surprise. That's clever, Miss Sonia. You should be the strategist of the Kuja pirates. That's right, I do have an agreement with the Marines. As long as I can defeat a Shishibukai other than the current Blackbeard Teach, I can replace him or her as a Shishibukai. After Riffin finished speaking, Marigold and Big Sonia immediately became tense, but Hancock still looked at Riffin with a smile on her face. Could it be that the other thing you want to say about staying with us is that you plan to replace us as the new Shishibukai? Sonia put her hand on her chest and asked worriedly. She understood the importance of the Shishibukai position to the Kuja pirates and the Woman Island. Riffin and his Black Pearl pirates were incredibly powerful, and Sonia knew that if they were to fight head-on, the Kuja pirates would have no chance of winning. She didn't want her older sister Hancock to lose the Shishibukai title if she could help it. No, My target is actually that fat guy, Gecko Moria. I set sail this time to track him down, Riffin explained. Meeting you was an unexpected surprise. Relax, all three of you, I have no intention of replacing the Shishibukai of the Kuja snake. Lee is from my hometown, and I hold Hancock in high regard. Naturally, I will not do anything that goes against my heart. Riffin waved his hand and looked at Sandersonia to reassure her. Maragold let out a relieved sigh, as she didn't want to engage in a battle with Riffin and his pirates if it could be avoided. Riffin, since your target is not me to become new Shishibukai, what do you intend to discuss with me then? Hancock finally spoke, her curiosity piqued. After some thought, she couldn't think of any other reason for Riffin to leave the Kuja pirates except for Lee. If it were any other man, Hancock might have assumed it was due to her allure. But Riffin, who could resist her beauty and powers, didn't seem to be swayed by her charms. Little did she know that Riffin was using his powerful Haki to control his desires at that moment. Riffin took a deep breath before responding, about this, I hope you can listen calmly. Hancock, Sandersonia, Maragold, I hope that your Kuja pirates can become affiliated pirates of my Black Pearl pirates. Chapter 242, Chapter 240, Shishibukai Clone Project. Riffin could see that the three Hancock sisters had a favorable impression and gratitude towards him at the moment. Therefore, he dared to utter words to the three sisters that might strain their friendship. What? You want our Kuja pirates to merge into your Black Pearl pirates? As expected, after hearing Riffin's words, Maragold stood up excitedly. Due to her sudden motion, her body tensed unconsciously. In an instant, apart from her abdominal muscles, her previously hidden muscles swelled and took on a hideous appearance. From a distance, Maragold at this moment resembled a muscular man except for her belly fat. Nevertheless, even so, Maragold maintained her sense of beauty and exuded a healthy, athletic charm. Did I separate too much fat? Riffin glanced at the excited Maragold in front of him, pondering to himself. Fortunately, Maragold still looked very attractive at the moment, so Riffin merely grumbled inwardly without dwelling too much on Maragold's newfound muscles. Riffin, you should understand that our Kuja pirates have a nation backing us. If we become a subordinate pirate group under your Black Pearl pirates, wouldn't this effectively make the country of women your subordinates too? Riffin, we're thankful for your help in breaking our curse, but please understand that this is where our agreement ends, Sandersonia stated solemnly and earnestly. Hancock pursed her lips, appearing somewhat conflicted. Logically, she should have rejected Riffin immediately, just like Maragold and Sandersonia did. However, inexplicably, she hesitated to oppose Riffin's wishes. Although I'm proposing that the Kuja pirates become a subsidiary pirate group under the Black Pearl pirates, but in the final analysis, it's just becoming a family, Riffin explained with a slight smile. Family? Hancock blinked and gazed at Riffin with curiosity. That's correct. If you, Hancock, are willing to bear my name and become the captain of this affiliated pirate group, then you, along with the Kuja female warriors behind you, will become my family and friends. I won't treat you as a mere subordinate. Our relationship could be likened to your relationship with the world government now. Although you are known as the Seven Warlords of the Sea, you are not truly their subordinates, correct? Riffin said, maintaining a smile on his face. World government? Sandersonia furrowed her brow. Riffin, are you suggesting that you intend to replace the world government and seek mutual benefits with us? That's right, that's the truth, Riffin nodded affirmatively. Sandersonia, Maragold, and Hancock, the seas are constantly changing. The Marine and the world government's 7 warlords of the sea system cannot last indefinitely. Eventually, the Marine and the world government are simply leveraging the power of the 7 warlords of the sea. When they no longer require it, they can abolish the system altogether. Let me reveal something to you. While negotiating with the world government's 5 elders, they offered me 2 Shishibukai to challenge. One of them is the Knight of the Sea Jinbei, who has a close association with the Whitebeard pirates. As for the other, it's none other than your Hancock. They claimed that your Kujas are less compliant than other Shishibukai. Hancock, Sandersonia, Maragold, the 5 elders can say that for now. Perhaps one day, they could say the same about other individuals. Upon hearing this, the 3 sisters immediately frowned. Out of gratitude toward Riffin, they didn't doubt his words. After all, they knew that, among the Shishibukai, Hancock was probably the most rebellious. Elder sister. Maragold turned her head to look at Hancock, wearing a concerned expression. Additionally, I can also share some confidential information with you. However, please keep it strictly confidential, and do not divulge it to outsiders. Furthermore, do not attribute this information to me, not even to my fellow villager, Lee. At this point, Riffin's expression became particularly grave. What he was about to disclose involved spoilers and could potentially land him in trouble if leaked. However, to secure Hancock's cooperation, Riffin was willing to take the risk. Riffin, what are you trying to say? Hancock inquired, her expression becoming equally serious. Vegapunk, the world's foremost scientist working for the Marine and the world government, is developing a weapon called the Pacifist. The first version is currently in mass production. Its design draws inspiration from the Tyrant Kuma, combined with the power of Kizura's sparkling fruit. The cost of each of these weapons, known as pacifists, is equivalent to that of a marine warship. While pacifists are formidable, they pose no real threat to individuals of our power. However, the second-generation pacifists, if my sources are accurate, are even incorporating artificial human technology. I believe you can understand the implications. Vegapunk utilized the blood factors of the current Shishibukai, among other elements, to create clones of you. If Vegapunk's research succeeds, the current independent Shishibukai will become obsolete. Upon Riffin's revelation, the three sisters wore expressions of incredulity. Riffin, are you serious? Hancock inquired with a hint of disbelief. Vegapunk is planning to create clones of us. How can something like that be possible? After a few moments, Hancock finally regained her composure and addressed Riffin with skepticism. If it were someone else, perhaps it wouldn't be feasible, Riffin responded thoughtfully. But Vegapunk possesses a mind that's centuries ahead of the rest of the world. There's almost nothing he can't envision or accomplish. When you became a Shishibukai, you likely contributed your blood to the Marine or the world government, or perhaps even underwent some form of medical examination, Riffin continued, his curiosity piqued. This was one of the reasons he had decided to share the information about the second batch of pacifists with Hancock. By learning how the Marine and the world government had obtained the bloodline factors of the 7 warlords of the sea, Riffin could better prepare for when they eventually requested his blood. Hancock pursed her lips, deep in thought. Soon, her eyes brightened as if she had come to a realization. Considering your expression, I assume you've figured it out, Riffin said. Hancock, please share your thoughts with me. Yes, Hancock replied, her voice filled with a newfound determination. When I first became a Shishibukai, I visited a place and left a sample of my blood. But, can such a small amount of blood really enable Vegapunk to create a clone? Hancock lowered her head, as if still struggling to accept the idea that clones of herself might exist in the world. Indeed, Riffin nodded in agreement. He stood up, walked over to Hancock, and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Sometimes, a tiny drop of blood can reveal a great deal. While this world is still dominated by devil fruits and Haki, we must not underestimate the power of technology. Let me offer you a simple example. Hancock, think back a few years. Could the Marines navigate the Com Belt with their warships? Thanks to the Seastone-inspired warships designed by Vegapunk, the current Marines can sail through the Com Belt with ease. The Com Belt, which once served as a natural barrier to protect Amazon Lily, no longer poses a significant obstacle. After Riffin finished speaking, the three sisters wanted to refute, but they found themselves unable to refute his statement. Regardless of their reluctance, the fact remained that marine warships could now traverse the Com Belt. Hancock, I don't expect you to agree with me immediately, Riffin continued. However, I hope you'll prepare in advance. If the time comes when the Marines and the world government no longer require the Shishibukai, having a plan in place will be crucial. If you find yourself in need of allies at that point, consider the proposal I've made today. And, if possible, I'd like to prevent any harm from coming to Lee's pirate group or to you. Riffin glanced at the three sisters with a serious expression. Hancock felt a sense of unexpected happiness upon hearing Riffin's words. However, her brow soon furrowed as she bit her thumb, deep in thought. Riffin, I'm puzzled. If what you're saying is true, why did you become a Shishibukai in the first place? Hancock asked. Aren't you concerned that Vegapunk might use your blood to create clones of you? Your Haki and Devil Fruit abilities are incredibly unique. If the Marines truly plan to utilize the Shishabukai's blood factors for creating clones, they would need to obtain your blood. At this moment, Hancock suddenly grasped the significance of the Five Elders' desire for Riffin to become a Shishibukai. If Rifin were to become a Shishibukai, it would not only provide an advantage to the Marines in the Whitebeard Pirates War, but it would also grant the world government an opportunity to create powerful clones. Hancock couldn't help but wonder if she would have made the same decision as the 5 elders if she were in their position. I sought to become a Shishibukai because I wanted to leverage the convenience it provides to enhance my power, Riffin explained. That includes forming bonds with your Kuja pirates, participating in the upcoming Whitebeard Pirates battle, and gaining knowledge about this world power and you, Hancock. And now that I know the world government intends to use our bloodline factors to create clones, I won't willingly offer them my blood. If they insist, I'll simply provide them with some other form of blood substitute. By the time they realize the deception, I believe I'll have significantly increased my strength. At that point, whether they choose to strip me of my Shishibukai title or take other actions won't matter to me. Hancock nodded in understanding. Indeed, with Riffin and the Black Pearl Pirates' rapid growth, they might soon become one of the dominant forces in the sea. In such a scenario, the Shishibukai title would no longer be necessary to gain advantages. One pirate group with 3 Conqueror's Haki users, along with Riffin and Makita's extraordinary Conqueror's Haki, made for a formidable team. Hancock even believed that the future Black Pearl Pirates could rival the 4 Emperors. If the Whitebeard Pirates were to engage in a war with the Marine headquarters and fall, Hancock pondered, this man might become the new 4 Emperors. Working with Marines didn't seem much different from cooperating with the 4 Emperors. Hancock gazed at Riffin's sincere expression, finding herself increasingly inclined to cooperate with him. After all, the man before her was much more appealing than the world government. Chapter 243, Chapter 241, Smoothie and Hancock compete for attention. That being said, there was a nation supporting Hancock after all. If Riffin were truly one of the 4 emperors, it would be reasonable for her to seek an alliance with them. However, at present, Riffin was merely a renowned supernova pirate in the sea. Strictly speaking, he was not yet qualified to lead Amazon Lily. That concludes today's discussion, Riffin stated. Hancock, Sandersonia, Maragold, I will now lower your pirate ships for your departure, he continued. You may leave on your own once I've had a chat with Lee. Please, remember what we discussed today. Riffin noticed Hancock's internal struggle and decided not to press further. He understood that as a ship's captain and the ruler of a nation, Hancock bore her own burdens. Hancock's expression grew complex upon hearing Riffin's words, a blend of apology and relief. Get dressed, the treatment is complete. If you continue to show appreciation, I won't charge you a single berry, Riffin added. After casting a last glance at Maragold and Hancock, Riffin turned and headed for the door. Oh, Hancock, do you truly despise the celestial dragons? Would you consider becoming the captain of my subordinate crew if I had the opportunity to kill a celestial dragons? As Riffin reached the door, he suddenly turned back to address Hancock. Kill the celestial dragons. Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief. You heard me correctly, Hancock, Riffin replied with a smile. Could it be that, in order for me to become the captain of his subordinate pirate crew, he's willing to forego the chance to become a Shishibukai and challenge the world government now? Hancock contemplated Riffin's serious proposal. In that moment, she felt an inexplicable excitement. Ding! Riffin, you trigger Boa Hancock invitation task, confront celestial dragons. Upon completion of this task, you will receive corresponding rewards. The sudden hint that appeared in his mind startled Riffin, but it was soon followed by a happy smile. Although Hancock hadn't answered yet, Riffin understood her thoughts through the message from the copy space. Take your time changing, Riffin said as he left. Maragold, it may take some time for people to get used to your new appearance. Also, feel free to release those piranha bubbles containing your curse to the sea. After Hancock, Maragold, and Sandersonia exchanged glances, they quickly cleaned the saliva left by Riffin and exited the room after getting dressed. I thought you'd already left, Miss Smoothie. After guiding the 9 snakes back to the sea and returning to the Black Pearl, Riffin looked at Smoothie on board with a helpless expression. After all, I still miss you, Riffin. Smoothie hopped off the ship's deck and approached Riffin. Recalling the information Ada had disclosed earlier, she bent slightly, wearing a seductive smile. Hey, Riffin, you helped heal my injury earlier, and I haven't paid your consultation fee yet. How about I use my ability to relieve your fatigue? After that, you can rest on my lap overnight. You probably haven't experienced a long-legged knee pillow yet. Smoothie even took the initiative to place Riffin's hand on her lap, running his fingers over her smooth skin. Riffin raised an eyebrow. Although he hadn't noticed the changes in Smoothie were due to his influence, he found her actions and proposal appealing. However, he had other plans at the moment. Riffin began, "Sorry, Miss Smoothie, Woman, let go of his hand." Before Riffin could finish speaking, Hancock's voice suddenly interrupted. Riffin turned to see Hancock, who had jumped from the Kuja ship and approached him, making her signature contemptuous gesture directed at Smoothie. "Hancock, my interactions with Riffin shouldn't concern you, right?" Smoothie smiled but eyed Hancock warily. She was confident in her charm but conceded that Hancock was the most beautiful woman in the world. She also considered Ada's assessment of Riffin's preference for beautiful women and Hancock's treatment of him. "Of course, it concerns this Empress," Hancock asserted without hesitation, making Smoothie scrutinize her more seriously. "Riffin, I don't mind visiting your ship," Hancock declared, stepping between Smoothie and Riffin and forcefully taking Riffin's hand from Smoothie's grasp. She held Riffin's hand and regarded Smoothie with a serious expression. Not far away on the Kuja pirate ship, Maragold and Sandersonia, still explaining their situation to Rindo and others, were puzzled by Hancock's actions. Hancock herself was puzzled as well. While watching the slightly ambiguous interactions between Riffin and Smoothie, she felt an unexplainable anger towards Smoothie and even a hint of envy. Riffin observed Hancock's expression and reflected on Hancock's various actions in the original story. He immediately grasped Hancock's emotional state. At this moment, Hancock resembled a scene from the original story where Luffy desperately protected the mark of the celestial dragon behind Sandersonia, preventing the people of the Kuja tribe from discovering it before the news of Luffy defeating the celestial dragons reached Hancock's ears. Although Hancock's current feelings for Riffin couldn't be labeled as love, it was evident that she had a favorable impression of him. "It seems like my efforts are paying off," Riffin thought. "If things continue to develop and Hancock falls in love with me, she might respond to my invitation, even with the weight of the country behind her." However, Riffin couldn't help but notice Hancock's intense jealousy. "Just from seeing Smoothie holding my hand, she's reacting like this. If she finds out about my relationships with Robin and Nakajayo, she might explode," he mulled over, imagining Hancock's potentially sad expression. Riffin sighed and decided to focus on the future. At least judging from Hancock's current attitude, it's possible to give her the G-Virus strengthening potion and the Kuja pirates in advance. The G-Virus strengthening potion might help her overcome her hesitation about becoming a subordinate captain. With this idea in mind, Riffin quickly formulated a plan. "Hancock, remove the curse from the petrified man on Smoothie's ship. After that, I don't think Miss Smoothie has any reason to stay here. Smoothie, you'd better return and report to your mother. The first half of the Grand Line is under the control of the Marines, and it's not ideal for individuals like you to linger here. Chopper, lead Miss Smoothie to her ship." Riffin gave these instructions with a smile and then headed toward the cabin of the Black Pearl. "Yes, Captain Riffin," Chopper replied with enthusiasm. "No problem, Riffin," Hancock replied, flashing a big smile as Riffin walked away. Observing the scene, Smoothie's frown deepened. She was about to boldly follow Riffin, but Chopper, acting on Riffin's orders, abruptly stepped in her way. "Wait, lady. Captain Riffin told you to leave." Chopper, maintaining his normal form, stretched out his arms to block Smoothie, who towered over him. Smoothie lowered her gaze to the adorable Chopper but didn't underestimate him due to his cute appearance. She remembered that Chopper had a bounty of 100 million berries on his head and couldn't afford to underestimate him. "Hey, excellent Dr. Chopper, can I accompany Riffin? I'm genuinely interested in him," Smoothie began, adopting a gentle tone. "Perhaps I'll even marry him in the future. If that happens, we'll be a family, won't we? Since we're family, there shouldn't be any issue with me tagging along." Smoothie knelt down, wrapping her arms around her knees, and looked at Chopper with a kind expression. "Excellent doctor. Bastard. Even if you praised me like that I won't let you pass." Chopper, hearing Smoothie's compliment, immediately twisted his body and said to Smoothie. Riffin live broadcast chat room. "Chopper is still as cute as ever, I was worried that he would just let her go just because of Smoothie's compliment. How is it possible? Although Chopper can't stand the praise of others, he is still very serious when facing the battle and Riffin's orders. Since Riffin asked Chopper to intercept, he will definitely intercept." Green Pheasant audience, this woman named Smoothie is really entangled with Riffin, damn it, I'm really envious. Kolima audience, envy? If you face this woman, you will likely be twisted into a wrench in an instant and juice you out of you. This woman is not a kind person. In the live broadcast room of Koharu Momika from the Green Pheasant Country, I saw how cruel this woman is. Eagle audience, that's true. In the final analysis, this smoothie just took a fancy to Riffin's strength. I don't think she fell in love with Riffin. Camel audience, even so, it's enviable enough. Such a tall figure can't be found in the real world. Eagle audience, after all, she is a woman from the long-legged tribe of a special race. And Ada joins her group. After Smoothie goes back, she will meet Koharu Momika, the Reincarnator of the Green Pheasant Country. I don't know how the two women will get along with each other. Eagle audience, tisk tisk, it would be great if there was a fight. Cole Lima audience, we don't know if those two will fight or not, but I want to know if this Chopper will fight with Smoothie. Let's be honest, we're all curious how strong Chopper is right now, right? Eagle audience, that guy Riffin awakened Chopper munch fruit, and also made his position level reach the master level. Chopper's power may have reached the first echelon of the Black String of Pearls. Damn, why are there more and more monsters in Riffin's team? That guy Riffin, why can he easily obtain so many strengthening resources? Is there any need to ask? Riffin has the strength, luck, and courage. Is there a reincarnator who dares not to buy resurrection coins like Riffin? No, right? Ha ha ha. Now you know why. Although Riffin and Lee have left now. But because Ada is still around. So Blue Star viewers can still see what's going on between Chopper and Smoothie. At the same time, on the One Piece dungeon world. Seeing Chopper's appearance, Smoothie couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Seemed to be fairly interested in Chopper's reaction. But after seeing Riffin and Hancock who had disappeared into the entrance of the cabin in the distance, Smoothie felt more anxious. Then, Dr. Chopper, I'll go first. After leaving these words, Smoothie stood up, trying to catch up to Riffin directly past Chopper. It has been determined that Riffin will accept her. So she doesn't want Riffin to have too many opportunities to get in touch with the most beautiful woman in the world. However, she just made a move. Chopper's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he stretched out his short hands to point at Smoothie's figure. Chapter 244, Chapter 242, Riffin is a monster among monsters. A red light flashed in Smoothie's eyes. The powerful observation Haki made her subconsciously take 2 steps back and sideways. Afterward, she felt a powerful air current passing by her side, flying toward the direction of the sea. This is armament Haki. Smoothie looked at the little Chopper in shock. Although she is already mentally prepared for Chopper's power. But really seeing Chopper use armament Haki so skillfully. And it is an emission-level armament Haki. Smoothie was still rather surprised. Hehe, Chopper's armament Haki is more than this level. If you don't want to get hurt again, please leave according to Captain Riffin's advice, Franky said as he came over carrying 2 cannons, with a smile. As the man who saw Riffin strengthen Chopper before. Franky is the person who understands Chopper's current strength best besides Riffin and Chopper. In his opinion, if the current Chopper completely goes all out to fight Smoothie, even if he can't defeat Smoothie instantly like Robin. At least not for a short time. After all, members of the Black Pearl Pirates have nothing but conventional strength. There is also the power of a Germa 66 exoskeleton to support them to fight for a longer period of time. Stronger armament Haki, you tell me he can also use the armament Haki of the internal destruction level just like Robin. Smoothie stared at Chopper in shock. There are very few people in this world who can train armament Haki to the limit. Even the 4 generals at the top of the Big Mom pirate group did not grasp it. Smoothie doesn't even know if her mother, Charlotte Linlin, has trained armament Haki to the point where she can achieve internal destruction. But with such ability, Smoothie saw 2 consecutively on Riffin's Black Pearl Pirates. What made Smoothie even more uncomfortable was the fact that such a strong person had a bounty of only 80 million berry, while the other had just reached 100 million berry. Just when Smoothie was thinking, Chopper used a rumble ball to strengthen himself and switched to the form of Kung Fu Reindeer. They saw him put on the standard fighting posture after he transformed, and raised a pair of black glossy claw to Smoothie. Human, leave quickly. If possible, I don't want to fight you. If you keep going, I can only use my strength to get you off our ship. Because of the conflict between Chopper and Smoothie. The other members of the Black Pearl Pirates and the 9 Snake Pirates in the distance also looked over curiously. However, the members of the Black Pearl Pirates just watched with interest, without any intention of stepping forward to help. During the period when Riffin went to Hancock, it was already known that Chopper received new powers from Riffin. It is precisely because they have absolute confidence in Chopper that they don't step forward to help. They also believed that Smoothie, who suffered serious injury, will never dare to provoke the members of the Black Pearl Pirates too much. Smoothie frowned, her eyes flicking from the surrounding members of the Black Pearl Pirates. Finally, it settled on Chopper. Especially after noticing the armament Haki flowing like water in Chopper's hand, her expression became more serious. Chopper, please don't shoot at Miss Smoothie. Miss Smoothie, let's go back. I believe there will be opportunities to meet Riffin in the future. At this time, Ada jumped onto the deck of the Black Pearl from the adjacent ship. She looked at Smoothie with a worried expression. Even at this moment, she is constantly checking Smoothie's favorability toward herself. After Chopper saw Ada, his fighting posture relaxed a little. This also made Smoothie slightly relieved. Sigh, it looks like I won't be able to see Riffin this time. He's really a cruel man. Smoothie shook her head, and said with an extremely aggrieved look. At this time, she also understood that she had no way to break through the siege of the crew of the Black Pearl Pirates. However, after meeting Chopper's Haki, she doesn't intend to leave just like that. At least, I need to figure out the strength of this ship doctor who offered a reward of 100 million berry. In this way, I can learn more about Riffin. Smoothie nodded inwardly and gave Chopper a gentle smile on her face. Dr. Chopper, I really didn't expect that even you, the ship's doctor who is an auxiliary crew member, would have such fighting power. Before I leave, can you let me see your power? Smoothie did not draw her sword, but after arming her hands with armament Haki, she took a pose to fight Chopper. She wanted to determine if Chopper had really mastered the armament Haki at the level of internal destruction. After finishing speaking, Smoothie took a special look at Ada. Ada noticed Smoothie's look and immediately understood what she meant. She smiled helplessly and looked at Chopper. Chopper, can you do me a favor? Before we leave, please satisfy Smoothie's request a little bit. After Ada finished speaking, she looked at Makita, who was watching from the observation deck. She knew that the current Makita was the deputy captain of the Black Pearl. When Riffin is not around, she has the final say on all matters on board. Glancing at Ada, Chopper also looked at Mida. Since it's Ada's request, Chopper, show your strength to this lady Smoothie. Just let the Big Mom Pirates know how much trouble they will bring to themselves if they fight us. The corners of Makita's mouth parted, revealing a cruel smile. As the deputy captain, Makita naturally also knows that Ada went to the Big Mom Pirates for an undercover. Therefore, she naturally would not reject Ada's proposal. Understood, but since you didn't draw your sword, Chopper began, then it's just a competition, right? In this case, I just need to show my strength a little bit. Chopper nodded slightly and raised his head to address Smoothie. That's right. As long as I can see your strength, Dr. Chopper, I can leave with peace of mind. Smoothie nodded at Chopper with a slightly regretful smile. At the same time, her observation Haki locked onto Chopper tightly to prevent any sudden attacks. In that case, wow, cha! Chopper yelled and kicked his legs hard on the ground, flying up and pushing his palm towards Smoothie's arm, which contained armament Haki. To test Chopper's armament Haki, Smoothie didn't dodge and directly met his attack with her own arms wrapped in armament Haki. Boom! The next moment, Smoothie's expression changed dramatically. That's a lot of strength, Dr. Chopper is really not easy. The smile disappeared from Smoothie's face, and she looked at Chopper gravely. Between them, bursts of black electric lights, inspired by the powerful armament Haki, symbolized the strength of their armament Haki. Of course, in addition to Chopper's armament Haki, the fact that Chopper's small body could deliver such a powerful palm strike much surprised Smoothie. As time passed, Smoothie could feel her Haki being rapidly consumed. After a while, Chopper's armament Haki began to invade her arm. Really capable of internal destruction. Smoothie's eyes locked onto Chopper, and she quickly took a few steps back, ending the wrestling match. What's the matter, is the contest over? Chopper fell back to the deck, looking at Smoothie with ease. No, please show me more of your power, Dr. Chopper, Smoothie replied. You should also possess a devil fruit power. Smoothie rubbed her aching hands, and the smile returned to her face. In her opinion, Chopper's transformation was obviously caused by eating some kind of devil fruit. Oh, do you want to understand Chopper's ability? That's really interesting. In that case, Chopper, show the lady your ability. The trick Captain Riffin used earlier, he said. Franky gave a thumbs up to Chopper, suggesting that he should demonstrate the air cannon developed by Riffin. The trick that Riffin used? Could it be that Riffin and Chopper also possess the same ability? Or can Riffin use Chopper's devil fruit ability? Smoothie wondered. Oh! It's that one! The corners of Chopper's mouth rose, and his excitement grew. Then, you have to be careful, I'm not very familiar with this trick. Chopper suddenly doubled the size of his face, especially his mouth, which became terribly large. This is Riffin's power to swallow. Smoothie's eyes widened, and she quickly recalled the ability that Riffin had used to heal her earlier. Chopper opened his mouth wide and began swallowing air into his mouth. The surrounding air quickly gathered and compressed towards Chopper's mouth. After a few seconds, a piranha-shaped bubble formed in Chopper's mouth, containing explosive energy. What is this? Smoothie frowned, looking at the scene in front of her in puzzlement. She had only seen Riffin use his munch fruit ability for healing purposes and had never witnessed it used offensively. Maragold and Sandersonia, who had arrived on the deck of the Black Pearl, exchanged glances, guessing what Chopper was about to do. Chopper spit in the direction of Smoothie, and the piranha bubble in his mouth rushed towards her quickly, growing larger as it approached. When it reached Smoothie, the bubble had grown to her height. Smoothie, wanting to test Chopper's power, did not choose to dodge. Instead, she quickly armed her sword with armament Haki, pulled it out, and stabbed the piranha bubble in front of her. Just as Smoothie's sword tip touched the surface of the piranha bubble, her observation Haki alerted her to a strong sense of danger. Reacting quickly, she stepped back. At that moment, the piranha bubble exploded with a bang, its powerful impact sending Smoothie flying backward until she landed on her own ship. Riffin Live Broadcast Chat Room. Eagle Audience, is this really true? Can an air cannon using munch fruit cause such a big explosion? Goat Audience, it's really amazing, the piranha bubble can grow so huge after leaving Chopper's mouth. If Chopper uses this ability with all his strength, will it directly trigger an air cannon capable of blowing up a warship? That's natural, Chopper is now a master-level ship doctor, he must have been strengthened quite powerfully. Green Pheasant Audience, if Chopper can use munch fruit to the extent that Riffin can use munch fruit, to what extent can he go? Coal Lima Audience, it is indeed a two-level fruit. I thought it was just a fruit with healing power, but now it seems that even the attack power is far beyond the average devil fruit. It can also swallow others and use other people's devil fruit abilities. This devil fruit is simply omnipotent. Eagle Audience, damn Riffin, this devil fruit should have belonged to us, Ethan. Why didn't Blackbeard meet that guy Wapole at that time, but let him meet this hateful man? Hee, upstairs, there's nothing you can do to complain, this munch fruit already belongs to Riffin, ha ha ha. Goat Audience, this woman, Smoothie, should be quite surprised this time. Not only did she feel Chopper's internal destruction level armament Haki, but she also felt this powerful devil fruit ability. Kangaroo Audience, in this way, she should leave obediently. Having said that, since Chopper's Haki can be played outside, can it also be integrated into the air cannon? Eagle Audience, no, if this is all possible, how powerful would it be? If all this is possible, the value of this devil fruit will be even greater. Eagle Audience, I just hope that when the Blackbeard Pirates and the Black Pearl Pirates meet, the Blackbeard guy can defeat Riffin's entire team and get their hands on that magical fruit, at the same time grab the two master-level crew members, Robin and Chopper. Upstairs, what are you thinking about? At this time, it's still daytime over there, why do you start dreaming during the daytime? Hehe, if the Blackbeard Pirates and the Black Pearl Pirates really meet, I think the Blackbeard Pirates will be the ones to deliver the food, ha ha ha. One Piece Dungeon World. Sister, are you okay? Charlotte Cinnamon hurried forward and held Smoothie's body with her hands. I'm fine. Smoothie shook her head, looking at Chopper who was rubbing his face. The power used for healing actually has such a powerful attack power. The members of the Black Pearl Pirates are really monsters. After speaking, Smoothie couldn't help but fell silent. There was one more thing she didn't say. And Riffin is a monster among monsters. Chapter 245, Chapter 243, Strengthening Potion Leads to Advancement of Strength. Miss Smoothie, are you all right? At this time, Ada had also returned to Smoothie from the Black Pearl. Although Smoothie wasn't hurt, she still showed concern. I'm fine, Ada. But Chopper really opened my eyes. A ship doctor has such strength. It's hard to imagine the strength of the other combat crew members of the Black Pearl Pirates. Smoothie shook her head, bent slightly closer to Ada, and continued. Hey, Ada, this man Riffin has shown a lot of abilities. Do you think Riffin can master the devil fruit abilities of all his companions? After hearing this, Ada thought for a while and replied. Perhaps, I also have such a guess. It's just that I didn't join the Black Pearl Pirates after all. Riffin, after all, keeps some secrets from me. Ada knew that lying about this matter was useless, so she chose a more compromising method. In addition, she also understood that Riffin himself does not have the idea of hiding the abilities of himself and his partners too much from people other than Marines and the world government. Otherwise, Nojo would not have brought Lee back to the Black Pearl from the Kuja pirates using Makita ability. That's it, that's really a pity. What about Nojo? That woman seems to have used Makita's ability to levitate after she transformed into Makita earlier, right? Could it be that after she transforms, she can still use other devil fruit power abilities? Smoothie also noticed the scene where Nojo took Lee back to the Black Pearl. Regarding this, she was naturally a little puzzled. Thinking of the previous scene where Nojo raised her hand and touched her face and Garrett, Smoothie's eyes shone brightly. She understood that if Nojo could really use the ability of the transformed person, Nojo must also be able to use her devil fruit ability. About this, I am also amazed. It stands to reason that Nojo should only be a clone fruit user. But now it seems that clone fruit is far from as simple as I thought. Miss Smoothie, Riffin definitely meant to reveal this to us. He is really showing us his wrist. If possible, I think we should not make enemies of the Black Pearl Pirates. Ada looked at Smoothie sincerely and said. Of course, I still want to marry this man. The corners of Smoothie's mouth raised slightly, and she walked towards the edge of her ship. Chopper, thank you for showing me your power. When we meet again, I will bring you Totoland special cakes. Please also relay my message to Riffin. Tell him, I will definitely let him marry me. I am sure we will meet again soon. Chopper was about to nod excitedly when he heard the cake in Smoothie's mouth. When suddenly, Makita flew past Chopper with a powerful aura and came to the front of the pirate ship where Smoothie was. She hovered at the bow of Smoothie's pirate ship, her right hand lightly touching the bow. What a woman who loves to talk nonsense. Besides, a woman like you is not qualified to marry Captain Riffin at all. Your rambling is really annoying. Since you don't want to go on your own initiative, I'll give you a ride. Get a good grip on something if you don't want to fall off. Makita said, directly using the power of the float devil fruit to control Smoothie's pirate ship and throw it into the distance. Soon, Smoothie's pirate ship was driven several kilometers away by Makita's ability. Immediately, it fell heavily on the sea surface, splashing a lot of water. This woman is really rough. Smoothie regained her footing, looked at Makita in the distance, and sighed faintly. Sister, what should we do now? Garrett came to Smoothie and asked tremblingly. At this moment, she wanted to leave even more. She was afraid that Smoothie would provoke the crew of the Black Pearl Pirates again, and in that case, a fight might really start. Fortunately, Smoothie's next words eased her worries. Garrett, everyone, let's go. It doesn't make much sense to stay here anymore. Maybe, after the Black Pearl Pirates come to the New World, maybe we will have another chance to contact Riffin, Smoothie sighed. Yes, Sister Smoothie. After hearing this sentence, Garrett responded excitedly and then quickly ran towards the center of the hull. Smoothie, on the other hand, kept looking at the Black Pearl from a distance until she couldn't see it anymore. Then she withdrew her gaze. The most beautiful woman in the world, Empress Hancock. A woman with a country on her back. If this woman is willing to charm Riffin, her own charm and the women of her country will be her advantage. If I want to successfully welcome Riffin to my world, this woman may be my strong enemy. And those partners of Riffin are also quite threatening. Does it mean that I really have to find more and better women for Riffin, as Ada said, before I can welcome him? Smoothie turned her head and looked at her sisters Cinnamon and Garrett, who were named by Riffin and wanted to marry on the Black Pearl. Naturally, Smoothie would not want to share a man with other women if she could. But thinking of the closeness of Riffin and Nojo, and seeing Makita's reaction when she told her that she wanted to marry Riffin, and thinking of the change in the attitude of the three Boa sisters towards Riffin and Riffin's obvious interest in the Empress, even though Smoothie is unwilling to share Riffin with other women, she has to start thinking about such a plan. After all, Riffin is simply too powerful. Even with tough measures, she couldn't control Riffin. Smoothie felt that among the entire Big Mom pirate group, only Charlotte Linlin could suppress Riffin. If Mom knew about Riffin and the Black Pearl pirates, perhaps she would also be willing to give some more sisters to welcome Riffin into the Big Mom pirates. Thinking of this, Smoothie couldn't help but sigh deeply. She understood that children might be just tools in her mother's eyes. Charlotte Linlin would be willing to sacrifice a few more tools if it meant achieving her goals. Smoothie shook her head and made her way towards the cabin. At this time, she needed to rest, recover her strength, and contemplate how to report to her mother. On the other side, aboard the Black Pearl, in Riffin's personal consultation room. Hiss! Riffin, he never said this gift would hurt so much. Lee was sweating profusely, clutching the edge of the hospital bed, her entire body trembling violently due to the side effects of the G-virus strengthening drug. Although Lee was initially able to endure it, the strengthening effect of the G-virus strengthening medicine was continuous and long-lasting. After a while, even the martial artist Lei couldn't bear it. Don't worry, Miss Lee, Nojo, responsible for taking care of Lee, comforted her while wiping the sweat from Lee's face with a towel. At that moment, the consulting room's door swung open. Riffin entered, accompanied by Hancock, Maragold, and Sander Sonia. As the door opened, Lee clenched her teeth and let out a small moan of pain, which reached the ears of the three sisters and Riffin. Welcome back, Captain Riffin, Nojo greeted Riffin with a big smile, sensing his familiar aura. Riffin responded with a smile, thank you, Nojo. Lee, how are you feeling? Can you endure it? Riffin casually sat down on the edge of the hospital bed at Lee's feet, observing Lee's profuse sweating with a smile on his face. Fortunately, Lee was not wearing combat attire like a white shirt at the moment, or it would have become transparent due to the amount of sweat. It's bearable, but Riffin, it would have been great if you had warned me first, Lee said resentfully while looking at Riffin. Hee, be patient. You'll thank me later, Riffin chuckled. At that moment, Maragold approached the hospital bed with a concerned expression. What's wrong, Riffin? Didn't you say you wanted to give Lee a gift? Why does she look so miserable? Riffin stood up and replied, it is indeed a gift, but before accepting this gift, you will have to go through some trials. As Riffin finished speaking, Lee's trembling gradually subsided within seconds, and the pain disappeared completely. Is it over? Lee blinked and, upon noticing Hancock, tried to get up. Seeing this, Riffin quickly reached out to help her up. Feel it, show me, now your physique should have grown. The corner of Riffin's mouth lifted as he emphasized the word physique. Lee, who was clever, immediately understood Riffin's implication and checked her personal attribute panel. Upon seeing a substantial increase in her physique points, she widened her eyes. 3,000 points. A rank. At that moment, Lee forgot that Hancock and others were still present and exclaimed what she saw. Lee's physique level, initially at B rank, received a bonus of 3,000 physique points from using the G-virus strengthening potion. This boost elevated her physique level from B rank to A rank, explaining her surprise. This entire scene, along with Lee's reactions, was observed by the audience on Blue Star in the real world. Eagle audience, could it be that the G-virus strengthening potion gave her a bonus of 3,000 physical points and because of this, she upgraded her physical level to A level? Cole Lima audience, it should be. Riffin has really researched something amazing. Kangaroo audience, the G-virus strengthening potion is stronger than we imagined, 3,000 points of physique, enough to turn an ordinary person into a Superman. Eagle audience, it's a pity that ordinary people can't use it. Eagle audience, we should be thankful that ordinary people cannot use it. Otherwise, when Riffin returns, the entire panda may become a superhuman group. Cole Lima audience, in the final analysis, if it wasn't for the Reincarnator of your eagles who made it up. If it wasn't for that bastard William who provided research material for Riffin, he wouldn't have been able to tinker with such stuff. Hee, indeed, in this matter, we have to thank the Reincarnator of the Eagle Empire for their help, ha ha ha. Eagle audience, I strongly request Riffin to give the formula of the G-virus strengthening agent to my umbrella company. Since this uses William's virus, this intellectual property rights should be granted to us. Damn, you umbrella company is really shameless. You want to engage in biohazard, and Riffin is making enhanced potions that are beneficial to human beings. Can the two be the same? Even though Riffin used the zombie virus as a material, its function has been completely reversed now, and it has nothing to do with your umbrella company. Intellectual property rights or something, it must be in the hands of Riffin. Speaking of which, this umbrella company is still a bit dangerous. I hope there won't be a second William among them. What are you afraid of? As long as Riffin returns, any biochemical virus created by their umbrella will be quickly cracked by him. Let's look at Lee now. Tisk tisk, the G-virus strengthening potion is so strong. I really hope that Brother Riffin can meet Ray and Pigeon in the future so that our reincarnators can become stronger. Green Pheasant audience, the sea is so big, how can you panda reincarnations meet easily in the copy space? Impossible. Hehe, I asked about the smell of sour vinegar upstairs, ha ha ha. One Piece Dungeon World. What's the matter, Lee? Maragold was very surprised to see Lee, muttering words she didn't understand. She couldn't help but step forward, worriedly looking at Lee with concern. No, nothing. Wait, who are you? Lee looked at Maragold, blinked, and seemed a little puzzled. She searched her mind carefully and was sure she hadn't seen the current Maragold on the Kuja Pirates. However, at this moment, Maragold was holding the original obese version of Maragold's weapon, and the clothes she was wearing were indeed very Kuja-style clothing. All these situations made Lee, who had not fully recovered from the pain caused by the previous G-virus strengthening drug, feel suspicious. I'm Maragold. My fat was separated by Riffin's ability earlier when he treated me. Let's talk about your situation. Are you sure you're okay now? Also, is your body really different? Maragold asked curiously. Chapter 246, Chapter 244, The Opportunity to Strengthen the Entire Kuja Snakes. Green Pheasant audience, what? Is this beautiful tall woman Maragold, the one who was overweight before? I'm wondering earlier why this woman is following Hancock and Sander Sonia, so she is Maragold. She did mention that Brother Riffin used his ability to reduce her fat, right? Amazing, the Munch Munch fruit still has this effect? Great news for weight loss enthusiasts. Eagle audience, it's not just good news for weight loss enthusiasts, but also for fitness enthusiasts. Look at Maragold's toned arms, abdominal muscles, and vest line, it's perfect. Cole Lima audience, I suddenly wish Riffin could swallow me up. Goat audience, if I could get to know Riffin, I wouldn't have to worry about gaining weight and looking unattractive, even if I indulged in high-fat foods. It's a shame Riffin already has a great woman by his side, otherwise, I would pursue him. Farewell, big girl upstairs, leave Brother Riffin to us to digest. Although I want to say this, the copy space actually mentioned that the Captain Reincarnator can bring the crew back to the real world. I think Brother Riffin doesn't fancy ordinary women like us anymore. Please, you're not an ordinary woman. I recognize your ID, you're the female star who has been quite popular recently. You were even more popular than me last year. Well, popularity is one thing, but we still can't compare to those around Riffin. Eagle audience, if it were me, I wouldn't mind how many women are around Riffin. The world has changed, it's a world where the strong rules. Since Riffin is the strong one, what's wrong with having more women? If Riffin likes me, I'd even work as his waitress. Cole Lima audience, is this, the popular actress from Hollywood superhero movie in 20? Wow, Riffin has attracted both domestic and foreign actresses. Foreign stars. Perhaps you're right, we stars need to change our perspective. Eagle audience, the Eagle star upstairs, even though I'm a big fan of yours, wanting to be a woman for Riffin? Even if you're seeking refuge, you should seek refuge with Ethan. Eagle audience, I'm free, and I believe I should have the right to follow my own thoughts. Hollywood star upstairs, I'm a fan of yours, but let's face it, Ethan or whoever might not survive and could get killed by Riffin. So, relying on Ethan? LOL. The live broadcast room went black when Riffin helped Maragold shed her body fat. The Blue Star audience had no idea that Maragold had transformed into a tall, slender, and beautiful woman. Meanwhile, in the Isle of the Black Pearls cabin, Riffin didn't speak to Maragold, so it was understandable that the Blue Star audience couldn't recognize her. Now, people were finally recognizing the brand new Maragold. Simultaneously, they had a new appreciation for the power of the Munch Munch fruit. Just like the Blue Star audience, Lee looked at Riffin in amazement. I never expected you to have such a backstory. Riffin, when we return home, if you're willing to open a beauty salon, there'll be many takers, Lee suggested. The Blue Star audience agreed, eagerly anticipating Riffin opening a beauty salon. However, Riffin had different thoughts. If we go back home, you and I might have to deal with the monsters from our homeland. Forget about opening a beauty salon. If you have friends with weight-related issues, they can come to me. I'll charge them less. You still charge them? Lee asked. Of course, there has to be some payment. All right, you're right. But would you be willing to sell that gift you mentioned earlier? Well, it depends on the people you introduce, Lee. If I like them, I might sell them. Thank you so much. I assume this item is quite expensive. It's all right, since they are your friends, I'm willing to offer a discount, so you might just afford it. Riffin and Lee conversed back and forth, their interaction smooth and pleasant. Perhaps it was because they were both members of Panda's Reincarnator group, but they got along remarkably well, their smiles growing warmer with each exchange. Hancock watched this scene, feeling oddly discontented, envious of Lee, and wishing she were the one speaking to Riffin. Oh, by the way, I haven't answered Miss Marigold's question, Lee suddenly remembered and turned to Maragold. Sorry, Miss Maragold, I almost forgot. Yes, my body has become stronger, especially the armament Haki you taught me to practice. It's gotten stronger due to my improved physical fitness. Lee demonstrated by forming a jet black armament Haki on his right palm. Impressive, isn't it? Maragold blinked, captivated by the display. Is it really possible to manifest armament Haki to this extent? It's truly amazing. What do you think, Maragold, Sander, Sonia and Hancock? For the sake of our alliance, or even without one, if you allow it, I can share some of the gifts Riffin gave me earlier. Riffin continued, for Lee's sake, and because of my admiration for you, even if you haven't agreed to an alliance with me, I can provide you with the same gifts I gave Lee first. You'd give us gifts that make Lee stronger? Maragold asked in disbelief. Riffin, is this for real? Hancock inquired, clearly moved. On the other hand, Maragold couldn't contain her excitement and, almost impulsively, squeezed Riffin's shoulder. Realizing her actions weren't entirely appropriate, she quickly let go and awkwardly added, of course, I mean, thank you. Riffin responded, absolutely. After all, I think we might become a family in the future. However, you three, especially Hancock, are already quite strong. This gift of mine might not offer you much help. On the other hand, other members of the 9 Snake Pirates can gain greater power from it. As for the Amazon Lily behind you, when we truly become a family, I'll distribute these gifts to them as well. I've heard that everyone in your country is skilled in combat, even those who haven't joined the Kuja Pirates have impressive fighting abilities. I assume most of them can utilize this gift. Nevertheless, I'll wait to confirm their suitability before giving it to them, as it can be quite harmful to those whose strength doesn't meet the required standard. Riffin explained. Let the Kuja Pirates become stronger first. In this way, even the fighters of the 9 Snake Pirates will be more willing to accept becoming affiliated pirates of the Black Pearl Pirates. Riffin believes that, apart from Hancock, the other members of the Kuja Pirates are more likely to accept Riffin's invitation. After all, the world government recruited them as Shishibukai by merely offering them certain privileges. But Riffin can genuinely enhance their strength. In this way, the Amazon Lily will truly become a formidable nation. Hancock, Maragold, and Sander Sonia observed Lee's progress, thinking about how the Kuja Pirates and the entire Amazon Lily could attract reinforcements. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they looked at Riffin. Hancock, I'll let Nojo deliver the gifts, Riffin explained. You can take them back for use by the 9 Snake Pirates. As you've seen with Lee, using this gift may cause some initial discomfort. The weaker one's strength, the more they'll be strengthened, but also the more they'll suffer. Someone as strong as you, Hancock, won't feel much pain, and, of course, you won't receive as much strengthening. Riffin turned to Nojo, who nodded in understanding. She goes to the counter and retrieves a box of G-Virus strengthening potion, then she addresses Hancock, 3 of you, please take me to your ship. Without your instruction, I doubt the Kuja Pirates would willingly use this gift. Hancock hesitated, then asked Riffin, what about you, Riffin? What are your plans during this time? Riffin grinned, well, Lee and I haven't seen each other in a while. I'd like to discuss some matters from my homeland. Your homeland? Can I join in the conversation? Since the gift isn't very useful to me, there's no rush for me to use it, Hancock inquired. Riffin hesitated for a moment and then replied, I'm sorry, Hancock, but I'd rather not discuss my homeland with outsiders. The word outsiders from Riffin made Hancock's heart tense inexplicably. She placed her hand over her chest and glanced at Lee, who smiled somewhat awkwardly. Miss Hancock, please take me to your ship first. If there's anything else you'd like to discuss with Captain Riffin later, you can have a proper conversation afterward, Nojo suggested kindly. Hancock reluctantly complied. As she left the room, her inner reluctance became more apparent. What's going on with Snakeheim? Lee wondered aloud. Why does she seem so unwilling for us to be alone? Is she envious? Who knows? Riffin shrugged. Although he knew the reason, he didn't plan to say it in front of many watching. Hancock walked out of the room in a daze and instinctively headed towards the outside of the Black Pearl's cabin. Nojo watched her departure, with a teasing smile on her face. Nojo, having experienced similar feelings, understood what Hancock might be going through. She thought to herself, Captain Riffin, you truly are a man who can capture every woman's attention. Thankfully, I can become her, Nojo continued to herself, so even if the world's most beautiful woman joins later on, my burden will be lighter. With a shake of her head, Nojo smiled meaningfully at Hancock as Maragold and Sonia exited the room. She then left, locking the door behind her with a click, leaving Riffin and Lee in a secure room inaccessible to outsiders through conventional means. Chapter 247, Chapter 245, The Secret of the Dressing Room. Hancock walked out of the room in a daze and instinctively headed towards the outside of the Black Pearl's cabin. Nojo watched her departure, with a teasing smile on her face. Nojo, having experienced similar feelings, understood what Hancock might be going through. She thought to herself, Captain Riffin, you truly are a man who can capture every woman's attention. Thankfully, I can become her, Nojo continued to herself, so even if the world's most beautiful woman joins later on, my burden will be lighter. With a shake of her head, Nojo smiled meaningfully at Hancock as Maragold and Sonia exited the room. She then left, locking the door behind her with a click, leaving Riffin and Lee in a secure room inaccessible to outsiders through conventional means. I said, what are you doing? Riffin turned around and saw that she had already taken off her coat and pants. So now Lee was dressed in an extremely stylish outfit. Although I don't know what you plan to talk about when you ask me to stay, Riffin. But it's best not to let the Blue Star people see and hear the conversation between the two of us. In the future, people who are still in Blue Star may also become reincarnators. It's fine if it's on the right side, but if it's the enemy, we'd better let them get less information. I'm also embarrassed to ask Riffin to take off your coat and so on, so I can only choose to do mine. Just in time, the clothes on my body are soaked due to the effect of the G-Virus strengthening potion just now. I'd be more comfortable taking them off, too. Lee casually put the wet clothes on the hospital bed, then looked at Riffin and continued. Then Riffin, can you tell me now? Hearing this, Riffin raised his eyebrows. No need to hurry since you are uncomfortable because of sweat, you can go there and wash up. My consulting room has a separate bathroom. As for the clothes inside. As Riffin said, he walked to a corner of a comparative consultation room and pushed open a hidden door. In this room, there are both inside and outside clothes. You can go and see if it fits. Isn't this a consulting room? How come there are so many such bold clothes? After Lee walked through the door, she looked at the various clothes in front of her in shock. There were coats, as well as clothes for nurses, teachers, workers, and more. Some were conservative, and some were daring. The inner clothing choices were particularly bold. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Lee. The G-Virus strengthening potion was taken in Chopper's consulting room earlier, and Nojo insisted on taking her to Riffin's consultation room. 2 consultation rooms on one ship. Is this the place where Riffin and his companions have fun? Lee thought to herself. Though considering the size of Riffin's Black Pearl, having 2 consultation rooms was normal. However, given the number of people on board, it seemed excessive. Lee wondered if this room was where Riffin spent time with his girlfriend, and her own current situation made her nervous. She had boldly exchanged her coat for a black screen in the live broadcast room, thinking that the inner clothing was similar to a swimsuit. But now, knowing the possible purpose of the consultation room, she regretted her decision. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, Riffin reassured her. I'm not that hungry yet. We are both from the same country, so we can be considered comrades in arms. Do you think I'm the kind of man who would harm his comrades? If you're really concerned, you can exchange my clothes for a black screen in the live broadcast room. Riffin, standing at the door, noticed Lee's unease and tried to ease her concerns. Forget it, Riffin, don't tease me, Lee shook her head. While it was fine for one person to be daring, it was a different story if both of them acted that way. Lee considered the implications, and her face flushed at the thought. She selected a set of suitable inner clothing from the closet and hurried out of the room. Then, she went into the adjacent bathroom and turned on the shower. Riffin raised his eyebrows, found a seat at random, and quietly waited for Lee. He couldn't help but feel that the sound insulation on the Black Pearl's hull was too effective, making it difficult to hear anything from the outside without observation Haki. After a while, he began to wonder if Lee's silence was due to something else. If he could hear her voice from inside, he would surely hear her scream at this moment. What kind of clothes are these? Lee exclaimed as she examined the extremely daring outfit she had picked up. She hesitated, knowing she would have to wear it while talking to Riffin, and her cheeks turned crimson. After a moment, she took a deep breath and tentatively called out to the door, Riffin. Can you please find me another set of clothes? Several moments passed without a response, and Lee called out urgently, but there was still no answer. Could it be that he's doing this on purpose? Even if he won't harm me, does he just want to watch? Lee wondered. After some time, she glanced at her soaked clothes and the new outfit in her hand and made a decision. About 10 minutes later, she pushed the door open with a squeak and reappeared in front of Riffin. Oh! I can't believe you chose this outfit, Riffin remarked, looking at the dark purple fabric on Lee's body in surprise. What are you talking about, Riffin? Lee protested. I asked you to get me another piece of clothing from inside. Why didn't you respond? Riffin shrugged. Did you call me while you were inside? Sorry, Lee. The sound insulation on this ship is quite effective. Once the door is closed, nothing can be heard from inside unless I use observation Haki to listen in. You should know that this ship, provided by the copy space, has some special abilities. Is that so? Lee raised an eyebrow. If you don't believe it, you can test it, Riffin suggested. Also, if you're worried about your safety or what might happen to your body, I can have Nojo replicate your body data. You know, I have a close relationship with Nojo. At Riffin's words, Lee couldn't help but recall the time when Nojo had reached out to touch her face on the Kuja pirate ship. Ultimately, Riffin had intervened to stop Nojo's actions. Additionally, Lee also confirmed the extent of Nojo's clone fruit abilities through Nojo's transformation into Makita. This made her blush even more, resembling a ripe red apple. I originally thought that Nojo used the clone fruit just to utilize other people's abilities. Now it seems it's not just that. Riffin, you are truly skilled at playing tricks. Standing in front of you like this, I suddenly don't feel very safe, Lee shook her head and sighed. In that case, let's exchange information quickly. That way, you can put on your coat, too. Let me start. I want information about the Kuja pirates and Amazon Lily. As you can see, I intend to make Hancock the captain of my subordinate pirate team. If I can learn more about them, it might benefit my plan, Riffin said. Hearing Riffin's business-oriented approach, Lee's expression became serious. Sure enough, Riffin, you plan to develop Hancock as your subordinate captain. In that case, I can be considered one of your crew members, then I can tell you everything about the Kuja pirates. Lee nodded, found a place to sit, and began sharing information about the Kuja pirates. Riffin listened carefully, mentally summarizing the relevant details as time passed. On the other side, on the Perfume Yuta ship. Miss Maragold, Miss Sandersonia, are you both all right? Nojo inquired, observing Maragold and Sandersonia, who no longer displayed signs of pain. The pain has subsided. Although there's some fatigue, it's nothing serious, Sandersonia replied with a smile as she used the towel provided by Nojo to wipe herself. I'm feeling great now. Riffin's gift is really potent, I feel like I've become a lot stronger. Maragold exclaimed, clenching her fists, causing the muscles on her arms to swell noticeably. Her increased strength was evident just by looking at her. I used to think that being thick and plump was the way to get strong. However, now that Riffin has introduced us to strengthening medicine, I've realized that muscle is the true key to strength. Maragold spoke enthusiastically. She soon wore a puzzled expression, though. Strange, my muscles have clearly reached this level. Why do they only tense up when I'm in a normal state, showing prominent abdominal muscles while the others remain concealed? Nojo couldn't help but smile at Maragold's observation. She understood that this was likely due to Riffin's precise control of the munch fruit. There's nothing wrong with that, Miss Maragold, Nojiko reassured her. This way, you can maintain a beautiful appearance and have the advantage of muscle strength in combat. Perhaps, with your current looks, you'll find a good man to marry. Nojiko chuckled, lightening the mood. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 248, Chapter 246, Application for a New Bond of Slavery. Marriage. Hancock frowned slightly as she heard these 2 words. For some reason, the figure of Riffin appeared in her mind. Marriage. I've never thought about it. Maragold touched her cheek gently and said. By the way, Nojiko, can this strengthening potion be used repeatedly? Sister Satyr Sonia and I haven't reached the intensity of our big sister yet. If we continue to take the strengthening potion, will we be able to strengthen ourselves to the extent of our big sister? Or will the potion gradually lose its effect? Hancock, too, had taken the strengthening potion. However, as Riffin had mentioned, she didn't experience much pain and didn't gain significant bonuses from it. At this moment, Maragold, even Sander Sonia, and Hancock began to sense the immense power of Riffin's Black Pearl Pirates. Is it because of this mysterious G-Virus strengthening potion? Unfortunately, this potion can only be used once. Even if you take it a second time, it won't work anymore. You 3 shouldn't think that we rely on this potion to become stronger. As members of the Black Pearl Pirates, Captain Riffin has a special way to make us stronger, Nojiko explained, casting a meaningful glance at Hancock. Nojiko knew that if Hancock became the captain of a subordinate pirate group, she would also receive the Black Pearl Pirates tattoo and enjoy the same treatment. Given Hancock's current strength, Nojiko believed that if Hancock became the subordinate captain of the Black Pearl Pirates, her strength would rise to a higher level soon. Is it a special method exclusive to the Black Pearl Pirates? Hancock inquired with a furrowed brow, her gaze fixed on Nojiko. At that moment, Hancock recalled Nojiko's mention of love for Riffin during their time in her room. For no apparent reason, her heart tightened once again. Hey, Nojiko, are you serious about your love for Riffin? Hancock asked, puzzling Maragold and Sander Sonia. Yes, I deeply love Captain Riffin. From the moment he rescued me from despair and gave me hope, I've loved him deeply. I'll work hard to become stronger for him and alongside my fellow crew members in our pursuit of following Captain Riffin's dream of getting the One Piece, Nojiko affirmed, her expression filled with devotion. Hancock's brows furrowed even further, finding Nojiko particularly radiant in that moment. After a while, Nojiko turned to Hancock with a smile. Speaking of love, Miss Hancock probably has feelings for Captain Riffin as well. Have you also loved Captain Riffin? Hancock wanted to deny Nojiko's assertion, but when the words reached her lips, she found herself unable to speak. It was as though her body instinctively prevented her from denying her feelings. How is that possible? Love can't be so simple, Maragold interjected with a smile. You're right, Sander Sonia chimed in. Although Riffin is different from other men, he's a truly enchanting and extraordinary individual. But my sister is the most beautiful woman in the world. She wouldn't fall in love with Riffin so easily. Hancock remained silent, deep in thought. Elder sister. Sander Sonia and Maragold exchanged puzzled glances as they approached Hancock. When I was in East Blue, I heard a saying that I think holds true, and now I'll share it with the 3 of you, Nojiko said with a smile, addressing Hancock and her sisters. Their attention was immediately drawn to her. This saying goes like this: love is like a tornado, it arrives when you least expect it. Hancock froze upon hearing this, visibly stunned. Maragold and Sander Sonia exchanged astonished looks. Inside Riffin's personal consultation room on the Black Pearl. So, I want Hancock to become the captain of my subordinate pirate group, Riffin said. But we still have to deal with that elder. However, if I can shine brightly enough in the battle between the naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, she probably won't object to Hancock joining us. Lee nodded in agreement, adding, that being said, even if she does object, if Hancock insists on becoming your subordinate captain, she probably won't have a choice. Riffin contemplated Lee's description of the Kuja pirates and Amazon Lily's current state. He realized that he needed to further establish his influence, ensuring that even if Hancock joined his crew, there would be no widespread opposition from Amazon Lily. Also, I just noticed that Snakeheim was looking at me strangely, as if she didn't want me to be alone with you. Riffin, you must have made her fall in love with you, don't you? Lee's body trembled at the thought. Hancock's gaze was unlike anything she had seen before, and it was evident that Riffin was the cause of it. Thinking of this, Lee looked at Riffin in surprise. Indeed, Riffin is an excellent man, both in terms of strength and appearance. If you want to talk about someone who is worthy of the most beautiful woman in the world, maybe Riffin is indeed one. While Lee was thinking, she asked Riffin. Riffin, do you have any other questions? No, it's your turn to ask, Lee. Then. Riffin, can I ask you why Ada is so strong? This problem is also the reason why Lee wants to block the Blue Star live broadcast room. She knows that this issue is very sensitive, if there are really other Blue Star people coming to the copy space as reincarnators in the future. The reason why Ada became stronger so quickly may become the reason why they are eyeing Riffin. You want to know the reason why Ada became stronger? Why? Riffin raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. I fought Ada before. Although it's only tentative, I can feel her strength. It should be said that she is worthy of being the second place on the list of reincarnators. But I'm skeptical. Riffin, you are so powerful because of your achievements. But Ada, she doesn't have your experience. Even she is not as good as other reincarnations in terms of achieving the first achievement, just like Ethan from the Eagle Country. Also, she hasn't followed you for too long. I'm curious about the reason why she became stronger. If she became stronger because of you, Riffin, I also hope to become stronger through the same method. Please, Riffin. Can you tell me? Having said that, Lee stood up from her seat and respectfully gave Riffin a martial artist's salute. Wanting to become stronger is not only due to Lee's natural yearning for strength as a martial artist but also her desire to gain enough power to help her family and friends deal with the monsters of the abyss. Under Riffin's questioning, Lee also revealed the reason why she wanted to become stronger. Riffin rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and then pressed his hand down to Lee. Sit down first, Lee. I can tell you about Ada's method of becoming stronger. However, such a method may not be suitable for you. Hearing this, Lee shook her head. Even so, I want to give it a try. Riffin nodded. Forget it, let me tell you how she became stronger first. The first way Ada became stronger was because of the G-Virus strengthening agent. You have already experienced the miracle of this thing, and you must be very satisfied. As for the other one, which is also the most important reason for her becoming stronger, it is the slavery contract with me. Hearing this, Lee tilted her head cutely, her face full of puzzlement. Slavery contract. That's right, Riffin nodded slightly and said. To tell you the truth, after Ada signed a bond of slavery with me, any specific enemy I kill, Ada can get battle points through the contract. Of course, it is also doomed that she will not be able to become the captain. After speaking, Riffin told Lee the details of the slavery contract. As Lee learned more, her eyes became brighter. So that's the case, no wonder she is willing to sign a slavery contract with you. You have misunderstood this. The benefits of the slavery contract were only known after we signed the contract. She signed the contract with me for other reasons. Other reasons? Could it be that Ada also has special feelings for you, Riffin? At this moment, Lee thought about Ada's bright eyes looking at Riffin earlier. Such eyes are very similar to Nojo's eyes looking at Riffin all the time. It is also quite similar to the way Hancock looked at Riffin earlier. Well, who knows? Lee, I don't need to answer any questions about relationships, right? Riffin shrugged and smiled. Well, I don't care about it, but you're a sinful man, Riffin. Lee pursed her lips, turned her head to one side, and began to think in her heart. Suddenly, the entire consultation room became quiet. After a while, as if Lee had finished thinking, she suddenly raised her head to look at Riffin. Hey, Riffin, can I sign a slave contract with you like Ada? Chapter 249, Chapter 247 The ability to attract all reincarnators. Hey, aren't you worried about what I'll do to you? Lee, you should know. After signing the slavery contract, you can't resist my orders. Riffin raised his eyebrows and spoke seriously to her. If you really wanted to do something to me, you would have done it already. In your case, you belong to the kind of honest man who just looks but doesn't take action. The corners of Lee's mouth rose slightly as she responded to Riffin, her expression showing that she had already seen through Riffin. Am I so easy for her to see through? Or are women very sensitive in this regard? However, I'm sorry, I'm not really an honest man. I just don't want to force women. Riffin waved his hand and said with a smile. I see. Is that why you're looking at me like that? Lee pursed her lips. Under Riffin's undisguised gaze, she could only protect her modesty with both hands as much as possible. After all, the clothes she was wearing at the moment were too flimsy to maintain her modesty. If she didn't use her hands and legs to enhance her defense power would only be at about 10%. Hehe, this is just like appreciating flowers. When I see a beautiful girl, I will also look at her with an attitude of appreciation. Riffin shrugged and smiled. I understand. Lee smiled and nodded, then continued, then. Riffin, can we conclude a contract? I understand that after signing the contract, I'm equivalent to taking advantage of you, and I will get a lot of battle points for nothing. And I have nothing to give to you. But please trust me, when you need it, I will be your strength. I will also help you with the matter of the Kuja Pirates becoming a subordinate of the Black Pearl Pirates. And since you intend to make the Kuja Pirates a subordinate pirate group of the Black Pearl Pirates, sooner or later, we will become companions. It doesn't matter if I join you before Snakeheim and the others. Hearing Lee's words, Riffin couldn't help but ponder. Indeed, if you become stronger because of me, the fighters of the Kuja Pirates and that old woman should also have a better impression of me. And Hancock might be positively influenced. Lee nodded excitedly and said, that is to say, do you agree, Riffin? This. Riffin frowned slightly and said, it stands to reason that I have a positive attitude towards one more reliable partner. But Lee, as I said before, my slaves will share the battle points I earn. If you join, Ada will get fewer battle points. I still have Aina who is waiting to join. If 3 people become my slaves, the battle points you and Ada will receive will be greatly reduced. Ada took the initiative to infiltrate the Big Mom pirate group on my behalf, and that pirate group has too many powerful members. And Big Mom is a formidable opponent. So if possible, I hope she can become stronger as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Lee felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. The smile on her face froze in place. After a moment, Lee finally realized, also, yes, Ada has a lot to do with you after all. Of course, you have to consider Ada's situation first. Sorry, Riffin, I made an excessive request. Lee pursed her lips and said to Riffin apologetically and with disappointment. Riffin looked at Lee's expression, watched her start to leave, shook his head, got up, walked over to her, and raised his hand to pat her on the shoulder. Forget it. It's still uncertain whether Aina will formally conclude a contract with me, and if she'll agree to it. And what you said makes sense. After the Kuja Pirates become the subordinate pirates of the Black Pearl Pirates, we are indeed like a family. As for Ada's situation, I'll just find more opportunities to defeat some strong opponents in the future. Hearing this, Lee raised her head, excited, Riffin, you agree to make a contract with me. Riffin smiled and nodded, that's right. It's rare that you trust me so much and are willing to pledge yourself to me. If I refuse your offer, I'd feel guilty if you encounter any danger in the future. So, are you ready to make a contract with me, Lee? Lee listened to Riffin's gentle words, looked at the smile on Riffin's face, and nodded firmly. I do, Riffin. Following Lee's words, Riffin's mind received a corresponding notification from the copy space. Riffin, Panda Lee has chosen to sign a slavery contract with you and become your slave. Please accept it. The topic of the slavery contract prompted other reincarnators to be surprised. They quickly opened the Reincarnator communication panel, eager to learn more about the situation. Lee, don't you want to add any conditions to the contract? If you're sure, there won't be any room for changes. Riffin gazed into Lee's eyes and asked, no need. This was originally initiated by me. If I added conditions, it would be a lack of trust in myself. In that case, welcome to the Black Pearl Pirates, Lee. As Riffin spoke, he responded to the corresponding notification that Lee had become his slave on his personal panel. Soon, the same notifications appeared in the minds of all other reincarnations, as well as in the live broadcast rooms of various countries. Notice: Riffin, a reincarnator from Panda, and Lee, a reincarnator from Panda, have entered into a slavery contract. Riffin has successfully entered into a slavery contract with a fellow reincarnated individual and will be rewarded with 1000 points. Note: this is a special event where one reincarnator enslaves another. Each time a reincarnation is enslaved, they earn 1000 points. Reincarnated People Chat Room. Panda Pigeon, Lee, have you met Riffin? Did you willingly sign a slavery contract with him? Green Pheasant Otoshi, it doesn't seem like it. You, the number one person in Panda, seem like quite the scoundrel, even enslaving people from your own country. You sure get a lot of respect. Camel audience Nasser, you're right. Lee sounds like a woman's name. I bet Riffin must have seen a vulnerable beauty and then threatened or enticed her into becoming his slave. Kangaroo Helena, based on Sid Riffin's various actions, I find it hard to agree with Nasser's assertion. Green Pheasant Ayani, exactly. If Riffin wanted to use force, I would have been his slave already. Eagle Ethan, but didn't you still end up becoming his slave? If you don't pay back enough devil fruits, you'll become his plaything. Green Pheasant Ayani, that was my choice, and I've gained substantial benefits. Panda Lee, Pigeon, I did meet Riffin. Don't worry, I voluntarily entered into a contract with him. Panda Ada Wong, as expected, you've also chosen to become Riffin's, Lee. Ada wasn't surprised when she saw the notification on her personal panel. After all, with a slave owner like Riffin who wouldn't go overboard with their slaves due to the contract and also offered significant rewards, it was challenging for a regular reincarnator to refuse. Among other things, the Germa 66 exoskeleton power, which would be gained by affiliating with the Black Pearl Pirates, was a substantial reward. Panda Lee, that. Ada, I'm sorry. Lee knew she indirectly deprived Ada of her benefits, so she felt indebted to Ada for her loss. Panda Ada Wong, no need to apologize. Just remember to repay Riffin. Lee saw Ada's message and recalled Ada's expressions toward Riffin and her own speculations about the relationship between Riffin and Ada. In an instant, Lee's face turned red. Cole Lima audience Choi, I don't understand why these women seem so eager to become Riffin's slaves. While Riffin can help them level up, aren't they afraid he'll treat them like slaves? Eagle Albert Weskier, indeed, Ada. I'm curious what drives someone like you to rely on a man. Panda Ada Wong, you don't need to understand, Weskier. After all, you eventually couldn't resist leaving a message here because you made it onto the top 100 reincarnator list. Right? Haha. Eagle Weskier. Green Pheasant Kashumi, Ayani, will you also become Riffin's slave in the end? Green Pheasant Ayani, don't worry about my affairs. Green Pheasant Momiji, Ayani, Kashumi is just concerned about you. After all, Ada and Lee are reincarnators from Panda, and you're different from them. Eagle Ethan, indeed. Be cautious not to become that guy's toy, Miss Ayani. Hehe. Green Pheasant Ayani, Momiji, I have my own thoughts on this matter. Besides, Ethan, it's best if you mind your own business. Riffin, what is this power? Lee gazed in astonishment at the flickering electric light in her hand and asked Riffin in shock. After replying to Pigeon and Ada's messages, Lee closed the Reincarnator Exchange Group panel and focused on herself. After a while, she followed her instincts and generated lightning-like power, reminiscent of the electric shock blue from Germa 66. The Germa 66 exoskeleton. It seems like you lucked out, gaining some special power while acquiring the exoskeleton. It's akin to the electric shock blue from Germa 66. Make good use of this power, Lee. You haven't just gained lightning abilities, your defenses have also significantly improved. Now, even if you were hit by a rocket launcher in the real world, your defense wouldn't break. Haha. Riffin patted Lee on her back and laughed. The Germa 66 exoskeleton? Is that the power from North Blue's Germa? Lee inquired skeptically. But why did I obtain this power zone right after entering a slavery contract with you? Lee looked at Riffin with suspicion in her eyes. Have you forgotten about the Germa 66 exoskeleton reward I received? Riffin reminded her. All members of the Black Pearl Pirates receive such rewards, including my slaves. Hearing Riffin's explanation, Lee immediately recollected the achievements Riffin had accomplished. The achievement involving the Germa 66 exoskeleton had caused quite a stir among the reincarnators. This power is truly formidable. If others find out that becoming your slave grants such power, many reincarnators would willingly join your side. You'd have as many as you'd like. Lee stowed away the sparkling blue electric power in her hand, sighed, and said. Chapter 250, Chapter 248, Hancock explores the secrets of Riffin and Lee. Hehe, although that sounds good, I won't accept slaves casually. You should see that. I wouldn't enslave someone just to make them suffer. That would only waste the battle points I provide. Similarly, I would be irritated just by looking at someone I dislike. In other words, we should wrap up our conversation. It's about time you got dressed so that the real-world audience can see us. If the panda audience thinks I forced you into a contract, they might resent me when I return. Riffin chuckled. Hearing this, Lee shook her head. I don't think anyone in Panda will resent you. You're the world's hope now. As Lee spoke, she glanced at the Black Pearl Pirates tattoo on her chest. By the way, Riffin, does the location of this tattoo have any significance? Or is it your choice? You've got it wrong, it's determined by the copy space itself. It's probably located there because it's the closest skin to the heart. I see. Well, having your tattoo on my heart probably means no other man will want to marry me. No need to worry. If you don't mind, I'd marry you. Riffin is really... Lee blushed and looked away. Even with so many beautiful women around, you still flirt with others. Who made Lee so cute, beautiful, and exuding charm? Really? Listening to Riffin's words, Lee pursed her lips and glanced quickly at him. Then, as if she had made a decision, she removed the 3 pieces of clothing covering her body. Don't say anything, Riffin. Just consider it payment for your help. But you can only watch. Lee blushed, lowered her head, and whispered to Riffin. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard a click sound. Lee looked up and saw that Riffin had taken out a camera and was taking pictures of her. Riffin, didn't I say you could only watch? Hey? Sorry, I must have missed that. Then why are you continuing to take pictures now that you've heard it? I heard it, but it doesn't mean I'll obey. Riffin grinned at Lee and continued, have you forgotten what you said about me earlier? Even though I won't force a girl, I can't resist satisfying my eyes. During this time, I'll still take pictures and videos. As he spoke, a quick movement behind Lee revealed several photos of her back taken by Riffin. You. Lee repeated you 3 times, unable to bear the pressure, and then hurriedly ran into the next room, slamming the door behind her. Seeing this, Riffin could only shake his head in amusement. That said, when Lee opened the door again, Riffin immediately raised the camera and snapped pictures of Lee. The crimson, tight-fitting cheongsam beautifully showcased Lee's slender figure. The fair skin of her thighs peeking out from the high slit seemed to invite further exploration. Lee pursed her lips, raised her hand to adjust her hair, and confidently walked out of the dressing room. Riffin, do you think this outfit is suitable? It's more than suitable, it's fantastic. The cheongsam was made for people like you. Lee, you're truly a sight for sore eyes. I'm glad to hear that, Lee smiled and nodded, no longer feeling shy with her coat on. She even posed gracefully in front of Riffin, allowing him to take more photos and videos. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the consultation room, drawing Lee, who was posing in a boxing stance, and Riffin's attention. It's Nojo, don't worry about it, Riffin said. With that, Riffin went to the door and opened it. I hope I'm not interrupting, Captain Riffin, Miss Lee. Nojo greeted them with a smile, taking in the scene of Riffin with his camera and Lee in a deep red cheongsam. Hehe, not at all. I've already collected the materials, and I'll save them in my photo album later, Riffin said, lifting the camera. Are you merely collecting them in a photo album? Nojo teased. How about I record Miss Lee's face so you can enjoy it later, Captain Riffin? As long as it doesn't go too far, it should be fine, right, Captain? Nojo stood on tiptoe and whispered in Riffin's ear. Having said that, but because Lee was not far away from the two of them, Nojo's words were still heard by her. In an instant, Lee's face was completely beet red. Forget it, I don't want to trouble my partner. Nojo, although she'll return to the Kuja Pirates later, she's already our comrade. She's like a partner just like Ada now. It's a shame we're short on time now. In the future, I'll arrange a welcome ceremony for you, Lee, Riffin said. After all, Lee is still considered a crew member of the Kuja Pirates. However, Riffin wouldn't hold a welcome ceremony for Lee in front of the Kuja Pirates, as it would be disrespectful to them. Is she already a partner? Welcome, Miss Lee. Nojo took the initiative to step forward, extending her hands to hold Lee's with enthusiasm. However, upon noticing Lee's somewhat embarrassed expression, Nojo smiled and said, Don't worry, only when I touch your face with my right hand can I record your personal data. So a simple handshake won't get your data recorded. Hearing this, Lee pursed her lips and shook her head. that's not what I meant. Actually, I think. Nojo, you can copy my data, Lee said in a low voice. You mean, allow me to use your body for Captain Riffin to take pictures? Nojo raised the corner of her mouth and replied in a similar low tone. Whatever, it's not really me anyway, Lee mumbled, her face turning red again. Is that so? I understand. Nojo couldn't quite grasp Lee's meaning but decided to respect her wishes. After all, Lee's expression now resembled Khalifa's when she allowed Nojo to use her body as proof. Then, I won't hold back, Nojo continued. After all, Captain Riffin seems to have a strong liking for girls with your style. With those words, Nojo raised her right hand and gently brushed Lee's face. Lee touched the cheek that Nojo had caressed, glanced at Riffin, and then turned her head away, feeling embarrassed. Lee, why are you so impulsive? She scolded herself. Could Nojo now use my data casually? Lee rubbed her head, pondering the situation. She was too embarrassed to voice any objections about Nojo using her data, so she decided to selectively forget this fact. Riffin, is everything settled with Lee? Hancock's voice came from the door. Hancock's voice snapped Lee out of her thoughts about Nojo recording her data. She looked up to see Hancock, slim and graceful, standing in the consultation room. Hancock's gaze also focused on Lee, who was now dressed in brand new attire. Her mind conjured up an image of Lee removing her clothes and engaging with Riffin for no apparent reason. Hancock's heart tightened, and even the way she looked at Lee, appeared wary. Lee noticed Hancock's intense gaze and felt more certain about Hancock's unusual feelings for Riffin. She offered an awkward smile in Hancock's direction. Considering Snakeheim's personality, it might be best not to mention Nojo's situation, Lee thought. By the way, does Nojo copy the data of Snakeheim? Lee raised an eyebrow and looked curiously at Nojo's back. Lee's matters have been settled, Riffin replied. Hancock, you can take Lee back with you now. I'm about to move on to the next destination. I must successfully defeat Moria before the fight of the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates, securing my position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Riffin added, his expression growing more serious. Leave? Are you saying, we'll be separated? Hancock asked with reluctance. Riffin, when can we meet again? Well, I believe we'll see each other soon. After that battle, the Marines and the world government will surely summon all the 7 warlords of the sea, Riffin said with a reassuring smile. So most likely, we'll meet at Naval Headquarters, he continued. Naval Headquarters, I see. Hancock nodded slightly, cherishing Riffin's words in her heart. At this time, Marines would never think of it because of Riffin. They'll have a much easier time dealing with Hancock. While the Blue Star audience discussed Riffin and Lee's relationship, the Black Pearl Pirates group had moved farther away from the original sea area. The Kuja pirates were still anchored in place. Sister, the Black Pearl has sailed far from here. It's time for us to head back as well, Maragold suggested. This time, everyone gained tremendous power thanks to Riffin's magic potion. We need to return to Amazon Lily and adapt to it, she added. Hancock, however, didn't appear to hear Marigold's words. She gazed blankly into the distance, lost in thought. It took several attempts for Maragold to get her attention. But instead of answering Marigold's question, Hancock turned her attention to Lee, who was nearby. Lee, Riffin mentioned earlier that he gave you something, Hancock inquired with a somewhat resentful tone. Could you please tell me what he gave you? Lee felt a tremor in her body upon hearing Hancock's voice, which carried a hint of resentment. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and turned to Hancock with a smile. Snakeheim, I understand your curiosity. I'll show you the last gift Riffin left me, Lee replied with a smile. Miss Maragold, would you mind assisting me? Maragold was also intrigued by what Lee's will do, so she readily agreed. Of course, but how would you like me to assist you, Lee? Lee's smile widened as she assumed a fighting stance, bending her legs and lowering her waist. All I need is for you, Miss Maragold, to strike me with your weapon. Maragold raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Lee's request. All right, I'm also curious to see what you're capable of.
Thanks for listening.